us on your computer.
But I wanted to watch it on television. I couldn't. It drove me nuts, and I just gave up. I didn't try to watch the second game. Did you watch the second game?
Yeah, part of it.
I watched zero
until I started looking at the back of my eyelids.
It was impossible for me to get on my television, and I just gave up. I have a rant for if I have ESPN and I pay you for ESPN, I should be able to watch what's on ESPN. But I'm going to save that because the performance by the Ravens last night was really impressive.
Yeah.
Tampa kind of shot themselves in the foot. Baker, 2 red zone picks. Miss a field goal.
It's when things happen, bro.
But, dude, the way Derrick Henry could close out games, he had 15 carries for $170.
Why you think I like B-Rob so much?
He's not that.
No. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I ain't saying he's that. I'm saying if you're anything like that, when you are a person that will inflict pain on people when they touch you over and over again, you can close out games late in the game like that. And when you notice in the game, when he's running the way he runs, guys make business decisions.
Mm-hmm.
Derrick Henry in the end of a game, they're going to damn sure make a business decision.
Through 7 games, Derrick Henry has 873 yards. He's averaging $125 a game. I believe
that is why Jerry was stupid you can't say you couldn't afford him. Aren't you got the highest valued team in the NFL? You say you spend more than anybody else. You shouldn't have never let that dude right there get to Baltimore. Should have got him in Dallas. You
know what his cap number is?
What?
You only got $9 million guaranteed. It's less than an $8 million signing bonus. The devaluing of the running back position to the point where Derrick Henry can sign a 2-year, $16 million contract shows like the inherent flaws in that.
It
philosophy.
Shows you that it's a bunch of people who just want to devalue a position. The people in the position weren't bad. They just want to make it look bad.
The 2 biggest free agent running back signings this offseason have absolutely made a gigantic impact for those teams.
Totally.
In Henry and Saquon.
Yeah.
Lev, he'll do the math for me. Henry's averaging 124.7 per game. I saw somewhere, but it was like some random Instagram account, so I don't know the veracity of this, but that he's on track to break the NFL single season rushing record. But I want to know
how much he averaging?
124.7. But I want to know how many games that is, because if it's the new 17-game record,
2,108.
Okay, that's a lot, dude.
What's the record in 16 games?
I'm gonna pull it up. I want to say it's AP. Oh, it's still damn. What was the number?
2,108.
2108. The current record right now, Eric Dickerson, 2105.
And that was in 16 games.
I mean, that would come down to the wire.
That's it. No, that was in 16 games. You got a whole other game. You get 3 yards more.
I don't know the answer to this, B. I'm going to pull it up. Dickerson broke that record. Dickerson set that record in 1984.
Yeah.
Did they play 16 then, or was it still 14?
16 games around 84.
Okay. Yeah, they went 10-6.
Ain't that damn old.
I don't know when they changed it, dude.
Wait, I would call Eric. Say, Eric, JP say you played with a game when it was 14
I did not say it.
Oh, I'm going to do like you do. I'm going to change the story.
When did NFL go to 16 games? We'll find that out, too.
70s?
I don't know. But Zay Flowers left that game. I think he came back in. He's given them a lot. The Ravens defense was swarming. Their ability to get to Baker over and over, it was 78 when they went to 16 games.
All right. I was 10.
I think, I've been hesitant to say that anybody's better than Chiefs. Chiefs are still the only undefeated team. When we do power rankings tomorrow,
they beat them.
The Chiefs should be on top because they beat them, right, head to head. But damn, that
I think the Ravens are going to be on top.
That place was buzzing last night, and they went down there, got down early, and then proceeded to rattle off 34 straight.
Mm-hmm.
Just absolute wagon. Mark Andrews, remember the early season consternation that Mark Andrews might be washed? Pierce, he's clean. Well, Jeff, what's the opposite of washed? What do you say to prove someone is not washed? Dry?
They're dirty.
You wash it, then you dry it?
Nah, you just got to say they still got it.
I think we need something better. I'm going with dry. You think he's washed? I think he's dry.
Dirty. You dirty.
We think he's dirty.
Yeah, dirty means you still.
But when you come out of the wash, you're clean. You go in the wash dirty. Jeff, I'm gonna need you to work on this.
All right, yeah, we gonna think of something by the end of the segment.
Lamar's numbers last night, and for the Lamar can't beat you from the pocket.
He got to prove that in the playoffs.
Do you know how many completions he had?
No.
17.
But I'm just saying.
You know how many touchdowns he threw?
Probably 4 or 5.
Five touchdowns.
The thing of it, see, that's the whole thing about it, though. His legacy is not going to go down by what he did in week 6 or 7.
Completely right.
It's going to go down like in the playoffs when teams sit back and say, we're going to stop Derek beat us now. That's when it's going to come up. I think Lamar is an unbelievable quarterback. He can throw the ball, he do all that stuff. But he's going to have to do it in the playoffs to get the luster that he's going to need.
I think
that he wants. Say it like that.
I think you're looking at people run with what I'm saying before I get to finish it, but whatever. You're looking at a scenario where Lamar and Josh Allen in Buffalo are in a Charles Barkley, Karl Malone situation until they get one.
There you go.
It's just there's MJ in Mahomes and Brady before him.
Yeah.
And those dudes are good players. And unless they can break through, their success will be defined as insufficient.
Lamar's the new Peyton Manning.
Who made that? Somebody made that comp, I think, on our show, or we heard it somewhere.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly, but that's
who he is. Throwing it out there.
No, maybe. You can understand it because Peyton's regular season success was unbelievable. Now, are they different styles of players? Sure. But Peyton had Brady and couldn't get past that for a long time, finally broke through. There is some level of comp there, despite, their regular season numbers, the MVP awards, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Lamar's won 2 MVPs, and his playoff record, I bet, is under 500.
Yeah.
There is some real similarity there. The only thing I'll say for Ravens fans, for Valdez, dude, eventually Peyton broke through. He won the one with the Colts that was him.
To be the king or the queen, you got to be in the homecoming court. Can't be in the stands to become a homecoming king or queen.
Lamar's career playoff record, 2-4.
Yeah.
And dude, there were 2 other playoff seasons in Baltimore that he wasn't able to go late in the year. Right now, though, damn, the Ravens look good.
Yeah.
All right. I didn't watch any of the other game. Anybody? Give us the ESPN Plus that I could not watch, even though I pay for the product. Recap. All right. I hope it was a good game.
Recap. LA Chargers are like they always are. They get a lot of hype, and then they start to fizzle.
It sounds like a real barn burner. 17-15, Cardinals win. Kyler Murray threw for 145 yards. Damn, Justin Herbert threw for 350, but no scores.
Yeah.
No picks, no scores.
Yeah, a lot of those. That's
crazy to go for 349 with no picks, no scores.
I call that empty stuff, when you just toss and they can't get in the damn end zone.
Well, and they couldn't get the run game going. Looks like Dobbins 14 for 40, averaging less than 3 per carry. James Conner took over this game late, 19 for $101.
Mm-hmm.
Hope you had fun. None of us could watch it on the East Coast, or at least I couldn't. So I'm just going to assume it was the whole damn corridor. All right, Brian, that was your Monday Night Football recap.
Yeah.
Let's talk about what we learned yesterday. What'd you learn yesterday from Dan Quinn about the Jaden Daniels injury?
I learned about what we thought. I think it's going to come down to a pain threshold thing.
You think it's just bruised ribs?
If he's week to week, that's pain threshold. If it was something that's going to hold him out, that's not a week to week. If it's something fractured or whatever, that's not a week to week. But when you have that pain, right? Listen, ribs, hip pointers, those type of things, it's all about the person. And I can say this. I would think that they're going to be what Coach Thompson was with Allen Iverson. They're going to have to protect him from him because he's a competitor. He'll want to go. If he is not hurting as much, and he can, yes. But if you think something is still hindering him, you got to hold him back.
Do you play him at anything less than 100%? Understanding football players are rarely 100%.
Well, Yes. I mean, if he's 98, 99%, 97, hell, that's basically 100. Go.
What's the cutoff?
Cutoff, I'm not going like no 89. Oh, he's 89%.
That's funny. I was going to say 90.
Yeah. So, my thing is when you start hitting 95 on up, basically round it up, that's 100%. And then when you have a guy with his drive, that changes things right there. Now, when you get to him below 90 and things of that nature, his drive will say, I can play. He wants to go. It has to be the adults in the room to make decisions.
That's one of the things I feel best about. I want to be crystal clear that I am not naive enough. I think there are naive people out there that think these relationships don't exist, okay? And you're nuts. Every owner in the NFL, whoever the majority owner is of a team in the NFL, has a relationship with their starting quarterback.
Hell yeah.
Especially if they are a high draft pick or a quarterback that's gotten a big second contract. They probably had dinner at each other's homes. They probably know each other's wives. Like, they have a relationship.
Man, the quarterback is basically the moneymaker
Yes.
for the damn owner. If that owner doesn't know the quarterback, that owner is an ass. Let's just be real.
Totally.
Come on, man.
And I think if anybody thinks that doesn't exist, you're crazy. But anybody that's been in relationships in college and high school, in your 20s, you're married in your 60s, whatever the hell. There are good relationships and there's bad relationships. Yeah. What we saw in this city for a really long time were bad relationships, toxic relationships.
Mm-hmm.
And there was one common denominator throughout those toxic relationships. That dude's on a boat off the coast of Singapore, last I heard.
Mm-hmm.
Look around the NFL where the toxic relationships are. How's it going with the Jets? How's it going with Cleveland? Like you can pinpoint them and acknowledge, that's a mess right there.
Everybody can say, Aaron Rodgers get to do what he wants. How does the team look?
Right.
How does the overall aspect look?
So to think that Josh Harris, Mitch Rales, Magic, Mark Ein, the collection of folks involved in ownership over there aren't getting updates on Jaden's status pretty damn frequently.
I would think that they are asking because they are concerned people. They're not that type where you got to find them. They want to know.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Like, you know how many people are texting me, what's up with Jaden? I can only imagine how many people are texting you, B, what's up with Jaden? Those dudes are texting too, and they're probably getting updates. But what I don't believe, Brian, and what I think you agree with, but I certainly won't speak for you. In the past, ownership would have such influence on these types of decisions that they could push what is a game time decision, what is a 50-50 call. They'd push it whichever way they want.
Mm-hmm.
You'd have something balancing on a ledge, and they would just decide how it's going to go. I truly believe now this ownership group wants all the information, but will defer on the actual decision to the football people and the medical people.
I think because they all have the same common goal. I mean, this is a long haul thing. This is not, I'm trying to do this today and you're trying to do a long haul thing. I think they are in this together. And a lot of times the owner, coach, and GM are not always in it together. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think I said this a billion times in the offseason that when Harris cleared house, right? I thought the opportunity was so valuable for Washington because for the first time, honestly, I don't know if you agree, but I think for the first time since...
I think we have an ass working with us.
Yeah, I'm aware. I think for the first time since Jack Kent Cook and Charlie Casserly, and I know it didn't work well, but since they drafted like Heath Schuler, were they were all on the same page for however brief that was, right? Mm-hmm. Like when Harris hired Peters and then allowed Peters to make his decisions. And who the hell cares about Ben Johnson at this point?
I don't.
Like whether
I didn't in.
Right. But then they had the opportunity to take Jaden at number 2. There's organizational alignment, and that is so vital for the proper development of a quarterback, the proper development of a team, and what happens this weekend, bro. Everybody's got an opinion. Everybody thinks they know. Nobody knows. It's more than likely a pain threshold thing.
A pain hole. That's a good one.
A pain hold. Jeff's got one of those. It's part of his sex aerobics 201 class. The 101's for beginners. But I think, as this thing develops this week, I was texting with somebody Sunday night about all the anticipation for Monday afternoon's press conference. And I said, I fully expect this to be non-committal. And they were like, yeah, he's not going to say anything. Sure enough, he said enough that we have a baseline of which to work with. But he didn't say anything. Week to week, but we hope he can play this week.
He said enough so you don't have to keep badgering them about it. But
he also said enough that if you keep badgering me, I have nothing else to say.
I ultimately feel the way like he doesn't owe you more than what he gave. You know what I mean? And like the people that keep asking the questions after he said what he said yesterday, if he's week to week, and we're going to see why ask every day? Yeah, I just told you it's week to week. I didn't say day to day, so don't ask me every day.
Well, and what's so smart about their setup now? So he talks yesterday. The only real difference would have been Ron would have said, "Oh, I got a meeting with the doctors after I talked to you guys." Right? Like that was Ron's move.
Yeah.
Is he scheduled his day so he couldn't answer? At least DQ gave something, right? But when Dan Quinn talks to the media on Wednesday, will be before practice, before the injury report comes out. If Jaden practices Wednesday, even if it's just individuals, even if he's limited, could be telling. I wouldn't put him out there. You're giving guys rest all the time. I don't think Bobby Wagner and Frankie Louvu have practiced on a Wednesday in like 3 weeks.
Yeah, but the thing about it is you got to see what he can do as you make decisions. Bobby Wagner and Frankie Louvu are different guys, like a little older, that
sure
they're not hurt. So you just giving them that rest time. In this situation, you have to know if he's progressing or not if you're going to make a decision.
I think if he can go, you play him. There's the notion of wait till he's 110%, wait till he's 150%. Like that doesn't exist.
Yeah, you're right.
It's football.
You can't be 110%. You can't be 150. You can be 100%. That's it.
And honestly,
and you'll never see that ever again.
He probably wasn't 100% coming in.
There you go.
Coming into the Panthers game.
Yes.
I got a question for you, B.
Yeah.
How much should and how much will Marcus Mariota's success against Carolina impact the decision against Chicago? Brian answers that next. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. WNBA players have opted out of their current collective bargaining agreement and face the prospect of a work stoppage if they don't negotiate a new deal with the league by the end of the 2025 season. So right now they're citing higher television ratings, attendance figures, and franchise values. The union said it is the right time for renegotiating with the league and owners, and the fact that 2 new teams are on their way. Players had until November 1st to opt out of the current deal, opting out just a bit early here. Deal is set to expire in 2027. Now, this deal will still be in place until October 31st, 2025. So the two sides do still have a year to come to agreement. But according to union reps, players are prepared to negotiate for as long as it takes, even if that means a work stoppage. This October, get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your free no-pressure estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Good news, Piers Landfill has signed up for Jeff's Tuesday morning sex aerobics class. The boys were just dancing in there, B. I don't know if you saw it. It was a solid
The
vibe.
stuff that Jeff is doing, I don't know if that's anything concerning sex aerobics. It's weird, I can tell you that.
I asked a question just before the break. Obviously, everybody's concern is Jaden Daniels, understandably. Marcus Mariota was really good against the Panthers, and he started poorly. It really highlights how good he was, particularly in the second half, because the first couple drives he came in were not good. That Mariota was able to go, how did he finish? 18 of 23, 205, 2 touchdowns, ran for another 34.
Mm-hmm.
That he was able to perform that well, does that impact the decision this week against the Bears?
I don't think it should. I think everything should come down to what you feel about Jaden Daniels. Because I think Marcus Mariota is a pro. He's a veteran enough player where he's going to be prepared to go, just like he was in that game. So you need to be focusing on if Jaden can, if he can go, he goes. If he can't, he can't, and you go to Marcus next. But I believe Marcus will be ready. If it was a younger person in that position, you have to give that guy the whole week to prepare for it. You know what I'm saying? And if Marcus goes the whole week and at the end Jaden can play, I don't think he has a problem with it. You know what I mean? Because he knew what he was getting into when he came here.
Yep. I think it's funny. Where the hell was I last night? I was at NBC4 last night and talking with Leon and Doug. And we kind of started talking about Mariota, and they asked, like, you know, Marcus seems like such a good guy since he's been here. He and Jaden have that relationship. But, man, I remember in that Netflix show, the quarterback show, it seemed like he dogged his team. And I watched that show. I think you watched it. I don't know if you did.
Yeah.
But it was a tough look for Mariota. And I think a lot of fans don't realize how sideways things can get inside of an NFL building late in a season. And I unfortunately know it because it happened a lot in Washington. Hell, it happened here last year. You know how many people hated each other in that locker room?
But let's think about this,
between
Jay.
the locker room floor and the coach's floor last year?
The editing and to make that show go, they want to get every person and eyes and everything to look at it. They want to get little stories to be told. When you look at Marcus Mariota in that quarterback show, and then who are the other quarterbacks? Wasn't Pat Mahomes one of them?
Mahomes and Kirk.
Are you gonna piss off Pat Mahomes? Because Pat Mahomes gonna be around for a lot longer, right? So they edited to make a certain thing look, or they tried to enhance it because it was probably boring otherwise on his side. So all these reality shows per se, not completely reality.
My thought specific to that show that year is listen, Mariota went to Philly last year as the backup, clearly, and was great in that room.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy that was running that room, that before Sirianni tried to make him the scapegoat, and Brian Johnson, got the job here as passing game coordinator and immediately wanted to sign Marcus Mariota.
Yep.
That's a dude that was in the room with him for a year, said, yo, this is the guy to help our new young guy.
Sure.
Mariota came here with a full eyes wide open of what was to happen, right? So I look at that 22 season when Mariota gets pulled late in the year for a coach where things didn't exactly go well. At the point, he got benched after week 13. Maybe he was hurt. Like, the knee was an issue if you go back and watch that thing. But at that point that they pulled him week 13, they were going into the bye. They were 5-8. They were giving up a ton of points. Their defense ranked in the high 20s. They were bottom 5 defense.
Kind of sound like the opposite of what happened over in Wisconsin.
And Mariota at that stage was completing 61% of his passes, 15 touchdowns to 9 picks, kind of grinding out wins, taking some sacks, but also able to help them on the ground. Remember, they had Cordero Patterson. Like, they were able to move the ball on the ground fairly well.
Yeah.
Mariota had over 400 yards rushing. I think Mariota, what I truly think, and I've never asked him about this, I'm not sure I even will, right? It's water under all the bridges. But when people ask me specifically about the Netflix documentary, my theory, I think Mariota signed with Atlanta, told he was the guy. Because they drafted Ritter. Ritter was what, a 3rd or 4th rounder?
Something like that.
Hey, Marcus, you're our guy this year. We think we're a playoff team. We drafted Ritter in the 3rd round. We want you to show him how to play the position, how to be a pro, how to be a vet. So then they come to Marcus late in the year and say, yo, we're going to the kid, even though he was probably told they weren't going to do that year. And there was probably some pressure from ownership to do that. And that's just how things work late in the season. Did he quit on a team? I doubt it. I mean, they bench Mariota week 13. Then they have a bye. They come out, they lose their next 2. The offense can't move the football. I know Fitz, when Ryan Fitzpatrick hurt his hip in the first quarter of the first game he was here, I legit never saw him again that year.
Yeah.
Like, did Fitz quit on the team that year, or was he hurt and went and did his own thing?
But
maybe he was back in the building. I'd have to go back and check. Like,
very similar to what happened last year. No, or was it when Heineke was here? Where you take him out. That was a few years ago.
With Wentz?
Yeah, no, all of a sudden, we're not gonna play you. No, now we're gonna start you, but we're gonna start you, then we're gonna bring all those games.
The Howell stuff.
See
the week 17 game against the Cowboys.
My thing is, the players are no different than any one of us. We don't want to be played with. So if they were trying to play him back and forth, all of a sudden now we benching you in week 13, we lose the next 2. Hey, we want you to play the last game. Man, to hell with you. And I don't think any player on that team would think that he quit on them. Hell, they quit. The team quit on him. The decision makers.
Dude, when you see the quarterback hijinks late in a year and you hear me and B. Mitch talk about self-preservation league, that is coaches, front office personnel trying to save their jobs to give ownership something they can point to and be like, you got to keep me around.
Yeah.
Because me and that kid, look what happened late in the year with that kid. And if you look at this 22 Atlanta Falcons, they bench Mariota, they go to Ritter for the last 4, and guess what happened? They won the last 2. And guess who stuck around for another year? Arthur Smith.
Mhm.
And they had the exact same record in 22 as they did in 23. They went 7-10. Like when we tell you the self-preservation is a true mindset for a lot of people involved in the National Football League, that's a perfect example.
Big time.
So specific to Mariota, I think you're dead on, B. I think you know what you got. He's a vet. If you got to lean on him this weekend, you do. And I don't know that he has the same level of success against the Bears defense that he did against the Panthers. Yeah. Panthers defense was god-awful coming in, and they didn't have 6 of their front 7 playing in that game.
But the fact that he had success makes the Bears have to really hunker down a little bit more. They don't look at it the same way now. They go, oh, look, they had success. The leagues don't look at, the team is not going to say, oh, Panthers suck.
Right.
They're going to say, you know what? We got to watch him.
Look what he's able to do to keep his eyes downfield and still stay behind the line of scrimmage.
Totally.
Bears do come in with the 4th best points allowed defense, 5th best in yards. They are creating turnovers at a high rate. They're 3rd in the NFL in turnover margin. They are really good at getting teams off the field on 3rd down. 7th in the NFL. They're only allowing 3rd down conversions 32% of the time. Look, man, this is an all hands on deck game. Bears, whatever you think of Caleb Williams, the Bears are good.
Yeah.
I think Caleb's pretty damn good. They've got, I was thinking about this. Do we remember what DJ Moore did last year?
Oh, yeah.
Like it's
I remember.
I know you do.
I sure in the hell remember.
I want to make sure everyone remembers. I'm just going to read the numbers. DJ Moore last season, week 5, in a game where Washington was down 27-0 at halftime to a Bears team that hadn't won in a calendar year. Landville, do you remember? DJ Moore in that game over under 175 receiving yards.
Probably over.
Jeffrey, over under 1.5 touchdowns.
Over.
B-Mitch, over under 6 catches.
Over.
8 catches, 230 yards, 3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
That dude's coming back to town.
Yeah, he is. So
buckle up, man. This ain't your father's Bears team. Barstool Nate joins us at 11.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. This NBA season, you can make every play, pass, and point mean more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. You can check out newer bets like the number of dunks, assists, or 3-pointers in the next 3 minutes. It doesn't matter if you tap into FanDuel before the game starts or after it already tipped off. You can build the same game parlay. If you're looking at the Celtics take on the New York Knicks tonight, and if you believe that the Celtics are going to come out, you go with Jason Tatum to record a double-double. Jaylen Brown to score 25 points or more. Derek White, three made threes, and Drew Holiday to record 4+ assists. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian for your chance to score $300 in bonus bets with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. B, when you were playing,
Yeah.
they still had the doubtful designation then? The league has since, or no, probable.
I can't tell you, Jay. I never was on a damn injury report.
They've gotten rid of probable.
I was scared to be on injury reports.
What does week to week mean to you?
Week to week, like I said, it comes down to the pain threshold of the player, if he can or not. You know, sometimes you have those injuries where you have a lot of pain and it subsides quick. Sometimes it doesn't. You know, and the pain threshold doesn't mean a person can't handle it. It just means that thing is taking its time to get out of there. You know what I mean? So ultimately, week to week means this dude could definitely play this week. He may not. Because if he don't play this week, then next week it comes down to the pain thing again. Normally, when they're going to tell you he's out a certain amount of time already, they know something is wrong and something happened. When it's week to week, it's all about pain threshold, bruising, and things of that nature.
Could there be some sort of like, because they're treating this thing every day, right?
Yeah.
The kid is getting treatment.
I'm telling
probably multiple
cryotherapy
times a day.
It'll help. Cryotherapy.
I bet they're doing it. I bet they're doing heat. Rest, ice, compression, elevate.
But if it could be done, they probably doing it.
They are heating it, cooling it. I do wonder if there's some level of like, all right, for the medical side, if there's a baseline of, all right, we need this inflammation to decrease by X%, or we need the tenderness to reduce, whatever it is. But I do think week to week is interesting because I think it does mean good news for this week. But I also think it means this could be a lingering issue, right? Like when you hear about, because ultimately this becomes, we presume, they're not providing us much context here. Not to say soft tissue in that it's a hammy or a calf or something, but you're talking about where your body is just beat up, like a whether it's strained or it's bruised, there's something that just freaking hurts.
Yep.
And when something just hurts like that, pain threshold is how you get through Sundays, and they have ways to make it feel okay on Sunday.
Yeah.
But then the following week, if you get through it on a Sunday, you can re-aggravate or make it
Something
worse.
that you're going to have to be dealing with for a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, because like the plantar's fasciitis, that was a week-to-week thing.
Turf toe is usually a week-to-week
You play one game, you may have to have a hard cut, hit your heel or, whatever, and it may come back, may flare up and fire up again. Or you may go through the game and don't have anything that affected. Next week, you don't feel anything at all. They stop putting that on the thing. They stop saying you're week to week because you don't feel anything. But if it comes back, bam, it's week to week again. So I just think that this thing comes down to, can you go through? Yes, it's going to be a little sore, some pain, but if you can go through your routine and your progressions and the things you have to do full speed where the pain is not ailing you and hurting you, you go. If you go through it and it affects what you have to do, you don't go. Like when you say you went to do this and the hand didn't come, I wouldn't want a person out there that arm doesn't do what he wanted to do.
But what Mike was saying that after Mariota threw one of the touchdowns, he threw both hands up for the touchdown.
Yeah.
So some of it can be, I also think some of these things are a mental thing. When he is on the sideline with a trainer or at least an assistant is standing next to him, reminding him to chill out and don't do this and don't do that, he's going to be cognizant of that, right? But if he gets to a level where they're letting him back on the field, he's doing whatever.
Yeah, he got to be able to do it.
You can't put him out there if he's physically limited past a point or if he's going to be thinking about the injury.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean, hey, Jaden, this week, let's just get out of bounds when you run. No need to take an unnecessary shot because these guys, to the fan video Jeff's talking about, like the Bears are going to be aware of this too.
Yeah, and you hear me say all the time,
football.
when somebody's on the field and they got something, you want to see if they're supposed to be out there. But if you don't get a clean shot on a guy, a quarterback standing up, it's going to be hard for you to just go seek out his rib.
Right. If he's running, you're just trying to tackle.
Yeah.
That doesn't. Things happen. It could be a little little nudge here and there as you're going down or once you're on the ground. All of that's possible. I think, though, what is really important is I think you have a staff in place that absolutely will not push if they shouldn't. You agree with that part of it?
I agree.
I also think you have a player that doesn't care about losing his job to the backup, about not being in the spotlight for a week. Like, Jaden is a dog competitor. He
Hell
wants
yeah.
to be out there to win the game.
Totally.
But all the ancillary nonsense, and I'd love to use a different word there, all the ancillary Instagram, clout, commercial, all of that stuff, I don't think this kid really has it. That doesn't mean there aren't maybe people in the camp, his agent, his publicist, that care about that stuff. I don't think Jaden cares.
And he shouldn't.
Dude, if Jaden cared, you know what we haven't seen Jaden do, best I can tell, ever?
What's that?
An Instagram Live. Like, have we seen, do you know the last time Jaden tweeted?
I don't know.
About a week ago. And it was only because he's in those Nissan Heisman commercials. And a new one
he
came
probably
out.
had to do it. He probably had to do it as part of his deal.
You know what I bet? I bet Jaden didn't do it. I bet his publicist or his buddy.
But still, he understands we do these deals here. A part of it, you got to post some stuff sometimes.
Yeah,
That's a job.
the last one that to me looks like Jaden actually did himself was on September 22nd, a month ago, where he said, "Boy, Malik Neighbors, you acted different," and he added Malik Neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
Because those two are close friends, and this was when Malik Neighbors was just killing teams.
Yep.
Like, this dude doesn't seem to care about the stuff. And you know how refreshing that is? Some of the quarterbacks we've seen.
Mm-hmm.
Howell didn't care about the stuff, which was cool. But Howell wasn't the player that Jaden is.
True.
This is just a different universe, man. I mean this seriously. Here's how you know Jaden doesn't care. He's one of, I would argue, be the most recognizable stars in the NFL through 7 games.
Yeah.
I mean, dude is on a rocket ship of excitement and hype and fame, right?
Yep.
You and I both have more Twitter followers than he does. If he gave the slightest rip about that, he'd have 2 million.
Well, you know what? I don't care about the Twitter follow thing either.
I know. I'm just
with him
saying.
on that one. I don't care about that crap.
B, the last time they had a quarterback winning Rookie of the Weeks, that dude cared about the stuff.
Yeah.
Very much so. And it impacted everything. This young man does not. And that's a very, very positive development. Barstool Nate next.
This sports update is brought to you by Verizon. Tons of injury updates. First off, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers lost both star wide receivers Mike Evans and Chris Godwin in the loss to the Ravens on Monday Night Football. Now, Godwin suffered what Coach Todd Bowles said was a dislocated left ankle. If you happen to see the video, it is a gnarly injury. Mike Evans sustained a right hamstring injury. Now, Bowles said that he's waiting for further details on Evans and maybe a timeline for his return, but he said it did not look good for a return for Godwin. The 49ers, they got the bad news that they feared was coming. Brandon Ayuk tore his ACL and his MCL in his right knee. That will require surgery, and this brings an end to his 2024 season after just 7 games. And some college football news. Good news, though. Indiana quarterback Curtis Rokes, his prognosis has improved. He had thumb surgery on Monday, and that was very successful. It provided some clarity on a potential return. He may, now this is a maybe, could be back on November 2nd for Indiana's game at Michigan State, though he is still doubtful for Indiana's home game against Washington on Saturday. Phones weren't made to be broken, but life happens. So when you break your phone, Verizon's got you. Trade in any phone at your local Verizon store in any condition, guaranteed, and get a great deal on one of their best 5G phones with unlimited ultimate. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Didn't you love me? Barstool Nate's theme music. Trying to locate little Nate X. Ducking us as usual. B, what, while they get Nate on the phone, what performance do you think was better this weekend? Lamar last night, 5 touchdowns. I mean, just outrageously good. Good win on the road against a good team.
Mm-hmm.
Goff only had 2 touchdowns, but was 22 of 25, perfect in the first half. 280 in a road win against a good team.
Yeah, but Lamar added 50-something yards rushing.
And he had 3 more touchdowns.
Yeah. I go with Lamar this week.
I think you got
But I will say this. Put some damn respect on Jared Goff's name. That dude has, yes. What's the guy that left Detroit?
Stafford.
Stafford went there and won a Super Bowl. He has not been more consistent than Jared Goff.
No.
By no stretch of the imagination.
And I think at some point you wonder what Stafford's got left.
Mm-hmm.
Goff's, how old do we think Jared Goff is?
Probably less than 30. 27, 28.
Stafford's 36. Turns 37 in February and just has gotten beat up a lot, has missed time a fair amount. Goff is, I mean, he just signed a contract extension. I'm guessing he came out of school early. Goff just turned 30 last week, as a matter of fact. And has been super dependable.
He's another guy that you don't see a lot. You don't hear from him. But when you look at his stat line at the end of a football game, all he did was dice people up.
Totally.
Yeah, and it's just like, when people don't promote you or put you out there like that, but you just ball, they sometimes are pissed that they didn't do it because they look stupid.
All right, so the best performances of the weekend, I think you got to go Lamar.
Yeah.
Goff was incredibly accurate, precise. But do you put Saquon next? Derrick Henry next. I mean, there were some balling performances. Saquon went back to the Meadowlands, dropped 176 on him in a 28-3 win. He was averaging over 10 yards a carry. And then I think he scored through the air. And one of the coolest things at the end of the game, when he had a chance to break his own record, he said, "Nah, I'm cool."
Yeah. Hey.
Derrick Henry last night, B.
Mm-hmm.
15 carries for a $169. Had an 81-yard carry. I mean, I'd give it to Saquon. One, it's a little bit more yardage and the emotion involved in going back to New York after they didn't want him.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think that's pretty significant. I think it might be Lamar than Saquon.
I think you might go. You can get a toss up. They can have Lamar. Then you go 2A, 2B. Lamar then 2A, 2B.
Yeah, it's
Saquon and Saquon and a Henry.
All right. We have found Little Nate X. Either his phones are busted or our phones are busted. Frankly, between Little Nate X and Odyssey, could be either one. I don't know who to blame. Hello, Nate Dogg. How do you do?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
got
dude,
you, brother.
sound good.
Let's go. Yeah. No, I think it's Odyssey. It's definitely not my phone that's broken. It's definitely you guys.
All right, dude. We haven't talked to you. Jaden Daniels had to leave a game, has a rib injury. Week to week is the consideration going forward. What is your concern level?
Let me say this, first and foremost. Zoom might be the way to go. This sounds so much better than a phone
It does
call.
sound a lot better.
Yeah, it sounds better than you normally sound.
Yeah, this is incredible.
It
Second
adds
of all,
some manliness to your voice.
Much less nasally.
I need to smoke a cigarette.
That's how I landed here.
Yeah. So my level of concern for Jaden is not very high. He looked cool, calm, and collected on the sidelines. You know, he was cheering on the guys, high-fiving, hugging when we put up a 40-burger on Carolina. I wrote a blog about it on Barstool this morning, and my thought process is this. Unless he is 100% healthy, and I mean 100% pain-free, nothing can get re-injured or make it worse, then I don't want him on the field on Sunday. I want them to use every precaution necessary to keep him healthy, not just for this season, but for his career. Maybe I'm scared a little bit from the ghost of RG3 past, but I don't care. There's no reason to rush him back for a week 8 rookie season, regular season game against the Bears, where if he just plays with a lingering injury all season, it would be way worse than taking 2 weeks off and making sure that he's perfectly ready to go for the second half of the season. I see no reason in a rebuilding year that this was supposed to be. I know we're way better than expectation and can and should make the playoffs. But again, look long-term, zoom out. We have $100 million in cap room in the offseason to fill the holes, to sign free agents, another draft class. This is not the Super Bowl year. Next year and beyond is what we're looking at. So there's no reason to rush him back in.
I understand the concern that you have, Nate, and a lot of people have concern. But let me just tell you one thing. Football players are never 100% healthy.
Exactly.
And they're never pain-free. So if you're saying that, then he ain't going to ever play football again in his life.
Yeah,
So,
Steven,
you got to play.
That's semantics a little bit, right? Like, I get what you're saying. Yeah, after the first preseason game, everybody's in pain. I'm talking about the actual rib injury itself. If it's only 80% healed, I want him to take the week off to get it to 100% healed. I don't need him playing every week at 80% when he can miss 1 week to get to 100%.
Yeah, it's funny. Brian and I both said 90 is our number. Like, if he is at 90%, 95%, you can let him play because you're probably not going to be much above 90 or 95 all year anyway. But you do wonder, and we don't know right now if there's perhaps a muscle that's strained, if there's bruised cartilage, if there's just a deep bone bruise. Like, there's a lot of different things this thing can still be. But whatever it is could become worse. Right.
Yeah.
And that's up to the medical staff to, and I think it's really important. And I said this, and I think you'll agree, and you kind of hinted at it. Jaden is such a different dude that there is nothing on earth he wants to do more than play, but he wants to play because he wants to win and throw touchdowns. He's not concerned about Mariota taking his job or about like losing clout in the rookie of the week race. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, exactly. And what you just touched on, like us three, two dummies and B Mitch aren't doctors. Like, so if the doctor goes to him and say, hey, look, you're at 80%, it can't get worse in the game if you take a hit, then I'm way more okay with that than, hey, Jaden, you're at 80%. If you take one bad hit, it can go down to 50%. Then he shouldn't play. So it all depends, as you said, on the training staff and what they see and stuff that we don't know. But I want them to use more caution than necessary because it's just we've seen it, and not just like with RG3, as I mentioned, we've seen it across the league. Guys play too hurt, and it hurts them for their entire career. This was not for our beloved Commanders. We were looking, I mean, when we were talking in June, we were talking win ceiling at 7, maybe 8. Now we're looking at winning the division. So, and you know, the Bears are good, but they're beatable without Jaden. So I really think if there's a chance that playing makes it harder to win games for the entire rest of the season, it just can't be worth it.
Well, I understand. I think they are naturally going to be extra precautious with him. This is no longer the BS that you dealt with and saw in previous years. But I also believe that the character in this story, in Jaden Daniels, is tougher and more willing and probably will be better equipped to go out there if it's not completely 100%. And I think also that's what they may have to be worried more about him against anything else. Because, you know, some people want to play, want to be out there. Other guys, okay, they want to take off as much as they possibly can. I don't think he's that guy.
My next thought, though, is this. I want the coaching staff, the front office, the trainers, everybody to trust Jaden. And I want Jaden to be able to make the best decision. If he says he's ready to go, that's where it starts getting tricky, right? He goes, Coach, I can play. And coach is going, well, the trainers kind of think that you should sit this one out. Now it gets tricky because that's our franchise guy. You want to trust him, put the ball in his hand, say, hey, if you say you're ready, we're going to trust you. Go win us a game. But as B-Mitch, you know, we both played professional football, you and I. We want to be out there on the field. We don't care about the injury. We want to be out there with our guys winning football games. So now it goes, what do you do? If he's at, you know, halfway there, 70% of the way there, but he says, Coach, I can go play. Does he play?
If he practices, and I guarantee you they're going to have eyes on him. And if he goes through practice just like he's done all the previous weeks, they don't see anything hindering him. And, you know, like when he goes to throw, you see him have to do a certain thing. That means he can handle the pain. He can deal with it and he's ready to go. Now, if and in practice, I don't think they have to give him medicine to get through practice. Now, if he goes out there and he can't go through practice where no one is going to touch him or hit him or even get damn close to him, but he can't go through his regular day of throwing and stuff like that, no, he doesn't play no matter what he says. Because now you can't play. If I'm watching you and you can't do the things you're supposed to do without getting hit, I know you're saying you want to play, but I'm looking at you can't play. But if he goes through it easily, then you have to start believing in what he says.
Yeah. I will just hopefully the treatment takes and he gets his rest and you know, what do you do? Ice, elevate, whatever that stuff is. And I honestly,
as my coach and my trainer in college said, GVS and ice.
What's GVS?
Put that stem machine. They're trying to stem machine on you and ice. He said that for every damn thing. If you had a headache or whatever, Mr. Porsche.
You know what my dad's thing was when I was little? Open the window and sit on the toilet for 10 minutes. No matter what the ailment. That was his advice. I don't know.
Should have done that for my foot. I would have been healed a year earlier. I didn't think about sitting on the toilet with the window open.
Dude, how impressed were you? Now, granted, the Panthers suck, right?
Terrible.
How impressed were you by that win and just how locked in the team was once Jaden went down?
Okay, let's say this. Past years, this team does not only lose this game, they give up on this game. Instead, Marcus Mariota came in and he put up a 40 spot against, yes, a terrible Carolina Panthers team, but
Still
that
an
does
NFL
not
team.
matter to me. We can use this cliche till the cows come home that any given Sunday, any team can beat any team. And Carolina looked awful, and we looked great with a backup quarterback that, JP, you and I had to eat crow. We both said this guy stinks. He looked fantastic out there. And that is just a testament to the coaching staff and the offensive play calling and just incredible job preparing these guys for a football game and just the culture in general. Like we can see it on TV, just how hard these guys play for each other, how they don't give up on any play. You know, we're up by 30 and special teams is running around like their heads are chopped off. It was just such a great all-around team performance that we are so not accustomed to seeing. It really, like, I was just grinning ear to ear watching these guys. Like, this is my team now. We are the team that kicks other teams' ass now. Like, that used to be us, that graphic of the Chiefs game where there's 9 people in the stands and we're down, 75-0 at the half.
Right.
Like, we're the other side of that now. We're the team that embarrasses the opponents. We have 3 blowout wins in the last 4 weeks. I don't care who the opposition is.
B had a great line to that point yesterday.
What's that?
Brian had a great line yesterday to that point where he's like, I am appalled at the people that are mad that they're beating bad teams.
Oh my God.
Like, hell out of bad teams.
It drives me insane. You have to beat the guys on the schedule. And we're not just winning by a field goal. We're not winning because of a fluke fumble. We are imposing our will on these other professional football teams. Like, it is a sight to behold.
Totally.
So we did this exercise yesterday, and I don't know what your line is, right? I don't know who you consider good, bad, whatever.
Sure.
But if you just ask a simple, vague question, are the Commanders one of the NFL's good teams? What's the answer?
Without a doubt. We took the Ravens to the wire and could have won that game if not for that phantom pass interference call. And the Ravens have the top 2 MVP candidates probably on their team right now. This Commanders team has holes at nearly every position.
Good. I actually pulled the sheet from yesterday. Landfill does a very good job of asking these questions.
Yes, he does.
Are the Commanders one of the best teams in the league?
Easily, without a doubt. And I don't say that with any bias. This Commanders team can compete and beat any other team in the NFL right now with a healthy Jaden, but right now.
It's bold praise, brother. What do you think about this weekend?
I don't like the Caleb Jaden comparisons, but I do like that there could be a rivalry there. And what I mean is right now we don't know who the better quarterback will be, who will be the Hall of Fame. It'll be Jaden, but we don't know. I do like that this brings like a new layer of rivalry and excitement to the NFL, kind of like Brady versus Manning was for a while. And then, Big Ben and Rodgers was always in that mix. It's always great when there's a young, fun core of QBs in the league. Yep. And then 2 guys play against each other. And just this being their first meeting, I was really looking forward to just seeing it and taking it all in and being like, this could be fun for the next 10 years. I hope Jaden plays for that selfish reason. Obviously, I want him to be healthy first and foremost. The Bears are good. They've only allowed 101 points against. It's one of the best if not the best in the league. Second best in the league, I want to say. And
their metrics look quite good. I think they're second in points, 4th in yards, something like that.
And Caleb balled out last game, 4 touchdowns. He's coming into his own.
Coming off a bye. They get the Bears coming off a bye, then they play the Steelers in 2 weeks coming off a bye. So get ready to fuel up that this is rigged against them tank.
We're not worrying about that.
No.
4th in points allowed, 5th in yards allowed. Chicago.
It should be a dogfight. With or without Jaden, it should be a dogfight. This Commanders team does not care, who's on the other side of the field, how good that defense is, what their metrics are. They go out and fight and compete. It's a home game. I expect the Commanders to win. I do. I think we're at the point now. I know it's early, but we're at the point now where we should expect to win home games. It's not, maybe this just is a scheduled. There are no more scheduled losses at home. We're at home. We should win the game.
I'm with that.
Yeah. Listen,
I think you know what, we've sat here and we worry about what was so much.
Yep.
I think it's okay to start believing in this team.
Thank you. Yeah, exactly. We dipped our toe into the water. We were trepidatious. We were, very hesitant for very good reasons. I think now we can turn that corner and say, we are a team that other teams now look at as we have to beat the Commanders, not as Commanders. I hope we can beat that team. We are the team people want to beat.
If I may, though, last week when I said they were going to beat the hell out of the Panthers, both of you told me to slow my roll.
Yeah, we said slow your roll. I don't think we're going to just beat the hell out of everybody, because just like last year when you said they were going to beat the hell out of the Bears, they ran at a track meet against them.
But now you're saying
I'm saying it's okay to believe in your team. I'm not saying I'm not going to be saying every week listen, bro, if we win every game by 1 point, you know what? I'm happy. I could care less about how many points we beat them by.
Dubs. Nate, Caps are off to a hot start. Give me 90 seconds on the Caps.
The Caps look good. It's a good team. We took a playoff team from last year, added 5 good pieces to them. They should be good again this season. I was actually at the game in New Jersey over the weekend.
What's that stadium like? That's Newark?
Yeah, Prudential Center in Newark. It's a lovely arena. It's a good arena. But this is going to be the old man in me speaking, but I did ask a bunch of people and they agreed. It's the loudest arena volume-wise that I've ever been to, like over the PA system. The music is just so loud. The in-game announcements are so loud. I think everybody in there leaves with a headache. I could not believe how loud that place was. Not the fans, just the music and that nonsense. But it's a cool arena, easy to get to. Tom Wilson is an absolute stud. He's playing at such a high level, fastest I've ever seen him skate, fully healthy, 5 goals in 4 games. And Ovi got on the board. So, Ovi watch is officially on, 41 more away from holding the goal record. So, yeah, fun, good start for the Caps. And then Philly today, we should just beat the crap out of Philly and get another win on the scoreboard.
Thanks, buddy. Get your phone fixed.
Yeah, I got to go do that right now.
Yeah, don't blame us for your little ragged ass.
That's our boy, Barstool Nate. The Caps game's at 6. Kind of interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Nate Dogg. Mike Jones from The Athletic joins us at noon.
All right.
We're going to open the phone lines up. Plus, Brian Baldinger. Baldy's on the program at 1:30.
This sports update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. The surprising betting interest on Lakers rookie Bronny James that began before the NBA draft has continued into the regular season, and it's even surpassed the action that was placed on his legendary father. So more bets have been placed on Bronny James to win NBA's Rookie of the Year award than any other player at multiple major U.S. sportsbooks. FanDuel's reporting that 20% of the money that's been bet on the odds to win Rookie of the Year has been on Bronny James, the most of any player. And the odds, they're all over the place. At some places, it's 250 to 1, and at other sportsbooks, it's as long as 1,000 to 1. This sports update is presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today, or for more information, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Take his helmet away. B. Mitch and Finley,
man.
1067 The Fan. I don't know what's going on in the chat. I hope everybody's all right.
Yeah.
Shout out to everybody.
The chat is talking about the 1950s.
Pregnancy rates.
Being close to a guy at 10 feet, you get pregnant.
Good luck with all that.
Take it to a helmet away from him.
Lord Helmet. Landini, let me know with that clip. Okay. I got this tweeted to me this morning. I want to credit the person because I thought we had a mature conversation. Brandon, J Daniels MVP, and then this dude Carbon Primo looped in me and Grant. And here's the audio. This is coming from Chicago. This is like this is a person with a platform in Chicago. I think it might be the ESPN Chicago radio station. I'm not entirely sure the who on this, but it's not just completely random. Here is some audio that appears to be making Commanders' social media not thrilled.
Knock Jaden out of this game. I think that's your pathway to comfortably winning. Take him.
Well, listen, you take out the starting quarterback. Yeah,
It's football, Pat.
You're going a little Sean Payton on us, are you?
No, I'm not saying hit him in the head. I'm not saying hit him cheap. I'm just hit him hard in the ribs. You know he's hurt. This is the first time that you are getting a true dual threat who is also wildly accurate throwing the ball. This defense, as good as they've been, they haven't seen this. You're number 1 in the NFL in dropback EPA. You are number 19 in rush EPA. You know he's going to offer you the opportunities to knock him out. Take him. You know he's going to take hits. Hit him. He's asking you to do it. I'm so tired of everybody talking soft about this. You're saying knock him out of the game. I will not cry. If Kyler Gordon knocks Jaden out of the game, that's football. Do not hit him dirty. Don't cheap shot him. Don't target him. Don't hit him in the head. Bears fans, you need this win. Knock Jaden out of this game. I think.
Okay. If folks hear that and react and are pissed, I can get it. I think the full context of it is not as bad. He's like, no cheap shots, no dirty stuff, but hit him. Go after the quarterback. It's what every defensive end across the NFL is trying to do. I think more than that, though, and it's an interesting conversation with Jeff because this is just fan discourse and it's happening, and that's cool. I get that. I don't think we should care about that dude and his opinion on what the Bears should do this weekend. I don't care. I'm just completely dismissive of that.
To be honest with you, that guy is saying nothing that's not being discussed in the locker room, in a meeting room every week. As he kept saying, I'm not saying he kept saying it And this is the problem with people. You want to watch a violent ass sport, but you want to sit up here and make guys be pansies on the field. They aren't. Okay, they discuss some violent things. They discuss some serious things. They're telling them to hit him, but they're saying make sure you don't do nothing cheap and get a penalty. That's exactly what this guy said, right? When we play against people, I've said it on these airwaves at least 20 times. If someone is hurt and they're on the field, you want to make sure they're supposed to be out there. That happens. So long as it's nothing cheap, it's the rules of football, brother. You know, that's why people that play football play and the people that don't play don't play. Because it's a different rule when you step in inside those lines. The ball game is different. So who cares? Because if someone goes out there and purposely try to do something cheap, then he has guys on his team should protect him.
Well, it's like
and stand up for him.
It kind of circles back to me to the Jaden running. What if he takes cheap shots? Like, there's supposed to be rules to prevent the cheap shots.
Yeah.
And if he gets one, they get 15 yards. And maybe the guy gets ejected, and maybe the guy gets fined. If you don't think the Bears are going to try to hit Jaden Daniels, here's a secret. The Bears' defensive ends and defensive tackles, and when they blitz a linebacker and they blitz a safety perhaps, or a corner comes in hot, all of these things, you know that person is going to try to attack Jaden Daniels with malice in their heart. They are going to try to hit the quarterback as hard as they legally can. And they were going to try to do that before he hurt his ribs.
Yeah.
And now they're sure as hell going to try to do it now, but it's like we said earlier that people, I've heard this thing like, oh, let Jaden get 110%. There is no 110%. And when you're a blitzing cornerback, there's no, oh, he's hurt, I'm going to try to crush him. You're going to try to crush him regardless.
Anyway. Yeah, but like I want people to understand, like, yes, athletes, they hit each other hard, but I don't think, I'm going to say this. I will never say 100%. 99% of the people playing football, 99.9% of the people playing football are not trying to purposely hurt anybody. No. They understand the game is hard and damn enough. It's tough enough out there, and we look out for each other, and that's the ultimate thing. So I can't sit here and be overly concerned.
But you try to blast somebody legally.
You're damn straight.
And then there are guys that play it to the whistle, guys that play it through the whistle. There are guys that are known for going a little high or a little low. That's just football.
When I ran the football, I tried to make a guy, and the next time he came to tackle me, I wanted him to be thinking, oh, I shouldn't do this. It wasn't, oh, I'm just going to try to run. I was trying to make sure he second-guess himself. That's what people do on the football field. If you don't like it, don't watch it. Because it's a violent sport now. Don't care how much we sit up here and think about it. We would think the same thing about somebody else's quarterback. So it's weird, man.
Football players play violently. That's the sport.
It's what we do, baby.
They play aggressively. Some of them are incredibly smart. Some of them are aggressive and smart. Some of them have built a career out of being aggressive and smart and knowing what's coming. That's also exactly how I would describe John Leahy. If you're looking to buy or sell a home in the DMV area, you want somebody aggressive and smart and on your side. That's why I would call John.
And that's what Lisa did. Lisa had a home to sell in Clarksburg and find John Leahy's team with the Fine Living Group to be nothing but a huge asset. They came in with a targeted plan, which was perfect for both their home and busy schedule. John and his team also set realistic expectations and then only went on to exceed them. Even when unexpected complications occurred, the Fine Living Group was always able to pivot quickly. Lisa received more visits and offers than she had ever imagined, and that resulted in the top market value of her home, to the extent that it was the highest selling unit in her neighborhood to date. If you're looking for a seamless home selling experience, reach out to John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Go to johnsellsdmv.com and find out your home's value in mere seconds. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
And let's say you want to get your home sale moving and moving fast, but dude, my kids have dinged up all the doors. I should probably repaint. I got nail holes in this room where I changed the mirrors out. Talk to John, man. He can make all that work for you. If you need a little help before you sell your house, but you're short on cash, talk to John. He can help you tee up your home for market by getting you up to 50 grand to make those repairs and upgrades, which will drive up the sale price of your house. It'll get you more money, and then you just settle up with John on the back end at closing. Things like that make a huge difference. Things like that are what makes John Leahy so important to sell your house in this market. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing. Baby. Crazy. Pays me.
Back to the direction at hand.
Find a contraceptive. And at the same time, burning her, man. Real deal, Holyfield. Know how you feel. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. I got exciting news. No. Caps are off to a hot start. You can watch them tonight on Monumental Sports Network. Joe B. and Locker, smoking out, coking. Alexa Landestoy. Did you see Alexa had an Instagram post? She's having a baby. Congrats to the Landestoys.
Congrats.
That's awesome. Alan May, watch the whole crew. Game's at 6. I don't know why, but that excites me.
Why?
Because I feel like a lot of times it's like 7:30. I'm
You
doing
be working.
bedtime.
You won't see it anyway.
Nah, man, Tuesday is my
You
day.
got 500 jobs.
I'm going to hang with the kids. I might have a fire pit, Brian. Roast marshmallows. You want me to bring you one in?
Nope.
All right. I'm just saying. Landfill, you want me to bring you in a roasted marshmallow? I'm not sure how they hold. You want to come over to roast marshmallows? Landfill. That's a no for Landfill. Jeff?
I'm good, man.
Okay. Jeff's good. Caps are on tonight at 6, but more importantly, we're giving away Caps tickets. Caps are good. In the Metro Division, the Devils are leading the division with 11 points, Brian.
Right?
But they've played 8 games. The Caps have 6 points through 4 games. Eventually, this will all come out in the wash, but that's a ridiculous difference. The Caps are in 3rd in the Metro and are tied for the least amount of games played. So they're cooking.
Yep.
And we are giving away tickets. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Caller number 10. I'm trying to find the read. There we go. Caller number 10. You win 2 tickets to see the Caps play Columbus on Saturday, November 2nd, Cap One Arena. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, check out thefandc.com. 800-636-1067. You win a pair of Caps tickets. Now, the good news for our dedicated listeners, somebody's winning a pair of Caps tickets. And 2, by me doing that read on time, when it was slotted, we get Wendy Knows Sports at 12:45.
Oh, boy.
It might be a hockey special.
Oh, man. Don't ask her about hockey.
There's a baseline question.
If you asked that one question you told me earlier, she don't know that question. That's a problem.
I think we can
But don't
ask
ask
that
her anything beyond that question.
Okay, but we can ask that one.
Yeah.
How do we phrase it? Is Wendy standing out there? Can she hear me right now, Jeff? Okay.
Probably listening.
Nah, she's definitely not listening. So we're going to ask Wendy if she knows Alexander Ovechkin, if she knows who that is. How do we phrase it, though, without – if we ask, do you know Ovechkin, she's going to say yes. We need a better way of phrasing.
The best player on the team.
Who's the best player on the Caps?
Yep.
Who's the leading scorer for the Caps?
Just say best player, one of the best player in history that's playing right now for the Caps.
Okay. I think that's it. And then what's another good one? Who's the quarterback for the Kansas City Chiefs?
Yeah. You could give her a hint. Say he does a
State Farm commercial.
State Farm commercial.
All right. So we'll go Ovi, Mahomes, and we need a third. Basketball season's about to start.
Whose son is playing with them?
We could ask her what 2 SEC teams play in the city with the same name in a different state.
We can ask that one. I mean, that was stumping people this morning.
Wait.
Jeff,
What's that question Jeff asked?
hold on.
The way he asked it was completely wrong.
No. So the trivia question that was floating around the office this morning as the Junkies were wrapping up, we were starting our show. What 2 SEC teams play in different states with the same name, with the same capital city name? And I knew it immediately because it's South Carolina and Missouri, right? White Mike had one of the dumbest answers I've ever heard in my life. He said, yeah, I thought it was Texas and Texas A&M. So either he thinks they play in the same city or I don't know how
they
the
were
hell.
different states, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, clearly in the question it said different states. Landfill, what was your reaction when White Mike said Texas and Texas A&M?
I was dumbfounded.
I find him to be an
Um,
intelligent, hardworking young man.
I don't.
Not by that answer.
I think he's a hardworking guy. I don't know about intelligent.
That was a tough L. It really was.
I really had no opinion as to whether or not he was. It's not like Ryan the Stallion, who everybody is convinced is stupid.
He's dumb as a brick. Yeah, correct.
Like I was neutral on Mike's intelligence. Kind of a dummy now.
I want to hold out hope because Jeff wasn't doing anyone any favors in the phrasing of the question.
I mean, it was really, really obvious. He very clearly said different states.
Yo, how you gonna say I wasn't doing justice when I read it exactly from the Jeopardy?
You
fan
also
page.
couldn't answer it.
I didn't get it right, but I knew the answer, and that's why I asked y'all. I told you White
What
Mike
was
and I
your
didn't get it
guess?
right. We couldn't figure it out.
Okay.
We was thinking, but by the time
But did you guess two schools from the same state like White Mike did?
No.
Nah.
Can't be.
All right, good.
Nah.
At least it said with different states.
But hold on. To our defense, Valdez didn't say from different states at first. He just said two schools that share the same city name.
Well, okay. With that being the case, I would lean on your sports knowledge to know that Texas and Texas A&M aren't in the same city.
Yes, we knew that. I didn't see. I was thinking to myself, so I wouldn't say nothing stupid out loud. But Mike
a
just
first.
started. Mike started
Mike
firing
removed all
things.
doubt.
Yeah,
To
he
be
started
honest with
firing
you,
things, but
You don't even really need sports knowledge for that. Like, what state puts their two biggest universities in the same city? That just doesn't happen.
yeah, and that's what was stumping me at first. I'm like, I don't know any big school that's next to a big school that's in the same conference.
In the same city, too. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. That was fun. We gave away some tickets. We dunked on White Mike. I think White Mike's still intelligent. I think he might have a geographic hole in his intelligence, much like the pain hole Jeff's always searching for. Nobody go anywhere. Mike Jones joins us next.
The bumpy start to Jameson Williams' career continues as the Detroit Lions wide receiver is facing a 2-game suspension for violating the NFL's performance-enhancing substances policy. Now, Williams said he was disappointed with the suspension, but he had no choice but to take it on the chin. He will not be appealing this. As the number 12 pick out of Alabama in the 2022 draft, Williams' NFL career kicked off in a less than ideal manner. He missed the first 11 games of his rookie season because of an ACL injury he suffered in college, and then he was suspended 4 games for violating the NFL's gambling policy in his second season. Williams is currently second on the Lions in both receiving yards and touchdowns, behind only All-Pro wideout Amon-Ra St. Brown. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are in the midst of a nightmare Monday night after losing both of their top wide receivers in the loss. Mike Evans went down with a hamstring injury. Chris Godwin went down with a significant leg injury. Now, it's being reported that Godwin suffered a dislocated ankle, which would sideline him indefinitely. And I've got to mention 6 p.m. right here on 106.7 The Fan. Make sure you tune in to listen live as the Capitals take on the Flyers. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B-Mitch and Fidley, 1067 The Fan. It is high noon in the District of Columbia, and Jeff got high. We're going to discuss that in just a few moments. Right now, though, talking to our friend, Mr. Mike Jones. Jonesy.
John, where you find your thrill at, man?
How are you, buddy?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Did you find your
we are
thrill
good,
on Blueberry
man.
Hill?
Did I find my thrill? Yeah, I think I got my thrill. I didn't know it was Blueberry Hill, but, I found it somewhere.
Somewhere in Delaware. Jonesy, what a start to the NFL season. Let's start it locally, and then we'll zoom out. How impressed have you been by Washington?
By Washington, man, I tell you what, I thought that this would probably be kind of like one of those, you win one week, you lose a couple, you win, maybe, like a 8 and 9 type of season, but a decent foundation being laid. But I think I said it on you guys' show that they're not going to be quite ready this year. They're going to do some good things. They're going to show some improvement, but you're going to have to wait till next year. Well, I didn't expect that they were going to come out here and not just Jaden Daniels, but the fact that, and I've heard some people say, well, they're not playing anybody, but they aren't just squeaking by teams. They're not just getting lucky in a fourth quarter with a fumble recovery, next to the end zone or something like that. They are blowing teams out. They're beating bad teams. They're doing what they should be doing. And your star quarterback goes out and you keep on rolling. So that to me says you've got really good depth and good preparation. And so you're taking care of business. So yeah, this has definitely been a surprise. It's impressive. Obviously they're going to have a tough stretch where, they're going to hit, I think it's a number, maybe 3 divisional games in a 5-6 week stretch. And that'll be a truth teller stretch right there for them. But still, even so, this has been refreshing and encouraging to see.
What has been the most impressing thing to you?
Well, I think it's just the progress that they made. Well, outside of Daniels has been the most impressive thing. But look, their defense has made improvements each week. Their offensive line has made improvements each week. I think that's the thing is look, that first game of the season, I think that's what I was yeah, you know what? We're going to see some flashes and some fireworks from this rookie quarterback, but they're not going to be able to stop anybody. And it's going to be some real growing pains. But they've gotten better each week. And so that's the thing that's impressed me is that some of these improvements were something I didn't think was going to be made that quickly. They've definitely made leaps and bounds. And look, again, I don't know how this division is going to shake out because I think Philly's going to get their act together. And Dallas, they're still right there. They can, but it's not ridiculous to think that Washington can make the playoffs as a wild card team at the very least. They might have a chance to win this division if they keep rolling like they are. But at the very least, the wild card is a realistic expectation for them.
I think certainly the wild card is a realistic. And I know that you had some reporting earlier in the week on Jaden Daniels. What is the latest you've heard? Dan Quinn talked yesterday. It sounds like my guess is this is going till at least Friday and maybe even Sunday morning before we hear anything definitive.
Yeah, I don't think that we're going to hear anything more definitively because I think that, look, his mom tweeting that he's fine was good. I think that it's very possible that if they were playing the Eagles and a tight game or something like that, that maybe he would have gone back in. But I think that they looked at this and said, okay, look, we got this game. We're going to be okay. Let's not risk this thing. Let's be smart.
Yep.
And look, now we'll see how he responds after practicing on Wednesday, a couple days of rest. How can he still be as mobile? Can he throw as well? Can he be himself? And after you respond to several days of activity, then they'll make the decision. But I thought that Dan Quinn was as positive an update you could have asked for the day after the game. And so I think they are hoping that he can play. I would, and so, like you said, we might not hear until Sunday, but I think that it looks like it's trending towards that.
Yeah. You've been around this game a long time, and it's just, I think the average person doesn't understand what the hell guys deal with every time to get on the field on Sunday.
Right.
And sometimes you see a guy, you hear something, you don't think there's no chance in hell. They can't wait to get back out there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So, I mean, I think it's all about the pain threshold, and if he can handle it, he plays. If he can't, he don't.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing is like, and they have to watch, okay, look, does he look like he's favoring it? Is he not quite moving the same? Is his throw affected by it? All of those things, and they have to be smart, protect him from himself, because obviously he's going to want to be out there. But yeah, if he can be himself, then he'll be out there.
Which will be remarkable. Flipping it over, how good is this Bears team? They've won some games. They beat some bad teams. Caleb seems to be coming on. That defense seems to be pretty legit. Assuming they have Jaden, there is a reason they flex this game. What kind of contest you see on Sunday?
Yeah, well, I mean, and I will say, look, the three teams they beat are three of the worst defenses in the whole entire league. So you got to temper it a little bit, but I will say that the way that they've seemed like they've finally figured out how to execute this offense, how to position Caleb Williams for success, it's encouraging. They had a good defense. They played, Houston tough. Their offensive coordinator, the play calling, was just not the play calling used for a rookie quarterback. Having them drop back 50 times a game, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
In the first 3 weeks of the season. So after that first 3 week stretch, they finally seemed like they got it, and they started leaning more heavily on the run game just to ensure balance. And, so defenses couldn't pin back their ears because he was taking some hits. And so they look like they figured it out. They've got plenty of talent. They've, got, talent. They've invested in free agency and the draft. And so I don't think that they're going to have a chance to win their division, but they're an improving team and they're a competitive team. And I think it should be a good game between these two.
Well, speaking of play calling, Cliff Kingsbury, have you been impressed with his? Because people had their qualms about him, but Cliff's always said, I didn't know nothing before. Now I'm going to be putting we're going to be installing a different offense, and I think it's been totally different.
Yeah, no, I think so too. And I thought that the approach that he had was very good, very smart, where the first couple of weeks he was not airing the ball out. It was like, let's just get the ball out of his hands quickly, ease the pressure on him, ease the pressure on our offensive line. And then each week you saw it expand where, the drop backs were a little deeper, the shots downfield were deeper. And so I thought that was a patient and a smart approach out of Cliff Kingsbury. And look, he had some games, some years there with Kyler Murray where their offense looked decent, but then there were times, Kyler Murray couldn't stay on the field. So who knows what would have happened if Kyler Murray could have stayed healthy. But I do think that sometimes a young head coach, you think you got all the answers, you go out, you have some failure, and you learn from it. And then now he's back here. He's as an offensive coordinator. He doesn't have to worry about the whole big picture. He can really lock in. And look, he's probably going to wind up being a head coach again, but he's doing a really good job. And also give Brian Johnson credit too for just the development for this young quarterback and how they're bringing him along.
Yeah, I think, dude, they have built this quarterback corner, if you will, of Cliff, Brian Johnson, David Blau's a big part of this thing, Tavita Pritchard. I mean, even Mariota as a veteran that's been through it all, the ups and downs. I think what they built as far as like a room, a group of people to help Jaden has been terrific.
No, I think so. And look, there's such thing as too many cooks in the kitchen.
Right.
We saw what happened last year in Carolina where they had Frank Reich and Thomas Brown and Jim Caldwell and Josh McCown. I mean, they just had all these guys who had different philosophies, and it didn't come together, right? They were just, back and forth. But they, here in Washington, figured out, okay, let's get some diverse minds, but they still are able to speak the same language and obviously view things the same way. And they've come up with a good plan. He's got the right kind of people in his ear. Jaden does, and you're, seeing that the fruits of that.
All right, we're talking with our friend Mike Jones from The Athletic. You can give him a follow at @MikeJones. Let's zoom out from Jaden and the Commanders to. We don't even have to go very far. Let's go to the NFC East. You said something interesting that you think Philly's going to get their act together. To me, that kind of implies one, getting healthy, getting AJ Brown back on the field is a big difference. But two, Sirianni just taking his meds, whatever it is. How good is Philly? I think they're still the most talented team in the division.
I think so. But the other thing is also their defense. They've got young guys on that defense, and it seemed like there were some growing pains as they got comfortable with what Vic Fangio wanted and how he wanted to use them. We saw them this past week. They had 8 sacks. Now, look, they're going against the Giants, who are not a good team. But at the same time, you still got to make the plays. And it seems like things are starting to click for them defensively. You're absolutely right. Having everybody healthy on offense is a big thing. And I think that they also had some growing pains of, leadership with Jason Kelsey being gone and who's going to step up and kind of be the tone setter for you guys. So they kind of are growing into that. And so I don't know how far they're going to go, as far as a deep playoff run, but I think that in this division, they're going to be in the thick of things for the lead for this division late in the year.
Well, you look at Saquon; he's running the ball very effectively for them, and then you look down here in Washington, we're running the ball. The Giants and the Cowboys do not run the football well, and I think that's part of their problem.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. And look, everybody loves the pass. They talk about the passing league, but you notice all the good teams, they have the ability, even if they don't run as their first thing, they still have the ability to run. You have to have balance in this league. You have to be able to keep defenses off balance. And that's something that Washington obviously is able to do. And Philly, when they decide that they want to run the football, and, we've seen them some weeks where they don't feed Saquon enough. Last week, this past week, they definitely did. When they have that balance, that two-dimensional offensive approach, then you have a lot of more success. And it makes it easier on your defense as well because you're able to, control the clock and keep them off the field some.
So what do you think is going on with Dallas? I imagine you go on with that station sometimes, the fan, I think, in Dallas. And last week, Jerry's trying to fire guys, radio hosts. This week, he goes on with them and is just like, I don't think Derrick Henry would be having the same level of success with us as he's having there. Kind of throwing McCarthy under the bus.
His team sucks.
How stable are things for the Cowboys?
I mean, look, you're only as stable as the top, right? And Jerry is getting up there and doesn't seem too stable. Part of me last week, though, almost wondered if that was all just to kind of like be a distraction and take some heat off of McCarthy and, and the guys. And then this week here, and like you said, talking about, well, Derrick Henry wouldn't have had the success here. That's also trying to, well, he's the one who would have paid Derrick Henry, and before he was like, well, we couldn't afford him, and then I was like, oh, wouldn't So he's trying to come up with all these, reasons why it wouldn't have worked and everything, so that way he doesn't look as bad. Jerry really probably is at the point where he needs to sit back and let somebody else run this thing. He loves being the face. I think being the face and being the brand is more important to him than actually winning, because if you look at the head coaches that he's hired over the years, after Parcells, he has not had anything but yes men as his head coaches. He's not had anybody who will stand up to him, strong personalities. He wants to be able to have somebody that he can, will be okay. And then, Bill Belichick would not be okay with Jerry Jones, giving press conferences before he even spoke after games. Marvin Lewis probably would not have been okay with that either. And so he's gotten coaches who are beholden and maybe aren't the strongest tone setters and leaders. And look, this is the results you're getting, where you're going to underachieve all the time. So
I hope he keeps doing exactly what he's doing.
Right, exactly. So that's why he's getting the results he is getting.
I tend to totally agree with you, Mike. It's and people are convinced that he's going to try to chase him out. I don't think so. How long did it take him to get rid of Jason Garrett? It was
Jason Garrett didn't fight anything. He just took everything he said.
Right. And then look, he's not going to fire Mike McCarthy during the season. No. I mean, he might fire him after this year. Well, he does, just not renew his contract and then go get somebody else. But it's not going to be somebody that's, a strong personality. He had an opportunity to get Sean Payton, who had actually been there in Dallas under Bill Parcells, and he didn't. And if he didn't jump on that opportunity, who was regarded as, the best offensive coach out there outside of, Shanahan and the Bay, and he was available, and you stuck with Mike McCarthy, who's got the most boring milquetoast offense, then, you don't really care.
Mike, last one from me. You had a column that I think needs to be amplified. Everybody's in such a hurry to anoint anyone else besides Mahomes and the Chiefs, and all they do is keep winning. Whatever team it is, the narrative had been they can't go on the road and win. Well, last year they went to Buffalo and to Baltimore. Won both of them en route to a second straight Super Bowl. You had a column just about how great they are, and people still underestimate them.
Yeah, it's like everybody thinks that they automatically that you're going to be able to light things up the way you did every year, and if you're not doing it that same way, you're not good. I even had one dude who works in radio down there who was like, yeah, Mahomes is still playing like S. And I was like, wait a minute. Wait, what? Like, look at what he's dealing with here. When he drops back, he's always looking over his left shoulder because their left tackle is terrible. He's got no wide receivers to throw to. But they still figure out how to get the job done. They've changed their stripes without a rebuild so they can run the ball really well, and they've got a strong defensive team. But when crunch time comes, Mahomes is getting the job done. So I don't care what it looks like. I don't care what your fantasy football team results look like. They're winning games. And if you're able to overcome all kinds of things that are thrown at you and you're undefeated, you're still great. Whether you are scoring 40 points a game or 20 points a game, you're winning games, and that's all that matters.
Like I told JP yesterday, I said, look at his last 2 drives of the game. You can add it to 3 drives. When he gets the ball late, he puts the ball in the end zone.
Yep. And then all of a sudden, look, Kelsey came out of nowhere. Boom. Needed him third down. Boom. Got him on third down. He got what he needed to get when he needed to get it. And so, hey, I'm not betting against him.
Who you betting on in the World Series? I know you're Seam head.
Well, my wife is from New York. My kids are all Yankees fans. It would be much, better in this house if they win. So I don't know if they actually can. I know that those guys, they can change a game with one swing, but Aaron Judge strikes out way too much. My kids get mad at me when I say that. So I don't know. I'm a little bit worried for them. It'd be great to see, but I don't know. I'm nervous for him.
I just might have him another one.
I mean, Shohei. And then, but dude, Stanton has been so hot. I almost wonder if it's too much time off for Stanton, as red hot as he's been, because they don't play till Friday night, right?
Yep, exactly. I mean, but those old legs, that back probably needs a little rest. And they're getting some pitching back. because of the time. So maybe it'll play off all right. But I do agree with you. The momentum being killed, you get, a little worried about that.
I want neither of these teams to win. I can't root for either of these teams, but I am very excited for this World Series.
Yeah, if the Yankees win, bro, we won't be able to deal with Jeff.
Yeah, or Landfill. Landfill keeps it quiet, but he's a Yankee fan too. Mike, thank you for the time, brother. Appreciate it.
All right, Mike.
All right, I'll see you guys. Thanks
Thank you,
for having
brother.
me.
That's our guy, Mike Jones. Give him a follow at by Mike Jones. Check out his content in The Athletic. Jonesy got us started. When we come back, we're going around the NFL. Brian, I want to have a real conversation. What's the Pittsburgh Steelers ceiling if Russ is going to cook?
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Big changes are happening in the DMV, just like our upgraded football team. And now's the time to upgrade the comfort in your home with a Rude HVAC system. I did, and the difference has been night and day. My family and I felt the change instantly. And if you don't have a Rude system yet, trust me, you're missing out. Plus, there are tax-eligible options for you in the DMV. And if you're in Maryland, you might score some utility rebates. Head over to Rude.com and find a local pro partner and get ready for winter. Always remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. We're keeping our eye on the Commanders, of course, getting set for another week, but the first time this season, they may have to replace the rookie quarterback. The update on his status from Dan Quinn. Yesterday, Jaden Daniels officially week to week with the rib injury, so they may have to call on Marcus Mariota again as they get set to take on the Chicago Bears again. Remember, late kickoff Sunday at 4:25 start now, FedEx out and Northwest Stadium out in Landover. Huge injuries Monday Night Football. Both Tampa Bay receivers were banged up. Mike Evans having an MRI on his hamstring injury today. He could be out multiple weeks. Chris Godwin, meanwhile, done for the season, suffered an ugly dislocated ankle at the end of the game. He's having surgery later this week. NBA season tips off tonight. Knicks and Celtics, and the T-Wolves and Lakers. Late one out in L.A. Wizards open Thursday night home against Boston. And hockey Caps back on the ice tonight. Early start on the road for the Capitals in Philadelphia, looking for a 4th straight win. 6 p.m. the face-off tonight for the Caps here on the Fan. This update presented by IT Cadre, trusted insight from trusted insiders, itcadre.com. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre, CADRE.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
The Wallflowers landfill? Who is it?
Fastball.
Fastball. Shout out to Fastball. Jeff hopes he's seeing some fast ones from Pinstripes pitchers come Friday night. Jeff's also declared that if the Skins go to the Super Bowl, he's taking a whole week off.
Yep.
I'm sure it won't be all hands on deck at the old radio station if the local 53 goes to the Super Bowl. I'm sure you can't rack up overtime and all sorts of stuff.
I'm not going to incriminate myself on the air.
Oh, you got a hustle working?
No, I just don't want CK be like, yeah, Jeff said all hands off deck. Because
all hands on what?
Off deck.
Off deck, he said.
Brian, I have a question for you.
What's your question?
Mike Tomlin's never had a losing season.
Mm-hmm.
But Steelers haven't won a playoff game in some time now. They have, I don't think they've won a playoff game since 16. I think he's 0-4 in the last 4 playoff games. Most of those are wild card losses. In 2017, I think they lost as a 1 seed. Let me look this up. Because they lost in the division round, but I think they had a bye. Yeah, dude, they lost at home in the division round to the Jags, if you remember that.
Okay.
That was the year the Jags got to the AFC title game, rather. As it sits right now, the Steelers are 5-2.
Same as us.
Not a lot of teams with a better record outside of the Chiefs. The Lions are 5-1. Some of this, we're in that funky time of year where some teams have their buys, some teams don't. Chiefs 6-0. Bunch of teams at 5-2 and one at 5-1. The Steelers are not really talked about in that division. People talk about the Ravens, obviously, and then people are still talking about the Bengals, even though they're 3-4.
Mm-hmm.
Tomlin made maybe not controversial, but he made a bold decision to bench Justin Fields, who had that team at 4-2, to go to Russell Wilson. And early on, it looked like a disaster, but then Russ settled in and played pretty well. Yep. And Russ gave them a vertical passing element that the offense did not have with Justin Fields on the field. And I recognize that Fields is a dynamic runner, but there is nothing more disarming to a defense than a vertical passing attack.
Yeah.
A legitimate deep threat. So I ask you this, B. Steelers are second in points allowed defensively, 8th in yards allowed defensively. The offense perhaps ticking up. They're 16th in points scored, 19th in yards gained. They're really good at creating turnovers, and they're really good at preventing them. Not a lot of picks. They get after the opposing quarterback in TJ Watt and the dude Highsmith. That dude Highsmith is playing really, really well. Obviously, they've got great linebacker play. Joey Porter Jr. is really good. What do you make of this Steelers team?
I believe that they were 4-2 because of their defense, not because of Justin Fields. And I believe that Mike Tomlin, being a defensive-minded coach, felt the strain on the defense having Justin in there where he couldn't score points. And they had to basically do all they can to stop other teams from scoring points. Russ may be whatever people say, but like I said, you look at his numbers from last year, season wasn't horrible. He has a vertical passing game. He has great touch on the ball. And if you can affect teams defensively by throwing the ball down the field, you open up your running game. You help your defense out. They can be a little bit more rested when they go on the field. And I think that overall makes them a better football team. And I think Mike's decision was because, listen, man, we can't play defense like this the whole year and not begin to, lose some people, get some injuries, get burned out. So I want to take something off of it. And I think that's the move where they made it. And that is why a man seems to, always be there. And with the experience Russ has, that'll help them down the stretch. That'll help them if they were to make it to the playoffs. Yes, Justin can run. Inexperienced as hell.
Inexperience, and even the passing numbers aren't that good, they're the best he's ever had, and you wonder if there's not some reversion to the mean. The Steelers are really pretty interesting because Washington's offensive numbers remain off the charts, and they did even with Mariota this past week. There's some thought that with reversion to the mean, especially with the success they've had on fourth down and stuff, that offense will slow down a bit. I'm not sure I see it, honestly. I think that offensive line is an absolute engine, and
they run things, brother.
Maybe even you and I aren't talking about it enough. I think as a city, as a group, as a fan base, we're not talking about it enough. But two teams, two traditional powers that I think aren't getting talked about that much right now because there's another team in their division that's perhaps doing it a little sexier. I think the Packers are really good, and I think the Steelers are really good. And I think if Russ, you're not getting 2015 Russ back, but if you get 80% of that team's pretty good, man. And they're well coached, and they're hard-nosed, and they play great special teams. The AFC, the bottom of the AFC is awful. Jets, Pats, Browns, Titans, Jags, Raiders. There's a lot of bad teams in the AFC.
Totally.
But it's pretty top-heavy, dude.
Got a lot of people.
Bills, Ravens, Chiefs are probably the presumptive Super Bowl winners if you go look at odds. Texans are right there. Steelers are right there. You still have the Bengals looming. It's at least interesting what's going on there.
Yep.
When you get to a Twitter follow I like a lot is this dude Ben Baldwin. He goes by Computer Cowboy on Twitter, and he comes up with all these very cool, easy to read, easy to understand charts. And he had one this morning that I just found fascinating in a lot of ways. If you're looking at, and this isn't Vegas based, right? This is kind of combining Super Bowl odds with the market. The top three teams I can understand. Chiefs are at 30% chance to win their conference and 60% to win the AFC. Well, no duh. They've won it back-to-back in 3 of the last 4, and they're undefeated.
Yeah.
I think you could argue that should be higher.
Probably so.
After that, it's the Ravens. They look great. They look fantastic. Lamar looks great. Henry looks great. The defense is flying to the ball. After that, the Lions. which they're 5-1. They're going to, if you get home field advantage in the NFC, that dome in Detroit is loud as hell. I could see it. We'll get to power rankings tomorrow because that is more a person's opinion, right? That's more subjective. This is based on betting markets, which don't always tell the right story because some of this is about keeping money even. Who would you have fourth? They go Chiefs, Ravens, Lions as far as the conference winner, Super Bowl winner.
Chiefs, Ravens, Lions. I think you gotta bring the Bills in there.
I would think Bills. The Vikings are 5-1. They're playing really good defense.
I understand that. I'm not completely sold on that whole deal yet. I've been impressed with what they've done, but we will see.
Totally fine.
Now that they finally lost the game, let's see how they bounce back.
So here's my question, I guess. The teams they have, so it goes Chiefs, Ravens, Lions, Niners. Then Bills, Vikings, Texans, Packers, Eagles. Skins are after the Bengals, which is pretty remarkable. But I want to have a conversation about the Niners, albeit briefly. But they're 3-4. Debo's in the hospital, I think, with pneumonia. Ayuk's out for the season. McCaffrey hasn't played yet, and they're hopeful for maybe after their bye week. Trent just punched a dude, got thrown out of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Purdy is throwing interceptions at a rate that is new for him. Was Fred Warner hurt? Did I see that somewhere? They're 3-4, Brian. At what point do we have to reevaluate the Niners?
Well,
week 10?
The Niners are a team that they have some injuries happening right now, and they normally come back in the end. So if they are anywhere close, you can't count them out.
So, of the playoff picture, and perhaps this is dumb going into week 8. Like, I recognize that. But of the playoff picture, the Niners right now are the 12 seed. Now, what helps is that their division, which has been good for some time, isn't. The Seahawks are in first place with a 4-3 record, so the Niners are a game behind them. Nobody is really, the Cardinals are 3-4, the Rams are 2-4 coming off a bye week. I don't know. I kind of like Mike McDonald and what they have in Seattle. I don't know that they're going to hold on and win that division. I'm not saying it's now, but at some point, the games matter.
Yeah.
And San Fran hasn't looked like the second best team in the NFC to me. I think the Packers are quite good, and I think we're kind of not looking at them like we should. When you talk about what Green Bay is doing, they're trying to move up a level, right? At least in our minds, because Green Bay was in the NFC title game last year, they were in the division round against San Fran last year and probably could have, should have won that thing.
Mm-hmm.
If you're trying to move up a level, like Green Bay at least wants to get to probably an NFC title game, maybe they want to move up to the Super Bowl. If you're trying to move up a level in your life, you need to call my friends at Metropolitan Moving and Storage, the official and unofficial moving storage company of 1067 The Fan. Listen, these guys have helped thousands of people move, businesses, homeowners, all of it, condos, mansions, whatever you got, they can help you move. They can pack up your stuff. They can store it for you as long as you need. They can build a custom crate for your really high-end, valuable stuff. You got art or chandeliers, any of that kind of stuff. They can even send a moving consultant to your house or office. But for me, this is a personal thing. I've known the fellas that have built this company from nothing. These were just two big dudes that were trying to figure out what to do with their lives and started a moving company. And now they're one of the best on the East Coast. No wonder what kind of service you're looking to do. I've known Justin and John since we were kids in high school. I would trust them if I'm moving. I would trust them if you're moving. Call them today, 301-279-0090, 301-279-0090. Tell them JP Fenley told you to call or check them out at dcmetropolitanmoving.com. 12:45 on Tuesday means maybe my favorite segment of the week. Wendy Knows Sports, starring Wendy. We keep her name.
She knows a lot of sports.
Keep her last name private because I know
she only goes by one name. She's a star.
she's like Prince or Cher or something. Wendy. Hello, Wendy.
Madonna.
Hi, guys.
Did you pick that song Landfill was playing?
I did.
That's your jam?
I just randomly picked a number.
Was that
Landfill-
George
Landfill
Strait?
He
Who
don't,
was that?
he don't let you choose. He just tell you pick a number.
Yeah, that was George Strait. Yeah.
You're a big George Strait guy?
Have no clue who that is.
Okay. Now, Wendy has been cluster buster extraordinary. I do not remember Wendy's title, and I am unsure that many people do. Okay, AD with the new Jaden t-shirt. Wendy, you run promotions and salespeople and fans. You deal with a lot of BS around here.
I'm the gatekeeper for all the tickets.
Yes, that is a
Yeah,
big deal.
that's the name right there.
For the record, I've never gotten
I've never gotten any
tickets.
tickets either.
Yeah, I'm
Just saying.
just saying. But you,
Jeff, we know Jeff got tickets.
Yes,
Jeff's
he did.
always getting. How come Jeff gets tickets and me and B can't get any tickets, Wendy?
I send out the mass email all the time. Jeff
You always got to
And
change.
I
your-
work with promotions too.
You always got to change your password and stuff. All right, Wendy. Should we get down to business? I know you're a busy woman.
Yep.
Are you ready for this week's edition of Wendy Knows Sports?
Okay. I'm nervous.
Don't be nervous.
We
You got
mostly
it,
do
Will.
football here, okay? But this is also the beginning of hockey and basketball season.
Oh boy.
You have given out a number of tickets to the local hockey team, right?
Yes.
They are the.
Capitals.
There we go. All right.
All right. That's
One
one.
for
That's one.
Who's the all-time leading scorer for the Capitals? You got this.
Ovechkin.
Yeah!
That's the only person I know.
That's fine. That's the only person we're asking you about.
By the way, nobody could see this, but Jeff just tripped and fell. I just thought I'd point that out.
He did. Did you get that on tape?
I wish we had that because he did jump over that chair pretty
Yeah,
impressive.
that's why he hurt, because he has more energy. You have to jump that chair.
Wendy, I want you to know you nailed the NHL preview. That's
Okay.
that's the most hockey we've done all week. So you
Now
crushed it.
basketball.
Now we're going to basketball. There is a team this season that's going to have a father and son playing together.
The Lakers.
Whoa!
Who is it?
LeBron James and his son, Bronny.
Wow! You knew that, no problem. Is basketball your go-to then?
No.
How'd you know that so well?
That's current events.
I mean, yeah, that's just news.
Okay. Who are you've gone so fast here? I'm just going to have to try to come up with something now. We'll keep. You want another hockey or basketball question?
Basketball.
Okay. Who's the defending NBA champ?
The Celtics.
Whoa! Wendy's on fire.
You go win.
You should go to the casino. Can you name a Celtics player?
No.
Oh,
Jason Tatum.
is Jeff giving you
He
answers?
just had a baby with LMA.
Ah.
You know what? Now you stumped me. I didn't know that.
No. So if it's anything pertaining to music and all, Whitney got you, because LMA music.
Yep.
Okay. What about the home team?
The Wizards.
Yeah, all right, bang. This is a hard one. Seriously, because they're going through a big rebuild, and I understand all that. Can you name a Wizards player?
Kuzman.
Kuzma?
Yes.
Got it.
Whatever.
Yeah, nailed it. You're on fire. When Jaden Daniels got hurt, who came in the game for the Commanders?
That part I don't know.
So in other words, she don't like the football.
Did you?
I got a problem with you now,
What do you
Wendy.
do on Sunday afternoons?
So my mom watches the Commanders game.
Hey, phone a friend.
Like
Call
my
your mom.
granddad watches.
Do you want to text your mom real quick and see if she knows the backup
She's
quarterback?
at work and she probably doesn't know either. She
Yeah.
watches the game though.
What local team do you think you could name the most players?
Nobody. And you know what's really, it's really sad. I work for the Nationals, the Capitals, and the Wizards.
How many Nats can you name?
None.
When you have to listen to us for air checks and stuff, because I imagine that happens, how boring do you find most of our content
I
discussions?
actually don't listen for the air check. The sales assistants do.
Yeah.
So you just don't listen
Or
to us at
landfill
all.
just let them know.
I just pull winners. That's all I do.
Hey, you know what I don't do lately is pick winners. And
Yeah.
God, I'm trying to. I'm just losing money.
Help
right and
JP
left.
pick some winners.
Do you have any winners for this weekend? Is there one bet you would make this weekend?
For football,
Sure.
who plays this weekend? Everybody.
The Commanders play the Bears.
Hey, take the Ravens over the Buccaneers.
Okay.
That was last
What
night.
I
B-Man
know.
said.
That's what I'm saying. It's guaranteed.
Can you name any Ravens players?
No.
Not one.
No.
You got to be able to get one. One dude that's won the MVP twice.
It's Baltimore. I don't pay attention to Baltimore.
That's actually the right answer.
That's the best answer
Yeah.
you ever given, right?
You can't name one Ravens player.
No.
If I give you the last name, can you give me the first name?
No.
Jackson.
Lamar?
Yes. Did somebody give you that?
Yeah.
Who's the quarterback of the Kansas City Chiefs?
He's on a State Farm commercial.
How about this? Who's the tight end for the Kansas City Chiefs?
Yeah.
Oh, the Kelsey boy. What's his name?
I can hear you guys giving hints to Wendy. That is not part of the game. Wendy, as always, we love the Wendy Loves Sports segment, and
Good job,
we look
Wen.
forward to seeing you next week.
The questions that he had for you, you killed him.
Thanks.
Yo, we only came up with Ovi and LeBron, and you crushed those. Congratulations. Big winner.
Appreciate you guys.
That's our friend Wendy. When we come
Now
back,
I'm asking, what happened to those calzones?
yeah, what's up with $6 Calzone Tuesday? Baldy at 1:30.
I'm Earl Forsey. This report is brought to you by Consumer Connections Rideshare. Call 800-745-RIDE. The Commanders may have to ride with their backup quarterback coming off the impressive win against Carolina. They're going to keep an eye on the status of rookie QB Jaden Daniels this week, officially week to week with the rib injury suffered early in the win Sunday. Marcus Mariota finished up, looked pretty good, and was asked if he's taken any different approach this week, knowing he may have to be the starting QB.
Not at all. Not at all. I just focus on what can we clean up from this game? What can I do to be better? And just approach the week just as we have and do what we got to do to get ready to go.
Commanders are perfect 3-0 at home. Another home game in Landover this week. Top pick Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears in town. Right now, Chicago's an early 3-point favorite. Remember, again, that is a late afternoon kickoff, 4:25 Sunday out in Landover. Hockey early start for the Capitals tonight on the road in Philly, looking for a fourth straight win, 6 p.m. face-off for the Caps tonight here on the Fan. NBA season also tips off tonight. Knicks and Celtics early. T-Wolves and Lakers 10 p.m. Wizards open up Thursday night home against Boston. Share the ride to work. Commuter Connections can match you with others who live and work near or with you. Learn more at commuterconnections.org or call 1-800-745-RIDE. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. About 25 minutes, we'll be joined by Brian Baldinger, Odyssey NFL Insider. Baldy, I follow Baldy on Twitter and Instagram, I believe, and he's really good at social media.
Baldy's good, man.
Yeah, just break
He's doing
down
stuff, man.
all of it. And I think Baldy's been really high on the Commanders all year, on Kingsbury, on their O-line, all of it. What else is pretty cool is on Monday, we're going to be in College Park. You know, you've heard me talk about College Park after dark. We're going to be there during the day. 1067 The Fan and the Maryland Terrapins football team need your help solving the largest blood shortage in a generation. Join the We Give Blood Drive on Monday, October 28th at Tizer Tower on the University of Maryland campus. Donate blood between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. Get free tickets to Maryland versus Rutgers and help the Terps win $1 million from Abbott. Visit big10.org/Abbott, ABBOT. Tizer Tower, I believe, is part of the stadium. It's like the tall office building looking part of the stadium, if you're wondering where that is. Here's what I'm wondering, B. I'm going to tell you this right now. We're going to need parking for this event because that can be a pain during the day when there's students everywhere over there.
In Maryland?
Yeah.
We better have some parking.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, if we have an event, we need to have parking there or we won't be going.
Right. So I think it could be really fun if we land in a place where there is a Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams rivalry. Clearly, the television networks believe they can drum that up because they've already flexed this game to, just from 1 to 4:30. But the important part of the 4:30 is that it becomes a national game. The whole damn country's watching this thing. Does this feel like a big game to you? Bigger than something else?
Not necessarily. I know it's the two quarterbacks that were drafted, first two in the draft, but this game seems it doesn't seem bigger than a game we play against Dallas, the Giants, or the Eagles. It doesn't seem like this is a bigger game than when it was 2 weeks ago when we played against the Ravens.
I feel like you're totally right that the divisional games still occupy a higher space.
I think the Ravens game did as well.
I agree. One, because the Ravens were awesome and you're trying to see what you got against one of the league's best.
Yep.
But two, there is that element of like local geographic animosity.
I think this game right here is is the league or others are trying to make bigger because you know what? If they can be against each other and play rivals for the next 10, 15 years, they can make the NFL a ton of damn money. That's what this is about. This is not about fan bases. Well, the guy that says some stupid stuff, they probably got all the Commanders fans want to line him up on the damn firing line or something like that. But ultimately, this is not a fan thing. This is more about media generated.
Yeah.
Because they're trying to get top dollar out of what they can, which I expect and I understand, but this is not like Baltimore being right there. Right. Dallas being historically a thing you go against. The Giants, they beat you no matter what. The Eagles that have won the Super Bowls recently and things of that nature.
I totally agree. It's this thing has the potential 2-3 years from now to be awesome. If both these guys are great and it's the same draft class and one of them went 1 and one of them went 2 and they start matching up year after year, that could be dope.
Yeah.
And so much gets made of scheduling.
But see, they won't have them playing each other every year.
Well, so here's the difference, though. The reason we saw Brady versus Manning all the time in the regular season, the bulk of your schedule is dictated by a rotating basis.
Yeah.
You play your own division 6 times, then you're going to play one AFC, one NFC division 4 times. And in the old days, there were only 2 games left. Now there's 3 games left.
Mm-hmm.
Those get assigned by the team that finished in the same place you did in other divisions.
Yeah.
So if you get to be a team that's finishing first all the time, you get to play the other first place teams. And that's when you saw those awesome games of Patriots, Colts, Saints. Like, that's why the Chargers, they're always, and some of it you just get by the rotating basis.
Yeah.
But when you finish first all the time, that's when you start playing the other really good teams all the time in the regular season. And it's Sunday Night Football and it's Monday Night Football and it's awesome.
There's a lot that has to go into it for that. So this is a rivalry that can become something big if it were to take on get in the right direction where, Washington is good, Chicago is good. They see each other in the playoffs. Oh, boom, they see each other in the regular season. It happened like that, but if you really think about it, it's tough as hell for it to really just automatically assume it's going to happen.
What do you think the reception will be this weekend for Caleb Williams?
Look, man, people love this team. People love Jaden. I mean, Caleb is from this area, but more people are going to care about the Commanders than they care about Caleb being from this area. And he's going to have his people that's going to cheer for him and try to have a little, but ultimately, this is going to be about number 5 who plays for the damn Commanders.
I agree with that. I think when Caleb's introduced, he should get a nice round of applause, and that's about the end of it.
Yeah. Let's be real. People that, he's from the area. He went to Gonzaga, right?
Yeah.
The people that went to Gonzaga are going to cheer for him. The other people around here probably won't.
I think
people that went to other schools,
DeMatha,
they like to hell with him.
Right.
He go to our school. They cheered against him when he was in college. High school and all. So they probably cheer against him again. You have a feeling that you want people that are from your area to exceed and excel. When they play against your team, you're not thinking that. They can do that next week.
Tend to agree. I like to root for Caleb. Seems like a nice young man. I like when guys from here succeed.
When he's not playing against this team.
Right. Like I remember years ago, Navy played Maryland in football to open a season. I think I was just out of school, so I still was pretty locked into Terps football. And I root for Navy. Hopefully everyone in America roots for the Naval Academy, root for Army, root for all of them. But if they're playing my squad, I'll root for you next week.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I root for the Navy. I root for the Army.
Air Force.
If that football team is playing against my college, I'm not rooting for you.
Right.
I'm still rooting for when you go on to protect us and doing stuff like that on the football field. Nah, you're trying to beat my team.
I like this from Sam Barbiere via Twitter. He says, Each week feels bigger for Washington fans because of the reality of the record and true playoff stakes. Caleb Williams is just a sidebar. Local ties draft order is just noise.
I'm with that. Listen, man, you've been around me double-digit years. I don't get too excited about none of this crap because ultimately it's not super exciting until you get to the playoffs. You know what I mean? So during the regular season and then early on in the season, don't even care about playoffs. As you get through the middle of it and then you start getting to the end, things start to become more serious. I get excited. In the playoffs is when I really feel it. But, it's just that's who I am. That's not who everybody else is. I understand everybody else is. And I can feel it when people are starting to get it. And when those playoffs hit, though, I get the itch.
For sure. And I think, as you look at this, I think the guy Sam on Twitter is really onto something because when you're good and it
Is Sam
starts
related to Sean?
No, he's D Barbieri. This dude's just Barbieri.
Okay. I just heard the Barbieri.
I heard the same. I thought the same thing. But as you start to build, say they win this week, then they're 6-2 going to the Meadowlands against a Giants team that's a mess. That game becomes even more important because you can't lose to the Giants, and you can get to 7-2.
Yeah, see, and that unlike a lot of people just look at the stuff. I remember this team being 6-2 and finishing 8-8.
Was that the year Terry Allen looked like a leading MVP?
No, I wasn't Terry Allen. That's when you had
Zorn.
Zorn.
Yeah, that happened.
Yeah, Terry was way gone then.
No, I think it was that team in like 97 or 98 where they started 7-1 and finished.
Yeah, I was on that team.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about, I remember this team at 6-2 and everybody was in the field. But I feel everything is totally different at this point. But at that point, I wasn't so, I got to get over that hump.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Then I can start to feel it again. But that troubled me.
Get to 6-2, 7-2, Steelers coming to town.
Yeah.
Like, think about the excitement about that game.
It would be huge. But see, what I've seen this year already, I've seen them improve and change stuff from week to week. Remember, I used to always say you take that 4 weeks and then you have to figure it out. And I remember they were 6-2 and Jim Zorn was here and I hadn't seen changes at all. And I was on the show with Coach Thompson. And I said, Coach, they haven't changed. They're about to, these other teams are going to figure them out. I said, I wouldn't be surprised if they go 2-6 down the stretch. And they went 2-6 down the stretch. He's like, how did you know? Man, when you don't change up stuff, the defensive coordinators will figure that crap out. They're not stupid if they're the defensive coordinator. And they were doing the same stuff in the same instances every damn week. But this here, they're switching up every damn week.
Well, that's going to be the biggest. So for me, as I watch, Kingsbury offensively is introducing something new every week. How about the Wildcat last week, right? Mm-hmm. That was something we saw them practice in Arizona, but can't talk about that.
But they ran that in one of the games already.
Right. But they just kind of.
They ran it in a game earlier this year.
Right. And then they bring it back. They're running this, I guess you call it the pony formation, which is the pistol, but with 2 running backs. Like, they are keeping everything fresh. But the knock on Cliff from the Arizona days was when things were running well, they stalled out late in the year. So Cliff still has to be out there and answer that, right? Can Jaden, the rookie wall, can Jaden make it? Hell, Jaden has to come back from this rib injury. Every week is going to be its own entity because this team is good. Like, when teams are bad, you could be like, oh, if they lose 3 in a row, they might fire the coach, whatever. But when teams are good, you're not talking about that. Every week matters. Every week is paramount.
Every week matters. Every week's paramount. But I think right now what you're seeing is that influence that Cliff talked about, where I'm with all of these guys that has this influence offensively. And it's helped me out. But I also believe that there's as much influence from Quinn and those defensive coaches as it is from the offensive coaches. Because in press conferences after the game or even during the week, Dan will be talking about something offensively like what they talked about. and then you see it in the game. You know, I've already said that whenever I learned the most, wasn't that I was asking the running backs, I was asking the linebackers and defensive back what type of keys they were looking for from me. And then that made me be able to do stuff to throw them off. You know what I mean? So if the defensive coaches are helping, and I love that. That's how it was with Coach Gibbs and Pettibone and them. Offense and defense went at each other.
I mean, you think about like the 91 team. I had the VHS tape of the Sports Illustrated like year in review of the Super Bowl win. And I think, imagine like that deep voice. Who was the original NFL Films voice guy? I'm blanking on his name. Sable? Ed Sable?
Steve?
I think Steve's son.
His dad was Ed. I think it was Ed.
And it'd be a Week 8 matchup, late
Week 8,
October,
yeah.
Monsters of the Midway heading to Northwest Stadium. Like, it's a big deal on its own. And we keep talking about they win, then they're going to the Meadowlands at 6-2, right? What if they lose? Then they're going to the Meadowlands at 5-3. Who knows? Maybe Philly wins this weekend. They're tied for the division, and a division game is huge. I think the rest of the way, as long as you're good, the games are going to matter.
Yeah.
They're going to matter a lot.
I love that.
Yeah, me too.
How many seasons have we gone where nothing matters down the stretch?
The only potential dog games left on the stretch after that Panthers game, the Titans, Week 13, and then the Saints coming out of the bye December 15th.
At that point, the Titans may be having the mindset of, let's disrupt some people's stuff.
Totally.
Let's be
But Titans Week 13 going into the bye December 1st. Every fat dude at Northwest Stadium is going to have a Santa hat on, and that place will be jumping because they'll have just played the Cowboys.
Why do dudes gotta be fat, man? With the Santa
Maybe
hat?
some skinny guys will have Santa hats on. I don't mean that as a shot. I'm just saying, you get to Christmas time with a good football team, it's packed.
Yes, that's what I want, Jay.
Yeah, me too.
That's what I've been looking for.
Just
I said to some of the guys earlier. I mean,
give me the juice.
This is when you winning in this town. This is what you get, man. This area, bro, they can show you some love now. But they have gone through a long time, and now they are waiting to explode, dog. I'm telling you.
Ready to blow. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to break early. I'm going to be on time. So when we get Brian Baldinger, we get plenty of time. Brian Baldinger, Odyssey NFL Insider, joins us next.
I'm Errol Forsey. We're brought to you by Ace Trim, the home builders trade partner. As the Commanders get set for a big game against the Bears on Sunday, 4:25 kick in Landover. We'll have to watch the status all week of quarterback Jaden Daniels, officially week to week, according to Dan Quinn, with the rib injury. They'll monitor him and his progress throughout the week. Also concerned about rookie left tackle Brandon Coleman, who is in concussion protocol. Huge injuries on Monday Night Football. Tampa Bay wide receivers Mike Evans, injured hamstring, could be out multiple weeks. Chris Godwin, likely done for the season with a dislocated ankle. NBA season tips off tonight. Knicks and Celtics, T-Wolves and Lakers, and hockey. Early start for the Caps on the road in Philly. 6 p.m. for the face-off tonight for Caps hockey here on The Fan. For over 25 years, Ace Trim has been a trusted trade partner for new home builders in Virginia, Maryland, and West Virginia, specializing in full-service interior trim carpentry. We handle everything from supply to installation, turnkey and hassle-free. Contact us at acetrim.com today. Ace Trim, the home builders trade partner. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Errol Forsey on The Fan.
How about this, B? From Rossini saying the Rams are open to moving Cooper Kupp.
Yeah, because that other dude is in town now, and he's younger and he's less expensive.
Puka
Nacua.
Although he's not playing either.
Yeah, but they know when he comes back, they can rock with him.
Here's who I rock with, Brian Baldinger. Baldy joins us now, and of course, you can check out his podcast, The Best Football Show. Brian Baldinger serves as the Odyssey NFL Insider. Baldy, I follow you on Twitter, Instagram, all of it, and man, it feels crazy to see you really like what the Commanders are building here.
Well, I do. I mean, I think there's a lot of creativity to the offense, which Washington hasn't. I don't know if they've ever seen that. I think that, the way that either quarterback, I've never seen Marcus Mariota play that well, ever. I mean, going back to Oregon, I've never seen him play like that. So, I mean, that's a credit to A, being ready, B, the offense. He likes the offense. See him get the ball to McLaurin and Zach Ertz for the touchdown. I mean, those are throws I haven't seen him make in a long time. So it's credit, man. Like, you can see this thing building. There's to watch Dante Fowler. He's the best he's played in 10 years. It's the best he's played. So Dan Quinn's got him going. Joe Witt's got him going. There's a lot to be excited about right now.
Offensively, what I've noticed, they keep the defense off balance a lot.
Yep.
And Cliff Kingsbury, he everyone thought about just the air raid. Do you see any of the influence of Anthony Lynn because of the running game how it is right now?
Absolutely, Brian. I mean, they had second drive that they went down and kicked the field goal on. They ran the ball 8 straight times from 8 different formations: unbalanced left, unbalanced right, pistol, power pistol, spread with 2 backs, different motions. I think some of that is Anthony, but honestly, even in the air raid, Brian, Cliff loved to run the ball. He loved to spread you out to run it, to find bigger lanes, quicker lanes. And so now he's got tight ends, and he's got 3 good tight ends. Zach's not much of a blocker, but that's all right. They got 2 other guys in Bates and Sinnott they can block. So they give you a lot to look at, a lot of pre-snap motion, a lot of window dressing. But they want to run. They want to run the ball now. And so they did against Carolina.
But you watch a lot of the big guys in the inside too, and I know
that's what I love.
I love watching the game from the sideline and just watch those guys work.
Yeah.
How much did you see any difference in the D line this week compared to what it's been prior?
Well, I think they knew. I guess Chuba Hubbard has had a great season, Brian. Like, he was third in the NFL in rushing. And the offense line, like, you can look at Carolina's record, they stink, all that kind of stuff. They've been running the ball real well. And they did not run the ball well against Washington. Now, they fell behind and they had to start throwing it a little bit, but they've been staying with the run a lot more than what they'd shown, and they've been better at it. That Robert Hunt, that right guard for him, he's about as good as there is in this league right now, run blocking.
Raging Cajun, man.
Huh?
It's a Raging Cajun from my school.
Yes. Great point, bro. Great point, man. He sure is. Like, he came out. He is a Raging Cajun in there, right guard, though.
Yeah.
Like, he moves bodies, man. But I thought they played much better. But, they threw the 2 interceptions early in that game, and, they fell behind quickly. So they had to kind of get out of their game plan about what they wanted to do.
Talking with Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger, host of the Best Football Show podcast. All our insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store to add extra deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes this football season. Baldy, you talked about the Panthers O-line. What do you think of this Commanders O-line? I think they're one of the best units maybe in the league.
They're playing well. I mean, Tyler Biotish was a great pickup. I mean, he was a front line. You look at Dallas and the struggles they have. He was a big part of their success. And because he's really smart, he's really like I saw him working out this year. He's gotten even stronger than he's been. But Allegretti's been really solid. They've been rotating the left tackles. They've played well. Wiley has been really good. And Cosby's found his home. I think they're playing really well, and they're running the ball really good. And so I think it's a real strength to this team. And it's been a while since you could say that, I think, about Washington.
You're right about that.
I totally agree. And, a guy like Bobby Johnson, who it kind of ended poorly in New York, at least, but that Giants team had so many injuries. He's coaching them up, man. And that group, I spent a lot of time with them in the locker room. They just seem so cohesive. And you would know this, Baldy, and B, you were certainly around it. Like when the going's good for an O-line, those vibes are really hard to beat.
Yeah.
Bobby Johnson, they're lucky that the Giants unloaded Bobby Johnson, honestly. Like, he was a fall guy. Andrew Thomas got hurt in the first game. Well, Andrew Thomas got hurt last week, and you watched the Giants just fall apart last week. He was a fall guy. He lost his center in the first game of the season. He's a great coach. He was a great coach in Buffalo. Bobby Johnson can coach offensive line. He could coach my line any day. He's amongst the top 5 in his business. Like, you're not going to see guys miss assignments up there. They're going to know their assignments, and they're going to play well together. And if a guy has a weakness, whatever that might be, he's got a rookie left tackle playing, played really good against Myles Garrett a couple weeks ago. Like, he's playing good. Cornelius has been in this league for 10 years. He's still there. You can't get rid of that guy.
Mm-hmm.
He's just, like, you want him on your team. Got a great attitude, doesn't say 2 words, goes out, works every day. Real proud of his career. I've known him since he was at Kansas State. But Bobby Johnson's doing a good job right now. And it helps that they've stayed healthy. And those guys are lining up every week right now.
I did a TV interview with Big Luke on Sunday, and we had camera, microphone, whole 9 yards. Yeah. And I love Cornelius. He's just such a funny, good person. And I said, Luke, what was your reaction when you saw Jaden Daniels came out of the game? He goes, "Can I curse on here?"
O-S.
It was just such a great line. Baldy, what did you think when you saw Jaden had to come out and kind of his status and the plan going forward?
Well, I haven't listened to, what anybody has said so far, but I watched the game, and I thought he got hurt in the first play.
Yep.
It looked like he
the
was
long run.
They've said it now.
The long run, right? Yeah. That's what it looked like to me. And it looked like, when he threw that first pass to McLaurin, it was a 3-yard pass. You could tell he was hurt. And then even the play before that, he ran, he just curled up. I think he could have scored a touchdown if he wanted to. Like, he looked hurt. And it was just a question of, like, how bad is this injury? And so I don't know what the injury, rib cartilage, bruised rib, I don't know. But we all, you know what that's like, Brian. Like, there's nothing you can do for it. Like, unfortunately, there is no amount of exercise or rehabilitation to fix it. Like, rest is the only thing. And it's not a fun rest. Everything hurts. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. I know there's ways that you can kind of lessen the pain, things that you can take before the game. I don't know if you want to do that to Jaden, to just get him out there on the field, because it might make it worse. So it's real tricky right now. I don't know how severe it is. I have no idea. But, obviously, like, he's the engine that makes this whole thing go. So, I'm going to be there on Sunday doing that game for national radio. I mean,
cool.
We all want to see Jaden and Caleb out there. And so I just got my fingers crossed that he's going to be okay.
Yeah, when you look at Washington's offense, and we talk about, Jaden and all, but I think the running game is the thing that makes it really goes. And Brian Robinson Jr., when you see him running, who does he remind you of? Because, the dude is low to the ground, shoulders always square, and I see defensive players making business decisions.
He's a power back, Brian.
Yeah.
He's a power back, and he wears teams down. Now, Jeremy McNichols, he's in there. Like Austin Eckler's hurt, Brian Robinson gets hurt. Like he's in. Like Jeremy McNichols has been in this league for 9 years. He scored 1 touchdown in 9 years. He's been on 8 teams. He comes here to Washington, and he looks like a really good back. He makes a cut last week for 8 yards. I didn't know he had that cut in him. But Brian is he's a hammer. Like he's special player. He really presses the hole. He's got good feet. He's a big back. He really could do everything that you need a good back to do right now.
McNichols surprised me too. Honestly, coming out of camp, Brian and I both thought this other guy, undrafted rookie Michael Wiley, was going to make the roster.
Mm-hmm.
McNichols makes it and has been good, and his pass pro has been really good.
That gets you a job right there.
It sure will. Corners have
The
been.
good thing about that, honestly, is when you get a new staff, like they don't care where anybody came from.
Right.
They want the best 53 guys out there. They don't care if he was first-round pick, cut on his 18. They're going to keep the best. That's what I love about what Dan Quinn's doing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, give me the best players that are out there that for our team and our system, our culture, and we don't care what they've done, where they came from, how they got here. Give me the 53 best guys. I love that about this team.
Yeah, I'm with you there, and I think you're seeing it. I'm curious, though, kind of looking ahead, and it's still about 13 days out, I guess, but the conversation around the trade deadline, I guess it's 2 weeks from today, isn't going to go away. Washington's got something, but they're also very early in their process of building between Peters and Quinn and Jaden and everything else. Would you expect them to be active at the trade deadline? Do you think they should? Do you think they should try to build up that secondary? Is there anything you would want them to look at?
Well, I don't think they're going to give up a lot of assets at this point. I think I think assets are important to an organization when you're building, and you just don't know. Like who's like, you go out, you draft Brandon Coleman with the 3rd round, and he's starting tackle for you. Like those 3rd-round picks, Ben Sinnott is becoming catches his first touchdown pass. Like he's a 2nd-round pick. Do you want to give up 2nd or 3rd-round picks right now to maybe improve the secondary? I don't know anybody that is going to unload a good corner,
Mm-hmm.
in this business right now, or a good safety. But I think San Ristel's been really good. Quan's been fine. Forbes gets his first interception, whatever. Yes, there's areas they could improve for sure. I just can't see them giving up, assets right now in order to do that.
I think when you're looking at the
agree.
trade deadline, it's very similar to looking at Jaden and his injury right now. Yes, you're closer than what you want to be, but you don't want to push nothing that's going to hurt your future.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like it's going in the right direction. It's good culture. You can feel it. Like Dan's got him going. The GM's been really good. Brought in a lot of free agents, 1-year deals. A lot of those guys, whether it's Luvu, right now,
Fowler,
like they're playing really good football right now. So I would say, I don't know, Brian, it's all about the future to me. You got the quarterback for the next 10, 15 years. Maybe he's going to be what Lamar's doing right now down the road as he continues on this path. So, I'm thinking about the future too. Win now is great. It's a winnable division right now for sure. But I don't think it's the most important thing right now. I think it's about sustaining that ability to win the division every single year.
I think you're right, and I think Adam Peters certainly won't tell us that, but if he did, I bet it'd be pretty similar. Baldy, this one might sound like a bit of a trick question, and I don't mean it as such. We are talking with Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger, host of the Best Football Show podcast, brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Baldy, who's the best team in the NFL?
Well, the Lions are playing great football, really great football right now. And so Baltimore is the best team in football right now. Their secondary has a little bit to be desired, but they could score literally 40 against anybody. Nobody's better than Lamar Jackson. And he's way better than at any point he's ever won an MVP. Like that guy, he might miss a throw. He had 5 misses last night. He had 5 touchdown passes. 2 of them were drops. That guy might miss a throw. He doesn't miss a read. You can't fool Lamar right now. Like, he's just that good. You saw him 2 weeks ago. Like, he's in a different category than every other quarterback right now. Like, it's going to be hard. That's going to be a hard team to beat. I would say Baltimore and Detroit are the 2 best teams I've seen right now.
And what's crazy is KC's the one that's undefeated.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I saw Kansas City, and look, their defense keeps them in every one of these games. Patrick Mahomes has thrown 6 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. It doesn't matter. Like, the ball's in his hands at the end of the game. He's going to find a way to win the game, like he did last week in San Francisco. But the offense right now is not really anything to write home about. And I don't know that unless they find somebody at the trade deadline, which I'm sure they will. That's who they are. That offense is just okay. But I think Detroit's got real fire, real pop. I mean, Jahmyr Gibbs, Jameson Williams, Amon-Ra, Laporta.
Well, he's out 2 games.
They got young guys that can run, really run, and so they can, like Baltimore, they can score in one play from anywhere. Kansas City can't. Maybe Xavier Worthy could do that for you, maybe. But little guys have a hard time catching a lot of passes in this league.
For sure. Hey, Baldy, we appreciate you making
Appreciate
time
you,
for us,
Ball.
dude. Thank you. We'll see you this
Anytime.
weekend.
I'll see you this weekend, Brian.
Got you, brother.
See you
Take
down
care,
there in
man.
the field, buddy.
All right.
Yep, you got it, man. See you, bud.
That was Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger, host of the Best Football Show podcast. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. May your game day be delicious.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The NBA is back, and FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, wants you to catch all the action. Because right now, FanDuel is giving all users 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do is catch every tip-off and buzzer beater is place a $5 bet on the NBA. Listen, as the NBA comes up, I'm excited about seeing how LeBron and Bronny are going to play together. Will LeBron get mad when other guys try to cook Bronny, and will Bronny be able to stand up to the task? Have Victor Wembanyama in San Antonio, will he keep going like he did last year? And I want to see, will the Celtics go back and repeat? They were outstanding last year. Can they follow that up with another great one this year? If you're new to FanDuel, just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to get 3 months of NBA League Pass, courtesy of FanDuel. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook with official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. After 3-month free trial, the full price of League Pass will be automatically charged monthly. Cancel anytime. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right. Rossini is reporting the Rams are calling teams about Cooper Kupp. They said they'll take on some of the money and they want a second-round pick. I'm out.
Yep. The guy been hurt twice. I mean, 3 times in the last 2 years. How much money does he make right now?
A lot.
So, no.
But even beyond that, you always want more weapons. I understand that. I just don't see why you would trade for a 31-year-old with a $30 million salary cap hit.
That's why you don't pay right there.
That hasn't played. He hasn't played a full season in. I don't get, and maybe it's just fandom, Jeff. Maybe you can help understand it. 31 years old, $30 million cap hit, hasn't played a full season since 2021. He's played 2 out of 7 games so far this year. Last year he played 12. The year before that he played 9. Why does everybody jump up and down every time something is possible?
I told you this area, bro. We own everybody. We're not patient at all.
Now, if you're the Niners and your finances kind of dictate that you're all in, that might be different because all your receivers got hurt.
Yeah.
But not in Washington. They're not all in. They're at the beginning of this journey.
You know how this thing happens, bro.
Let's make some bets, Landini.
What, Landfill? Look early for that, aren't you?
Everybody gather around.
Gather around.
Jeffrey?
Okay. The standings. J-Dogs forever. Sitting at 0-1.
Listen, man. I decided to go down swinging. I believed in that Bucs pick all week. I went down swinging.
That was
you picked that for the parlay, and I was just telling Jeff you owe us money for that pick.
Yeah,
I mean that was an atrocious.
That was
pick.
just atrocious. It was
and it was Monday.
If I
you
was
didn't
the
even do a
only
weekend.
team, if I was the only team that lost, maybe we'd discuss it. But
yeah,
I wasn't.
but the thing is, Ahmed's
Who else
pick
lost?
also lost. But one, he bought us pizza, so he's a hero in my book.
I'm
broke. I am broke.
And then secondly,
ain't broke.
his pick was at least reasonable. You picked the Bucs against the best team in football.
It was the perfect storm.
No.
If Baker doesn't throw 2 red zone
that
picks,
system picks sucked.
The system's bad.
if Baker doesn't throw 2 red zone picks,
But he does because he's Baker.
That system is stuffed up like a toilet that's corroded.
pardon me, Cooper Kupp's 31, not just 30.
I didn't say I want him, so I know.
All right,
who
who
we got
wants what tonight?
I'm taking basketball home team.
Home team.
The Wiz?
Give me the Celtics.
Well, who's the home team? Landfill just said, I'm taking basketball home team, and we all acted like that was a real
Give
thing.
me the Celtics -5.5.
I'm taking the Celtics -5.5.
Give me Sam Houston State over FIU money line.
That's a pick. That football?
Yep.
Got me looking now. Sam Houston.
NCAA football.
And then
I
I
didn't think it was the NFL.
I want to parlay that with Louisiana Tech over UTEP -6.5.
Were you going to go?
I'll take UTEP.
Yeah, I was going to
Plus
take
6.5.
Louisiana Tech.
Yo, Jeff, good news for you. FIU is a sister pick, bro. I'm on my pursuit of happiness. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to the association. Levin, what do you got the Knicks? 6? Give me 6 with the Knicks. You got a deal.
Yeah, they're playing the Celtics, right?
Yeah.
You're betting against me and B.
Yeah, you're damn right I am.
You're going to lose.
I zig, damn it. Let
Yep,
all
and
you.
that's why you been getting your
You can
ass
all
kicked all
zag
year.
all you want. I'm going to zig my way right to the poorhouse. Go Knicks. Brunson. Whoever that other dude they traded for. Thank you to everybody listening to the program today. I'm looking at yesterday's show sheet. Thank you to Barstool Nate for joining us. Thank you to Mike Jones for joining us. Thank you to Wendy. And thank you to Brian Baldinger. We'll do some calls tomorrow. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Thank you to AD for the pizza.
Thank
you.
you.
Made it this far. Jeff, how's your beer?
I'm Roll Forsey. We're brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. To be determined, that's the status of quarterback Jaden Daniels. Status certainly in doubt, officially week to week with the rib injury, as the Commanders now 5-2 get set to host the Chicago Bears late afternoon kickoff Sunday 4:25 in Landover. If not, it's going to be the other number 2 overall pick from 2015, Marcus Mariota, who gets a call, and he looked pretty good thanks to a little help from his teammates Sunday in the win over Carolina.
We have an unbelievable group of players that we talk about all the time. We have a brotherhood here, and it's very unique, something that is very different from other teams that I've been on. And just that kind of belief in each other really settled me down. And from there, just went out there and played.
Commanders have the 4th ranked offense in the NFL, 3rd ranked rushing offense, tied for 1st in scoring, 31.1 points per game. Chicago, by the way, about a 3-point favorite Sunday right now. A couple of huge injuries in Monday Night Football. Buccaneers receivers Mike Evans and Chris Godwin went down. Evans could be out multiple weeks with a hamstring injury. Godwin done for the season with a dislocated ankle. Hockey early start for the Caps tonight on the road in Philly. Looking for a 4 straight win. 6 p.m. face-off tonight, Caps hockey here on the Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Good Tuesday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny. It's October 22nd, 2024. We are taking you up to 5:45 today, a shorter show than normal. Typically, we're on the air till 6:30, but the Caps are playing right at 6. Pregame starts at 4:45 on the Fan in the 5 o'clock hour. Speaking of which, we've got Austin Eckler on the show at 5. We are live all over D.C. on 106.7 The Fan, coast to coast right now via the Odyssey app, and we are streaming video all over the world on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. If you want tickets to see Disturbed, we've got those at 4 p.m. Make sure you're listening, got your dialing fingers ready to go right at 4. Ladies and gentlemen, Danny Rouillet.
What do you say, dude? Tremendous morning of pickleball this morning at the old Hooray household. Got folks over to the sport court in the backyard. My weighted vest was on. Yeah, that was going to be your follow-up question right away. I know that. I was wearing it all morning long. A really fun morning of pickle. Came here to hang out with my pal and talk about the local first-place football team. Not bad.
We will get to that first-place football team that is 5-2 in just a moment, and we will talk about them throughout the program, including in that Austin Eckler interview at 5 o'clock. I did want to mention, though, right off the bat, 2 Monday Night Football games last night. One, linear television, the other, the ESPN Plus app. But I think most people at this point probably have that app. The Ravens, you wouldn't know it by way of the score. They beat up the Bucs.
They're a little bit nasty. I mean, by the way, 2 onside kicks have been recovered this year, both against the Ravens. I can't get over that.
That's crazy.
No one gets them except 2 times teams playing Baltimore. Dallas got one, remember the game we were watching, and then, of course, last night.
It is time to change that onside kick situation. Now you have to announce before you even do the onside kick that you're doing an onside kick. So any element of surprise is gone. The new kickoff is a win. We've had 3 kickoff return touchdowns. A lot more kicks get returned. But that is the downside for sure. It is time to go to the old 4th and 15 format from the spring leagues, including the XFL and now the United Football League, where you basically get one play. The NFL could put the ball wherever they want to. I think the 25 is probably the ideal spot. But it's a 4th and 15 play to start the sequence. If you get 15, you get the ball 1st and 10 from wherever you got tackled beyond the 15 yards. If you don't, the other team takes over right then and right there. It's the same really structure and format as an onside kick. You get it or you don't. The other team takes over and the game's over. The difference being an offense is on the field against the defense, including the best players on both sides of the ball winning or losing the game for their teams instead of special teams.
So I love that in theory. A couple things I would do to tweak it. I know that's not the debate, but I would make it a little bit further than that, than the 15 yards. I might go 17 or 20 just to make sure that this is not a high likelihood of success. That's number one.
All right, so let's go 4th and 20.
That's the first thing.
I think we have to work back from how often or how easy do you want it to be? Do you want teams to be able to get the onside kick at a 10 or 12% clip? Do you want it to be once in a million? Do you want it to be it never really happens? Because if it's never going to happen, then we should just keep doing what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
What's the point of changing?
I like a 1 out of like a 15% clip, which I feel like that happens.
So you could get some smart people to get her.
Get him to get her.
Get him to get her.
Get him up there to get her.
I'm Frank the Tank. A nutter loss to get her. You could get some smart people together, and they could crunch the numbers to find out whatever percent you want. What should the distance be? And let's call it 4th and 19 or something.
I would do that. Second thing I would do, I would have to find a way. My number one gripe in the sport of football in general are 5-yard penalties that are automatic first downs. I can't have that. In other words, I can't have a defensive illegal contact penalty that's ticky-tack or whatever give you the onside kick and change a game that way. You know what I mean? Like I hate it in general. A 5-yard penalty on 3rd and 37 gets you the automatic first down. That needs to be changed immediately. I couldn't have that on the onside kick play. I don't know what I would do instead. Maybe you get the 5 yards applied. Now you can do a 4th and 15 if it was a 4th and 20, but I would have to have that in there.
The Ravens are 5-2. They won last night by 10 points. Lamar Jackson's a 2-time MVP who's playing better than he ever has in either of those MVP seasons right now. Last night, a nearly perfect quarterback rating, which, by the way, if that wasn't a perfect quarterback rating, let's try to refigure that algorithm.
Let's do it again.
5 touchdowns for him, 281 yards, 5 incompletions. He was very, very good throwing the ball, and he ran for 52 yards. Maybe the bigger story for the Ravens, though, because the Lamar thing is not new. We all knew that Derrick Henry was going to fit like a glove, and boy, has he. He is on pace for 2,120 rushing yards this year. One thing to be on pace for 2K, Danny. It's another to be on pace for well over 2K. And he's doing it in games where he's not running the ball a whole lot, too. Last night, he got 15 carries. I saw somebody tweet, 67 minutes in real life without a carry last night during the game. In lifetime, not game time. And still managed 170 yards because he had an 80-yard run for the second time this month. And he was clocked at the 3rd fastest sprint time of his career.
Yeah, when that knife-covered boulder starts going, he's as fast as anybody. It's a matter of, once his feet get turning. The only way to stop him is to make him change direction early. That's why they run those lot of off-tackle stuff. I think of some of the big runs, the big highlights. It's you're letting him get some degree of downhill going. And if his feet are going, good night. It's either business decision, truck stick, or he takes off for 50, 60, 70, 80 yards. It is the perfect fit.
Henry and Jackson are peanut butter and jelly. They are mint and chocolate. It's my other favorite tandem. Goldfish and Coca-Cola Classic. The Ravens are the first team in NFL history to average 250 passing yards and 200 rushing yards over a 7-game span.
That's absurd.
What's your peanut butter and jelly?
My one seed's peanut butter and chocolate. That's the perfect combo. But
you're going to go full on like candy bars.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean that to me is euphoric. But I could borrow from Big Daddy. They go together like lamb and tuna fish.
Lamb and tuna fish.
Lamb and tuna fish. Remember?
That's definitely a very good one. The other game last night was not as good. I would say it was more competitive. I mean, the numbers bear that out. It was a 17-15 game. It was close throughout, but it just wasn't as aesthetically pleasing. In the end, the Cardinals get a kick at the horn from 32 yards to beat the Chargers 17-15. Kyler Murray threw for 145 with a touchdown and an interception. They did run for 100. James Conner on the ground, 19 for a bill. And then Murray added 64 yards and a touchdown as a rusher. So he made a bunch of plays with his feet, did enough. I thought from a Charger standpoint, what a missed opportunity for them. The Cardinals were playing their game. We always talk about styles make fights.
Yes.
That was a ground and pound, run the ball, no big plays from your opponent. First team to 17 wins. Tell me that's not what the Chargers wanted going into that game. And they got it, and they still lost in Arizona 17-15, despite Justin Herbert throwing for 350 yards. They couldn't score a touchdown.
Yeah, you said it very well. It's befuddling. If you just line up the stats and look at it, you go, quarterback A, no turnovers, threw for 350 yards. Quarterback B only completed 14 passes for 145 with a 67 quarterback rating. Turn it over. I go, oh, well, they lost. Probably by double digits.
Not to mention, the Cardinals went 2 for 7 on third down. They got outgained by 60
worse
yards.
than that.
There were 10 more snaps for the Chargers offense than the Cardinals. Net passing, as you said, was 336 to 145. They committed, more penalties. Across the board, you just put this game into a computer, it spits out Chargers 24-13.
Yep.
And yet they lost the game. Although I will say, I love watching Dicker the kicker, Cameron Dicker kick. Dude hit a 59-yarder early. I didn't realize he's missed 4 kicks in his entire career. He's the most accurate kicker in league history, and he's got the leg to be good from basically 60 at any point.
How about that?
That guy is a weapon. And I shouldn't be jealous because I'm watching these kickers now with a guy in D.C. that is 19 for 19 on extra points.
Just tied Mark Mosley for the most points ever through 7 games here in Washington.
19 for 20 on field goals. But I don't know that I got 60 anytime soon. I don't think I'm trotting him out there from 62, 63. I just get sized. I know you do not. For the great kicking right now around the NFL. It's the best it's ever been.
That part's unequivocal. Like, kicking is now better than it's ever been.
Now you're not going to say you'd make 19 of 20 from 40 yards out.
No, I couldn't do that now. But kicking is not exciting. Kicking should be done away with, and it should be the way football used to be, where like one of the athletes on the field also had to kick. To me, it should be less emphasized. It's gotten to the point now where it's not exactly analogous, but it's almost like velocity in baseball, where there's no Greg Maddux, there's no Tom Glavine. Those guys don't exist anymore. They don't get out of high school. Nobody wants to draft them. Nobody wants to develop them. No one wants to figure out if they can do it or not. It's, do you throw 99? So that's all we do. And now every kicker can kick it from 64 yards. Every pitcher throws 100. There's no variety, which I think is kind of a shame.
Totally get that. I think what I love is watching great players do great player things.
Sure, I get that.
And here's an example. The home run derby for me.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people think that's like boring or it drags on or it's too long. I could watch the best sluggers on the planet take batting practice for hours. To see kickers line up, I get psyched to watch kickers in pregame warmups when they're testing their leg. I just think that's cool. I like watching kickers in practice. I was joking earlier this year at training camp. I love a kicker competition where you just see these two dudes that are some of the best on the planet going back and forth, basically playing horse, but they're kicking from 55, 60 yards. Like, that's awesome to me. But we're at a point in the NFL now where I think we're going to see a routine 60-yard field goal. Are you now at the 40-yard line? It's time to kick a field goal. That is coming probably sometime early next season. When I was a kid, people thought it was crazy that if you got to the 30, the kicker was going to be good from 48. And now it's already get to the 40 and your guy's automatic from 58.
Yeah, that little line or that little zone that ESPN or some of the networks will show, where it's like, and that line now is basically midfield for half the guys, where it's like, that's in his range.
To have a shot at the end of a game,
yeah,
quite literally cross midfield, and you have a puncher's chance.
Mm-hmm.
Probably like a 40% chance of him hitting a 63-yarder to send you to overtime or whatever. I think you'll take that.
I'll take it.
Before we get to the Commanders, as we mentioned, Caps hockey tonight, starting at 5:45 with pregame and then 6 o'clock in our time slot right here on the Fan. They will be looking, Danny, for a 4th straight win. They're off to a great start. Tom Wilson has scored in all 4 games. We'll give you a full preview of this game before we get out of here tonight, but they're playing the Flyers in the Metro. Nice chance in conference, in division, to get 2 critical points tonight. And maybe most importantly for some of you, for Alex Ovechkin to string his goal streak to 2 in a row as he tries to chase down Wayne Gretzky.
I'm very into that particular chase, you might be aware. I wish Philadelphia was undefeated so Washington could hand them their first loss. That's what Washington does early in the season. I don't know if you guys are aware. You happen to turn into a little Monumental Sports, right? You can catch my guy Grant Paulson doing an altcast. You can also catch Washington handing teams their first defeat of the year. I love that when that happens. So it's a bummer that Philadelphia is 1-3-1 in last place in the Metropolitan coming into this one. And I'm being sarcastic, of course.
No altcast tonight. Watch Joe B. in Locker. 6 o'clock puck drop. Of course, listen to John Walton right here on the Fan. Are you up on what they're doing for the Frozen Frenzy on ESPN?
No file.
They're staggering all the starts in the NHL tonight by about 15 minutes. Every single team will play. It'll be the second time that they've had all 32
Oh, it's a smart
teams
idea.
now.
That's cool.
So they did it last year. It's ESPN's kind of brainchild. It went really, really well. They have like a red zone version of John Buccigross, who I talked to this weekend with on our Altcast about what they're doing. But yeah, so every game starting, that's why the Caps game's early at 6. But starts right then, and then through the end of the night, 15 minutes apart, all 32 teams, 16 games, second time on a weeknight in league history.
Huge fan of leagues figuring out, especially ones where it's just a grind. Make your regular season interesting. Make it matter. You have to do stuff like this, especially right in the teeth of football season. If you're one of the teams or one of the sports that's unfortunate enough to try to compete to some degree to grab some attention from the NFL, you have to do stuff like that. Good job, NHL.
Just got a tweet here from a loyal listener at Grant H. Paulson for me, at Funny Danny for DR. His name is Ben Standing. That's at Ben Standing.
Oh,
you may know him from his work as a beat reporter covering the Commanders for The Athletic, doing a great job on that gig. But he said, did you just say classic Coke and Goldfish? I assume the cracker is a great combo, like PB&J. So 2 things. 1, I am talking about the cracker, to be clear. Now, it might also be a good combo to just munch down on a live goldfish.
I wouldn't know, like Jonah Hill and Wolf of Wall Street.
With Coca-Cola.
On no issue day, you do this.
You could go to, there's probably someone at PETA that wouldn't like this, but I'm sure you could go buy a goldfish at PetSmart and maybe have it at the same time as you have a nice cold Coca-Cola Classic on ice.
Wouldn't go down as smooth.
But yes, what I'm talking about, those of you that are familiar with the goldfish cracker, it's a yellowish cheese-like color, crunchy, and the shape of a goldfish. I'll even give you the specifics on how I eat it because it's a very, very important way to eat it. I hold the goldfish by its
tail.
Oh, no. Never the tail.
You hold by the front?
I hold the goldfish top and bottom of like the rounded, coming to a point, the football-shaped face.
Yeah.
So like it's the football front with the tail on the back. I then bite down with the tail past my teeth to bite the tail off. When you bite the tail off, again, the pointy parts of the tail going in either direction are past the teeth line. So I'm essentially kind of ripping those off with my teeth. Now the cracker is almost circular and it will come apart. You can split it then in half if you need to, like a peanut.
Okay.
You can then go right there and kind of split the 2 sides in half so the goldfish opens up. And the good thing about a cracker goldfish, there's no guts or bones or anything like that.
Yeah,
you gotta deal with.
right.
But at that point, you just have 2 halves of the cracker. And that's how I eat every single goldfish I'll consume, right out of the bowl there. You're going down on the tail. If you guys need any kind of a video, I could maybe post one later tonight.
Can I one quick,
yeah,
if I may? Doesn't that feel like a big old waste of time instead of just eating it? Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
yes, if time is of the essence, sure, but I don't think it is.
Okay.
Normally, I'm sitting there watching a game.
This is a no rush situation. You've got all day to eat these goldfish.
Oh yeah, I would never be in a rush to eat goldfish.
Okay.
If I was on a TV show where I only had a certain amount of time,
Right, you got a handful,
or it was a race, like you have to eat all 200 goldfish before Danny finishes his, I'd probably rethink my strategy. But I've never been in that situation. I'm always just trying to enjoy the goldfish the most possible. So,
what do you do with the tail once you've bitten and made the halves? You throw the tail
not
away?
Like a shrimp.
Right, that's what I'm asking.
I mean, it's not like you got to throw it away.
Well, you're treating it
I
like
eat
one though.
No.
Okay.
I eat the tail. So, again, the pointy edges. Think of the back of the goldfish.
Yeah.
Ripped off with the teeth. You eat those. Chomp those up and swallow those. You got the circular and a football-shaped remaining goldfish. That's where now we're going to split it in half, one and then the other. So it's basically it's a 3-part process. Tail, half one, half two. And to finish answering Ben's question, yeah, that combination's the best there ever was. Dating back to 6th grade, I would get home from school and I would enjoy a nice cola. I've now transitioned to Coca-Cola Classic because I'm extremely healthy. My body is my temple.
Yep.
So I'm away from Coca-Cola Classic to Coke Zero now. So I now do Coke Zero and Goldfish. But the idea is if you're healthy enough that you don't look like me and you can have Coke, then you should do that. Treat yourself.
I was also trying to think of what the best thing with Coca-Cola Classic is. mean, obviously everything goes. It's a perfect beverage, and I love it so much, and I miss it every day. In terms of salty, crunchy snacks, the combo. I don't mean like the combination. I mean the actual food stuff combos. Combos with Coca-Cola Classic. I mean, if on a road trip, you give me one of the giant bags. Not like, oh, single serving. No, this is a family serving, but I'm the family. It's me. Hi, I'm the family.
I don't think I've ever eaten a combo.
And it's not. I wouldn't expect it to be for you.
Is that the exterior pretzel?
Yeah, pretzel on the outside, filling on the inside, whatever you want.
What's the filling?
Depends. You got. There's a pizza one, which I don't know how much real pizza's in it, but it's got a little bit of
I'm
a
gonna
pizza
assume
flavor.
it's not real pizza.
Yeah, I imagine they took a pizza and put it in there somehow. There's a nacho cheese one, which you would never eat.
No, I would not.
That's the best one. And there's a handful of others. They have a wide variety. It's the perfect road trip food. Easy to snack on, easy to grab. But that combo of combos and Coca-Cola Classic, I feel like I could do that, and that would be my time.
So my answer is goldfish. But if you need me to go out of the box and give you a second item that goes perfectly with Coke as it kind of burns the throat, that fizz hits you going down, Cheez-Its.
Yep.
I'm a Cheez-Its guy. I love a good Cheez-It.
Of course you do.
And I think you're seeing kind of a theme here.
Yep.
The Cheez-Its are cheesier by nature, obviously, than the goldfish. I don't necessarily need the extra cheesy goldfish or extra any of that stuff. I want the traditional, normal goldfish.
Hard, crunchy, salty, a little bit of cheesy essence, Coca-Cola Classic.
Chips and dips, obviously reasonable as well. But the important part is something salty with a classic.
That's right.
Coca-Cola.
We agree there.
Thank you, Ben.
Good question, Ben.
That question. That was a very good question. And that is how we do the Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag or something like that. Next, I want to talk about Jaden Daniels and whether he's going to play against the Bears. Here's the question at hand. How would you handle Daniels this week if you were calling the shots? You can open up the phones, Darius. We will get to those next. If you guys want to hop in, you can. 800-636-1067. We're going to tell you how we would be handling Jaden Daniels if we were running the show. You're listening to The Fan.
the status for Jaden, we'll put down as week to week. As you guys know, it's a rib injury, and we'll take him through, all the steps at practice and assess how he's doing and keep working it through that. We're hopeful he can play, but we'll also make sure to take every precautionary step and do it smartly for the player and the man. And so I want to make sure I gave you all the updates that I had. And so it's not going to be something that's going to knock him out for a long term. And so, like I said, we're going to list it as week to week. And like I said, hopefully we'll play this week and we'll take it every day of it all the way through.
That was Dan Quinn yesterday meeting with the media. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Most people don't care about this kind of thing, and they'll just be annoyed by me picking it apart. His description of what they're doing and how they feel is a day-to-day description. He called it week to week. Do you agree with that?
There were enough day-to-day tells in there where I go, it feels like it's even in between those two.
If it's week to week, then you're not hoping he's playing on Sunday and hoping he's practicing in the days before that. To me, week to week is he might miss a week or 2 or 3. We got to figure it out. This week he feels like this. We'll see where he's at next week. That's what week to week is.
Mm-hmm.
Day to day is today he feels like he does, and tomorrow he could feel differently, and there could be a setback. So it's semantics. But when he first said it's week to week, as we're listening with bated breath and picking apart every word yesterday, my immediate reaction was, oh no, he's going to miss a couple of games. And then he comes back and says, but we're hoping he plays this weekend and we'll see what he's able to do on the practice field this week. Oh, so you mean he's actually day to day?
Yes, so he's not going to miss a week because next week we'll see how he's feeling, right? Yeah, within the next couple of days, we'll know more.
Now, I'm not telling you that he's going to play on Sunday. I have no idea. They have no idea. I think as of this moment, that is a complete uncertainty. But listening to Dan Quinn speak yesterday, just hearing what he said, he absolutely has a chance to play on Sunday. And we know that this player, this kid, this really, really tough athlete is going to do everything he can to convince them that he wants to play. So the question for you guys at 800-636-1067 is, how would you handle the situation and what would be the determining factor for you? When would you say, okay, I feel good about letting you play, as opposed to, listen, man, I know how big of a deal this is to you, to not miss a game, to prove your durability, to be the leader on the field for the guys, to get us to 6-2, to compete against Caleb Williams in the 1 versus 2 matchup, in the battle of the 2 guys that are the most likely to win the Rookie of the Year award. I get how personally important this is for you. I know how vital it is for you from a team leadership standpoint, for the big picture of the whole program as well. But I just got to protect you here. We'll see you next week. What's that look like?
From The Life of Reason in 1905, George Santayana said, "Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it." I was here in 2012. We're going to be more cautious. I'm going to be cautious to the point that you all would be annoyed with me. He has, talking about Daniels now, it would be the highest threshold. He would have to prove all sorts of things to me to be able to play this week. I am leading as if I'm the head guy, if I'm the part of this coaching staff, etc. We're leading with no this week. We're leading with it's best for the long term if this dude does not go back at it this week. If there is not a single iota of discomfort, which I can't imagine given what he just went through this past Sunday, if there's not a single, he'll be cleared. But remember, clear to me is irrelevant when I'm talking about my franchise quarterback. Respectfully, clear is not irrelevant when it comes to my linebacker, my safety, my right guard, etc. This is the whole point. If this doesn't work, we're all out of jobs. I'm going to be way, 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 way more cautious instead of, putting everything on the line for one more week at the risk and expense of maybe something else, development stunting, sort of career altering type moments. We're going to lead with no. If there is not a single fleck of discomfort in this injury, because there's a difference between nagging thing that happens to an NFL football player, like you bruised your shin or, your foot got stepped on in a weird way. So your toes not that comfortable. That's normal wear and tear. This is an injury that drove you from the game that now escalates beyond the come on in for treatment and sit in the cold tub, right? Like that's a different level for me.
If we're using quotes, I'll see yours and raise you. Theodore Roosevelt saying, comparison is the thief of joy. I don't really care about Robert Griffin that much because he's not here. He's on Twitter and doing his podcast and whatever else. He's got a media empire and he's good at it. But this is not that. I wouldn't want my doctor looking at me saying, 10 years ago, there was this one guy who, kind of played the same thing, had the same job as you. Not interesting to me. I would be ultra cautious because that's what you should do anyway. I would be ultra cautious because he's the face of my franchise. And I would be extremely cautious because players are always going to be pushing the envelope and needing to be held back.
That's who they are. Yeah, rightly so.
1,000%. For me, it's really, really simple. If he is 100%, if he can run every play in my playbook, if Cliff Kingsbury does not have to call anything differently, does not have to avoid any of the packages that he likes, does not have to keep Daniels in the pocket. I'm not calling read option because he might keep it. I'm not calling any boots because I don't want him taking shots on a rollout. I'm not calling any naked keepers on short yardage that have been stealing money on 3rd and 1, 4th and 1 this year because I'm afraid he might get hit. If I can call whatever I want because he's able to run everything, because he's able to take shots, it's not going to hurt him any more than it would have last week, then he will play. And if he can't do all of those things, if he's not 100%, if he's not feeling like $1 million, if he's not able to run every play in my playbook, if I've got to be extra careful to keep him in the pocket and make him just a thrower, Marcus Mariota, come on down. And even if that means we got a worse chance to win and my team's going to lose, so be it. The next game's more important anyway because it's the Giants in the division trying to win the NFC East. That's more important and vital for tie-breaking metrics as it is. Doesn't mean it's not a bummer if Daniels doesn't play against Chicago, but that's my answer, Danny. He has to be 100%. We talked to Jay Gruden about this yesterday. In fact, Darius, grab that audio for me if you get a chance. But he basically is okay with a plan where they get him as healthy as they can all week long, Danny, and then they basically let him play in the game, even if he's not 100%, and just feel it out as they go. If it hurts, you pull him out, or if he's saying, I can't quite do it, you pull him out. I'm not playing that game at all. You're healthy or you're not. Like binary. You're ready to go play football, and on the first play, I'm comfortable calling that same read option and you running in the middle of the field, or you're not playing. It's really simple for me.
Yeah, I mean, and just to go into the nuance of that, I think coaches are wired game to game, week to week. This is what I need to do to survive. This is a temporary leak. Whereas Jaden Daniels, respectfully, is going to be here longer, hopefully, than Dan Quinn. Jaden Daniels will be here longer than his OC. Jaden Daniels will be here longer than all the guys that are coaching him right now. Look at how regimes work. It's very rare that a coach and quarterback are together for 20 years. There's changes. It happens. Organizations go through ups and downs, retirements, attrition, coaches leave, players leave. They need to be more concerned. It's a bigger thing than we got Chicago this week. Players are going to tell you how fine they are, right? They're going to let you know, I can do it. So if, Cliff Kingsbury doesn't think he's got to take anything off of his play sheet, he'll call that thing. And then Daniels will run that thing. I can't have that. The player, the pitcher, when the manager comes out to take the ball, the pitcher shouldn't be like, thank God you're here. Oh my God, was I waiting for you? Just floundering. I need to come out of this game now. He should be sitting there like seething. Take the ball from me. How dare you? Of course players should want to play. That's how you get to this level, is you have an innate desire and competitive spirit that you and I and everybody listening to the show cannot possibly fathom. You're wired different.
If they were 4-3, I think they might make a different decision or maybe view it differently, where you got to be a little more aggressive because now you're in the playoff hunt. You're in the playoff mix. If they were 3-4 even, Danny, and you're trying to keep your season going, keep it, stay on track.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, maybe. They're 5-2. This is a house money spot, whether anybody wants to admit it or not, and that will be a factor. So this was Jay Gruden on our show yesterday. You can listen to Jay every single Monday at 5 o'clock on Grant and Danny.
That depends on the backup. Marcus is a great backup because he's a veteran guy with a similar skill set to Jade. He can run, so you don't have to really change your game plan. You still have all the zone reads, the quarterback design plays, RPOs. Marcus can do all that, and he's a veteran. He's a pro. So he's a great backup to have in case something happens to Jade, and he proved it Sunday. If you have a young quarterback that's your backup, you're a little bit shaky. You don't know what he's good at. You don't know what he's comfortable with, so you're a little bit more conservative. But I don't think Cliff was conservative at all. He proved that on the drive at the end of the half when they went 8 plays for 92 yards and a touchdown to go 20-0. He just let it hang out, let him roll. And that's the benefit of having a veteran like Marcus.
That was actually him talking about how they called the game
Mhm.
the exact same way with Mariota in the game. And that does factor into the conversation we're having as well, because they're not going to have to change much. You might not be able to do things at the same level because Daniels is the superior player, but you've got a mobile quarterback who can run a lot of the same things. And if you're Kingsbury, whatever plan you're building for Daniels, you might just run with Mariota. But the question for you guys is, if you were in charge, how would you handle Daniels this week? How would you make the decision going into the Bears game as to whether or not he plays? And how cautious would you be with everything right now? Very positive, going in the right direction. But this is a huge game. This is a team, in the end, you might be fighting for a wild card spot with, and this could be the tiebreaker. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I think it depends on Jaden. You know, obviously Mariota will be ready to go, and you probably have to dress 3-quarter. I don't know how the third quarterback thing works anymore, but I'd be talking to Jaden. If Jaden feels like he can go, and then keep an eye on him early in the game, I'd probably limit some of the quarterback design runs and his own reads and stuff like that, although that's what makes him very good. But he'll know how to protect himself. He probably won't break any tackles or anything like that. But I'd leave it up to Jaden and the trainer. The trainer says, hey, he's not risking anything long term. He's just going to play with some discomfort. Jaden says, I can do it. I'd let him go for a series or two, see how he feels. If he's ripping it, then let him roll. If he's struggling, then I'd probably pull him and make sure give him another week to heal.
Jay Gruden knows more about ball, played quarterback at Louisville and professionally. I'm not going to question his acumen, his knowledge. I do disagree with him on this, though. And that and a couple bucks will get me some coffee that I won't drink anyway. But this is not really up to Jaden for me. Because I can tell you right now what Jaden's going to be saying. Now, I like that he included the trainer in that. But I am not doing a let's wait and see how it goes during the game. For what? It's year one. I'm ahead of schedule. I'm 5-2. No. If I have to wait and see, if there's any question about, let's see how it responds and let's see what happens.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
No chance. You're just not playing. You either go through things this week that are game simulated, aside from the contact, and you're ripping throws and there's no pain and you're not writhing, you're not grabbing it and touching it like you were during the game, or you're not playing. I don't want to say I'm defaulting to sitting him, but I'm way closer to just outright saying, hey, we're waiting until the Giants than I am feeling like I would definitely play him in this game.
I'm willing to drop a battle to save the war. And that's to me what this is, right? It's a short-term pain, short-term bummer. I'm sorry you guys don't get your intriguing matchup in a game that got flexed for a national audience, but he is way too important. I'm not treating him like my rookie guard or my rookie linebacker or safety or something like that. This took him from a game where he had to go get street clothes on. I'm going to be extra, extra cautious.
I do feel a lot better based on him coming back to the sideline.
Mm-hmm.
You don't do that if you're hurt. The way he acted on the sideline after a touchdown, extending both hands in the air like an official. You don't do that if you have a broken rib. Coming off the field, I've talked about this a few times yesterday, but as he's walking into the tunnel, he's got both hands in the air doing the give me more noise thing. He was obviously feeling pretty good. Now, for all I know, he was on Toradol or whatever they're pumping into him.
Right.
Some kind of Tylenol 6 where he didn't feel anything probably. But that did make me feel a little bit better. Let's hit the phone, see how you guys would handle it. Tony's in Long Island on G&D. What's up, Tone?
Guys, how we doing?
Good, buddy.
I'm doing great. First, I just got to say it's been a long time since my Yankees have been in the World Series, so it's a great week. And I know I know, Grant, it breaks your heart, but Juan Soto is beyond special, and it'll be a crime if the Yankees let him leave the building.
Well, that would be a crime twice over, I will say.
There's a lot of crimes being committed.
They've been committed before, and they may be committed again. Scott Boras has something to say about that.
Yes, but I want to tell you who the real winners are, and that's the baseball fans. It's not anything to do with ratings. Baseball fans across the country have now been spared at staring at, aesthetically, the worst looking fan base in the United States. Ugliest fan base in the United States, hand down, New York Mets. They are a group. and listen, I'm going to let you guys in on a New York phenomenon.
Yeah.
My wife has been asking me for 20 years, why are Met fans so ugly? And I said, I have no idea. I can't explain it. You know, even friends, family, they're the ugliest people in my family. I can't even begin to tell you a phenomena that cannot be explained in New York.
And with these new 5K TVs and high definition, Tone, we see everything. They zoom in on the fans for those reaction shots. We don't need to be seeing those gross people.
No, it's the land of misfit toys.
Wow.
It's like a Comic-Con convention. I can't. Thank God we don't have to stare at them any longer. To going to Jaden Daniels, I think that the decision has already been made. And Danny, I am lockstep with you. This is not even an if, maybe. So he's out. Period. End of story. Let the Bears think that he's going to play.
So you would just call it now, Tony. You would go to him and say, we're sitting you against the Bears. Get ready for the Giants.
100%, especially that you have the Eagles and Cowboys not too far behind. You have to get ready for these games. And let me say this, if we do anything special this year as an organization and as a team, I think winning this Bear game without Daniels will be that inflection point, will be that moment where people will say, hey, listen, look at us. We were underdogs at home. Nobody respected us, even though we were 3-0 at home, playing great at home, and they made us dogs to the Bears just because we didn't have Jaden, and we beat them.
And don't forget, at that point, Tone, thanks for the call, you will have scored 30 on Carolina without him and been the best offense in terms of the numbers in the league this past week until Baltimore played with Marcus Mariota at quarterback, and then beating Chicago's really good defense in that hypothetical. They play the Bears, then the Giants on the road, then they host the Steelers, and then it's Eagles-Cowboys. So 3 of 4 games right after the Bears are in the division. I don't need to sit here and pretend like people don't get this. You all do. If you're looking at import of games in this league, you start with divisional matchups. They're the most valuable. They're basically worth 3. Conference games are worth 2. Non-conference games are worth 1. You want to lose games? Find the AFC teams on your schedule. Those damage you the least. Then the conference game, then the division game. That's got to be a part of this. Just like their 5-2 record has to be a part of it, I think, as well. Kendall Crofton, you're on the Fan.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey, buddy.
So when I'm listening to the press conference yesterday, I hear him say week to week, and I hear him describe perfectly day to day.
Right.
So
right.
I want to know. It seems to me that he's better. It seems like he avoided major injury. It seems like he's dealing simply with a pain threshold deal. So if it's a pain, because if it's a real injury, then it really is week to week, and we're not going to do anything. But he said that we're gonna look at him every day. So it's about pain tolerance and not about risk of further injury. And so if he can go out there and not risk further injury, just deal with pain of something that's going to eventually subside, I'm playing him.
But I don't want him playing through pain. The optics aren't good. It doesn't look. And B, I don't know that it's necessary. If he could play at a really high level, sure. But it seems like an unnecessary risk to me. Plus, when you're playing through pain, you do things differently.
This is what I was going to go to.
You start favoring it. You start trying to get outside of your norm. No, thank you.
Yeah, doing that changed Ryan Zimmerman's career. Now, again, I know it's different sports, and apparently we don't like bringing up other injuries, but that, to me, changed the arc of his career. Playing through some pain and discomfort caused him to throw a different way. Causing him to throw a different way meant that he couldn't raise his arm over his head. And he had shoulder problems forever. And he went from a Gold Glove caliber third baseman to has to play first base or DH or become a part-timer. That changed everything. I don't want to do that. I don't want any bad habits. I want nothing to derail this train.
800-636-1067. We'll push our fastest 16 minutes back to 325 or so, because I do want to hear from people on this. I know a lot of folks have strong opinions. We'll tell you what the team's plan is next, how they think they're going to best have a chance to get Jaden Daniels ready to go. Also, let's make a prediction. Will he play on Sunday? Because that's very different than actually what I would maybe do. How I feel about whether he plays and how I would handle it are not necessarily the same right now. G&D on the Fan.
happened on that first long run, did play some snaps after, but did not look like himself, ended up watching the game from the sideline. My understanding is his status for this Sunday's big-time showdown with the Chicago Bears and Caleb Williams, a game so attractive it was actually flexed to the 4 p.m. spot. That is now very much in doubt. It is not a major injury. This is not something that's going to keep him out multiple games, but from my understanding, this is something to monitor, something to watch. It's something where it really depends on how he responds to treatment. During the game, his mom, Regina, tweeted, he's fine. And that was kind of the last anyone said of it. Dan Quinn talking to reporters today saying, well, he's week to week, but he hopes that Jaden Daniels will be out Sunday. This is their franchise quarterback. He is someone who has clearly altered the face of their entire organization. They're going to be more cautious than anything when it comes to putting him on the field this Sunday.
Ian Rappaport, NFL Network. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. And a welcome in to all of our listeners in Richmond for the first time today. We're live all over the DMV. Flagship 106.7 The Fan. We're live in Richmond, AM 910, FM 105.1. Take us with you wherever you go via audio, the Odyssey app, and you can watch us on video, 106.7 The Fan's YouTube channel. We're giving away tickets to Disturbed, their concert in town. You got to be listening in 1 hour at 4 if you want those. And we'll be joined by Austin Eckler, a weekly Tuesday segment with the Commanders running back, brought to you by IT Cadre. That comes your way in 2 hours at 5 o'clock here on The Fan. Rappaport said that Daniels' status is very much in doubt.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing that Dan Quinn said in his press conference yesterday made you think that his status is very much in doubt, if we're using very much in doubt to mean doubtful. Now, I guess, again, I'm diving deep into the wording and the terminology of the diction here. But if he's saying very much in doubt, like there is question about whether or not he'll play. Those two things can be synonymous. But when you hear the word doubt in football, you're thinking doubtful.
Yeah, there's a designation that correlates to that,
So
right?
doubtful, by definition, means there's a 75% chance you're not going to play. So that's where I'm at when I hear he's very much in doubt. Someone's telling him he's doubtful. That means 75% he's not going to play, which in no way matches what we heard from the coach yesterday at the podium. So I ask you, do you think his very much in doubt is just him not knowing anything more than anybody else, saying his status is uncertain? Or do you think Dan Quinn made it seem more positive that he might play yesterday than is actually the case behind the scenes?
Yeah, it's an important distinction. So to me, this is a Rappaport turn of phrase versus the information, a.k.a. no one knows. It's uncertain. That's different than he's going to be listed as doubtful when the injury report comes out.
That's where I think you got to be careful with your words as a reporter.
Agreed.
Because when you say very much in doubt, that's you saying the player's doubtful. Whereas I think you're right. I think what he's actually saying is there's uncertainty about whether or not he's going to play. Him being on the field is in doubt.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I understand that, but that's different than how I heard it, if that makes sense.
It makes perfect sense. Yeah. So, and again, this is all pending further tests. I mean, Quinn was even open about that. There's so much here that we don't know. We don't actually know what the exact injury is, as far as I'm aware of. Right? I know it's in his ribs. Do you right now this minute? Do you know if it's his rib cartilage? Do you know if it's a bruised rib? Do you know if it's multiple bruised ribs? Do you know if it's a hair? I guess it's not a fracture. We would have had something to that effect.
To your point, they have been purposefully obtuse about the injury. They keep saying it's a rib. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, they're like, we like how hockey does it. Let's do that.
In the NFL, we don't do that.
I know.
Dislocation versus broken knee versus ankle, lower body, upper body is a different sport, to your point. So they just keep going, it's a rib, like they're Chris Rock. How much for a rib?
Rib.
One rib. How much for some soda?
Put it in my hand.
We'll get to the phones. 800-636-1067. How would you guys handle it? The show being brought to you by our friends at Condoria and Murad. They'll help you update your last will and testament. If you need that done, set up a conversation with them. They'll get you a trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today. KMLawyers.com. Mention us. Get a discount. KMLawyers.com. So, Danny, what's your prediction? Do you think he plays?
I do. And this is going to be probably the first time since I've said mea culpa. I'm wrong about everything. They were right. I was wrong. They were right. This is going to be kind of the first crossroads to me where I'm going to say, flag in the ground, I disagree with this. Now, again, it may come out that he's totally fine and all the coming out of the game and him wincing and him not even be able to play catch to warm up to go in the game was much ado about nothing, and he's fine, 6 days and a few hours later. Maybe. But to me, this is feeling like he's gearing it up, and it's going to be billed as this heroic return, and how miraculous is this, and what a leader he is, and all that other kind of stuff. And that's fine. But to me, I think this is throwing caution to the wind when they shouldn't.
I thought yesterday, right after Dan Quinn talked, that he was definitely going to play, or definitely strong. I don't think there's
I had that feeling. Yeah.
But that this was headed toward he's going to play on Sunday. Right now, this moment, and I might change my mind 4 times, but as we sit here today, I actually lean toward he will not play. And it'll be the abundance of caution. They will bill it as, this sounds like I'm being negative, I'm not, but they'll bill it as, like, you won't believe how hard this kid worked and how much he pushed us and how much he tried, and he's the hero and we're the bad guy and we're the villains.
Mm-hmm.
We're just not going to let the kid play. I think they're going to sell it that way, and they're kind of setting it up to kind of further build the heroic image, so to speak. But right now I'm leaning toward he doesn't play. Part of it is what Rap Sheet said. Part of it is you just hear anybody talking about this, like the reporters, are really being careful about saying he's got a good chance to play. Whereas if you were just listening to what Quinn said, you would absolutely feel like he's got a good chance to play. Tells me somebody somewhere is saying something else. Maybe. Let's go to the phones. 800-636-1067. Thomas is in Waldorf on the Fan. What's up, Thomas?
Hey, guys. How y'all doing?
What's up, buddy?
I want to say I love your show. I want to shout out to everybody, all the Redskin fans in the world. 2 things I want to say. I was always a big Dante Fowler fan. If you all remember, during that draft, that night, he was dressed in Redskin colors. A lot of people don't remember that, but Jacksonville took him before us.
That's a hell of a memory. I don't even know.
I do not remember
how
that.
you could possibly remember what he was wearing on draft night.
If y'all Google that, y'all will see he had on like a white tuxedo with a burgundy or yellow something type of
So I'm
tie.
looking at it here. He's got a white, it's like all white look, like he's going to an all white party. But the outline of the tuxedo is like a reddish burgundy, and he's got a gold bow tie with gold buttons.
Would you look at that?
Exactly. Because he thought that he was going to get drafted by the Redskins. Number 2, I was always a big Mariota fan. I wanted the Skins to draft him, so I'm all around happy.
So you're feeling good about the team, but let's get to the business at hand here. How would you handle Jaden Daniels?
I would let him sit. He has nothing else to prove. He's already coming to the league, took the league by storm. I would let him rest and let Mariota, at least for this week, let him rest, let him go through his healing process, do whatever he has to do, and get ready for the rest of the season, because you don't want him to rush into it for this particular game, and then we won't have him for the rest of the year.
I like the reason being shown and the maturation of this fan base here on the phones, the folks that have come on and said, hey, maybe you just right now, this moment, shut him down for the week. Now, I wouldn't even go that far, to be honest with you. I am not team he's not playing Sunday. We're on to the Giants. I'm letting this thing play out. He may well be very, very okay.
Yeah, I'm leaving the door open. If this is somehow miraculously to me, fine. And it's not just, he's
what
cleared.
What would be miraculous about that?
Like he
went right back out to the sideline. He was jumping around, waving his arms.
He was in so much pain he had to come out of the game, and he couldn't toss the ball. Like he tried to toss it to a teammate to warm up, and he couldn't do that.
And an hour and a half later, you would have never known he was hurt as he was hugging people and celebrating for touchdowns.
Other than that, he was in street clothes because he had been removed from the game from the pain.
If they were up by 30 points, I think that probably was a factor too.
I suppose.
I definitely look. We all saw it. He was in pain. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
If that game was tight, would he have played again? I guess we don't know. But I mean, there's all kinds of things that they, medicines and pills and shots, and you kind of if it's just a pain thing, the pain can go away for a couple hours. Now, I'm not condoning that. In fact, I've talked to a lot of players who played a long time in the league who fight against feeling good for a couple of hours by any means necessary. But my point is, we don't know. It might have been a very minor thing that was painful. Where you've probably had, I'm sure you have, like where something happened that burns, that stings, that hurts, and you're writhing in pain, and a couple hours later, it doesn't hurt anymore. That's not that crazy. Now, I'm not saying that's what's happening, but I'm saying none of us know. And there's just as good a chance of that as this is still going to be hurting in 3 weeks, I think.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from on that. I mean, to me, this isn't a bruise. You know what I mean? It's not like a deep thigh bruise, which is a pain in the butt and hurts and is annoying. But it's like, okay, like I keep saying the same thing. Like the rib, maybe because I'm sensitive because I broke my ribs a few years ago, and
he did not break.
He didn't break his ribs, but like you'd get something going in the rib. It's a different animal, dude.
How much for a rib?
It's not a like, it's about willpower. It's one of those like you can't do anything. You cannot breathe. You can't not breathe. You can't lay up. You can't lay down. You can't sit up. You can't walk. You can't do anything when the rib area is hurting. And you can see how excruciating it was for him. But I guess you're right. I mean, he was moving his arms around. And
my point is, if he had when you broke your rib,
yes,
you know what you wouldn't have done is gone back out onto the sideline to stand around and watch the game and give people high fives and raise your hands for the touchdown and walk off the field going, give me more noise. Give me more noise. You would not have been doing any of that.
Well, like an idiot, I actually rode the stationary bike that day thinking it wasn't that bad. And I walked around for a week with broken ribs, like a tool.
Right.
Because I'm stupid.
But again, I apologize that you did that. You would not have been doing any of that stuff that Jaden Daniels was doing.
No.
I think that's a tell. And we are correctly remembering that he didn't come back into the game, that he was sidelined, that he couldn't play, all those things. The game was out of hand. It was 27-0 at halftime. It was over. There was no reason for him to consider playing again. What would have happened if they were down 10-7 and their offense had turned the ball over or punted on every single drive?
After he'd gone to the blue tent and back to the locker room for extra x-rays? I don't know.
I don't either.
I don't know.
But that's kind of my point. I think we're basing it on, well, he didn't play. Well, he wasn't. Even if they checked him out and he was perfectly fine, he wouldn't have played. If he was in the concussion protocol, went back past his concussion test, I'll bet you he wouldn't have played with a full, clear bill of health at that point because you're up by 30. He didn't play the fourth quarter against the Browns and he wasn't hurt. I mean, they're trying to protect him as best they can. Let's go to Leo in Gaithersburg on the Fan. What's up, Leo?
Fellas, what's up? Yeah, he's not playing. I wouldn't play him. Especially because you got a linebacker or safety on the Bears and they see number 5 behind the line of scrimmage on Sunday. They're going to be targeting that area, trying to re-aggravate it or further injure it, what have you.
Exactly, yeah.
As well. So, yeah, this isn't the NHL, unfortunately. So, and secondly, I think they're handling it perfectly because now the Bears have to prepare for either Jaden Daniels or Mariota because they both have very different skill sets.
Do they?
I think so.
What's different? I mean, they ran the same offense. Mariota ran read option. If anything, kind of, they threw the ball down the field to the middle of the field more, but there wasn't really much else.
I think with a week, because, Mariota didn't take the first team reps last week. I think this week, if Mariota's taking the first team reps, Cliff's going to have a little different playbook for him.
Okay.
He's an older quarterback. I think he's more pocket oriented. Just milk it out and put him as questionable up until the last minute.
Yeah, so that last part I love. I love there's
Thank you for the call.
There's no incentive to be like, guys, I have the early scoop. Here's what's happening this weekend. This is, if you're allowed gamesmanship, take advantage of it. Go ahead, feel free, explore the space.
Yeah, that's an important thing to bring up. I'm glad he did. And I asked you this a few minutes ago. Dan Quinn pretty obviously had everybody relax. This isn't that big of a deal. We're going to track him closely this week. He may or may not play, but we're hoping he can. Press conference. That's what he had.
Yes.
They might already know behind the scenes, we're not going to play him this week. There's no reason to push it. There's no reason to rush it. Let's just play Mariota, and he'll be ready for the Giants at 100%. I took his press conference to be extremely honest, forthright, like him just stepping up to the challenge of the fan base is concerned about the kid. Let's give him the real here. Let's give him as much info as we can. It might actually be the exact opposite, where they know a lot more internally, and he goes, let's play the football game. Let's play the coach's game. I'll say one thing. They'll think he might play at least until Thursday or Friday when the word gets out. And then Marcus Mariota will play after all.
Yeah, it's 2 birds with 1 stone because you're saying, hey, he's not going on IR. That you can't hide, right? And fans get to be relaxed and take a breath. And 2, right now, did I use A or 1 first? I think I actually said A. So B. So A, fans get to exhale. B, right now, when they install their game plan on Wednesday, talking about the Bears, Eric Washington, Matt Eberflus and company are going, we need to prepare for Marcus Mariota. It's not that big a difference, but there is a difference.
That's where you lose me, though. I don't know that there's a difference. I mean, in terms of player, there is. Jaden Daniels is better than Marcus Mariota. So inevitably, if Daniels doesn't play, it's just a relief that they're going to feel that now you deal with Mariota, who doesn't do things at the same level. But in terms of style of play, it's not like they're going from Jaden Daniels to Derek Carr as their backup.
I understand that,
It's basically they're going to run the same formations, the same designs, the same looks. We just saw it. The offense was identical.
We did, but you also are going to see tendencies, right? Whereas Mariota, I'm making this up, Mariota wants to hit this at this time where Daniels is more comfortable hitting this at that exact same moment. You need to study those sorts of things and be prepared for it to call the right defense.
And I think they will. I mean, they're going to prepare for both guys probably.
And that's what I want to make them do.
Let's go to Sean in Falls Church on the Fan. What's up, Sean?
How we doing, guys? Thanks for taking my call. I appreciate that.
Sir.
Yeah, no, I think that you guys are hitting the nail on the head. I think that yes, obviously Jaden Daniels is not Mariota, but at the same time, I think that you have to prepare differently. And I think that in terms of what Dan Quinn was saying, yes, he's hopeful that Jaden Daniels will play. I'm hopeful that the Capitals will win 4 Stanley Cups and that my Tottenham Hotspur will win the Premier League. Yes, that's definitely going to be up there. I don't think it necessarily will happen. And the thing that really stands in the way, I think, is kind of the play that stands in my mind is the throw that Jaden Daniels made to Terry McLaurin in the Bengals game. He knew he was taking the hit, and he threw it, and he took the hit, and it went off great, and he didn't get hurt. But if you have a rib injury and you are just getting unloaded upon in the rib area with your arm outstretched, yeah, that's huge, and I do not want to see that happen. I think he sits.
Well, I will say that yesterday in the presser, Dan Quinn basically said something to the effect of he's not going to be at risk of taking hits and it being worse or something like that. Like they're not going to pad it up more, put a flak jacket on. It's not that kind of injury. Like a cracked rib where now you can't get hit in the ribs. It sounds like more of a pain management threshold kind of injury. But you're right. When you're in the pocket, just the idea, you saw it when he ran twice after that. Immediately went to the ground, avoided contact, didn't want anything to do with anybody around his rib. It was like like an injured dog that you pin down to pet, and they're like, "Oh, don't touch me."
Yeah, not there.
You can't play quarterback in the pocket that way. There's no doubt. Chris in Hyattsville, what's good?
First, I just want to say, Tone in Long Island or wherever he's from is my favorite caller, other than myself.
You put yourself 1 and Tone 2 on the caller rankings?
Well, I'm definitely number 1, and in the rankings, in my opinion.
In the CH poll, Chris and Hyattsville
the
poll.
Hyattsville Power Rankings, preseason poll.
Yeah, and the Ken Palm of Grant and Danny callers, I'm definitely number 1. But this is what I say. This is the same fan base or area, the DMV, that tolerated and accepted the Strasburg shutdown. If Strasburg could get shut down for the entire MLB playoffs when his star was every bit as bright in the MLB as Jaden Daniels' star is right now, I think we can stomach missing Jaden Daniels for a single week against a non-divisional opponent if it means protecting his health long term.
So true.
Yeah.
And the Strasburg point, while eloquent and true and accurate, I don't even think needs to be made. Like Jaden Daniels is the franchise. It's the first year of this program. You're ahead of schedule. It's been awesome. But whatever happens this year is house money. Are you really going to push it? Are you really going to be aggressive at 5-2 to be greedy and get to 6-2 as opposed to a 5-3 record? Worst case. By the way, you weren't worse without him. Mariota didn't play worse than he has played. Now, that was the Panthers. That's a bad defense. The Bears are much better. I think Daniels would play worse than Daniels has played against the Bears. I think Mariota will play worse than what he played last week against the Bears because it's the truest test and the best defense they've played. That's why I want to see him play so badly, by the way. Not for the 1 versus 2 Williams-Daniels thing everybody cares about, but the elite offense and the really good defense matchup that I've been waiting for about a month. But to your point, yeah, people will be okay. I want to sneak in one here because this guy, Kevin, says he actually talked to him in the tunnel down where the players walk off the field at the game. What's up, Kev?
Hey, guys. What's going on? Thanks for taking my call. So
you're one of the few people that's talked to Jaden Daniels, apparently.
I'm telling you, my son and I were down there. We were at the tunnel, and we saw him walk up. My son asked him for an autograph. Super nice, smiling from ear to ear. And I told him about his mom's tweet, and he started laughing. And I asked him, "How you doing?" He's like, "Man, I'm good." I think he plays next week. I don't see him sitting. Like I said, he wasn't wincing. Didn't seem like he was in any sort of pain.
He did
seemed-
act very normal. That's kind of that's a good way to put it, right? Whether like if you're hurt, are you stopping and signing the autograph and sticking it up for a second? I don't know.
Exactly.
He was just kind of operating in the
Appreciate
second
you,
half to me, Danny, like it was a preseason game he wasn't playing in. You know what I mean?
I do. I can't get those. Hey, I got a guy alone in the flat. I could probably score a touchdown, and I'm just going to gently sort of fall to the ground image out of my head. Like, that's not what a fine person does. Later on, he was, acting as a normal person on the sideline of street clothes.
Might have had some performance enhancement.
I have no idea what
help him
happened.
out.
I don't know. He was outside my view for a while. It came back, felt a little differently. I have no clue what was going on. I just can't get those, like, wincing discomfort. I don't want any part of this, whatever this is.
The warm-up
moments
throw
happening.
where he basically
Yeah.
writhed in pain and screamed
Mhm.
was a thing. We're talking about a rib, ladies and gentlemen. Jaden Daniels'
Mhm.
rib. Next on Grant and Danny. We're going to go around the NFL. We'll give you our fastest 16 minutes, but right now we're talking about a rib.
A rib.
May I help you, sir?
How much for an order of ribs?
$2.50.
$2.50. How many ribs do I get with that?
About 5.
5. So I guess that's about 50 cents a rib, huh?
Yeah, about.
Let me get one.
Right on. One order. One order ribs.
No. One rib.
One rib.
I sure am hungry.
Make that one rib to go. One rib? One rib.
the show part of your day. In 30 minutes, we're giving away tickets to Disturbed. You want to go check out the show. 4 o'clock, those tickets are yours if you're listening and dial the number at the right time right here on the Fan. We also have Austin Eckler on the program today, thanks to our friends at IT Cadre. He'll provide trusted insight. He's our trusted insider. Love talking to Eckler. That's at 5 on Grant and Danny. Let's spin you around the NFL with the fastest segment on the show. We begin with the London game on Sunday morning. Patriots are really bad. They're 1-6. They got doubled up by the Jaguars, who were 2-5, 32-16 final. I would not be feeling very good about this coaching staff if I was a Patriots fan. I would be feeling very good about my young quarterback, though. Drake May, 2 touchdowns, no picks, threw for 276 yards in his second career start. Very athletic, made some plays with his feet, threw some dimes down the field. So far, so good for May without a whole lot of help.
That's the summary, right? There's not much help there. Jacksonville needed this one badly. They stayed in London. I think they got destroyed there a week before. Banner day for Tank Bigsby. He is better right now than Travis Etienne, the guy they spent a first-round pick on a couple seasons ago. He runs with some authority. Had a couple tutties in this game.
Seahawks blew out the Falcons 34-14. Atlanta, 3 second-half turnovers and defensive stops, few and far between for the Seahawks in this game. Geno Smith, couple of touchdowns. Kenneth Walker scored, went for 70 yards on the ground. DK Metcalf had 99 and a tutty through the air.
This was a performance I did not expect from either team. Atlanta plays close games, win, lose, or draw. Seattle came in having lost 3 in a row. They go on the road and dominated this game. They harassed Cousins all over the field.
Josh Allen is an MVP candidate, and the Bills are 5-2. Allen, 2 touchdowns, no picks. He's got 12 touchdowns without an interception on the season, threw for a season-high 323 yards. 125 of them to his rookie, Keon Coleman. Also, Amari Cooper, welcome to Buffalo, scored in his debut, 4 catches for 66 yards. The Titans started Mason Rudolph in the game. They lose by 24. Will Levis injured.
Tennessee offensively inept. They're sad. It's not very good. Defensively, they can hang around, but you keep giving another team enough chances. It was 10-7 into the third quarter until it wasn't anymore. You look up and it was 34-10. Buffalo ripped off 27 straight, 34 straight rather.
Bengals survived the Browns 21-14. Give Cleveland credit. Couple of close games in a row, even though this offense has been disgusting. Joe Burrow, couple of touchdowns, no interceptions. Chase Brown's become the back of choice out of the backfield for Cincinnati. He ran 15 times for just 44 yards. T. Higgins, 82 in a score. Jamar Chase, 55 and a touchdown, all for the Bengals. The big story, though, was on the Browns side of the ledger, Deshaun Watson. Here's how that story ended this year. When were they going to bench him? What's going to happen?
Yeah.
He tore his Achilles tendon. He will miss the remainder of the season. Jameis Winston, very likely to be the starting quarterback for the Browns moving forward. And there were fans cheering as Watson was being tended to on the field in Cleveland.
Such a mess. There's nothing good about it in any direction. There's no well, here's a positive. It's all gross. For Cincinnati, very quietly, I'm not saying they're good. I'm telling you, they're 3-4 and not out of the picture entirely, as long as that offense is good. They started off like gangbusters. Credit to Cleveland for staying in the football game, and they basically just got tough and stopped them pretty much throughout the rest of the day. Had a chance to win it, of course. They couldn't, but Cincinnati is 3-4 and frisky.
Really good win for the Packers at home against the Texans. Yeah. Lambeau Field, 24-22. Jordan Love throws a lot of picks. He's leading the NFL with 8. He also throws a lot of touchdowns. I believe he's second to Baker Mayfield in the NFL in touchdowns with around 15. He had 3 more of those. Josh Jacobs ran for 76 yards. Romeo Doubs is back. 8 catches, 94 yards for Green Bay. C.J. Stroud only threw 21 times for 86 yards at his worst game of the season. Joe Mixon did run for 2 touchdowns for Houston. Close game, 24-22 final. Green Bay and Houston are both 5-2 and contenders.
Green Bay, whisper quiet, top 10 in both offense and defense. Pretty good recipe to be one of those. What am I looking for? Oh, yeah, really good teams. They are complete. Their weakness right now, you already touched on it, I was going to point it out, is the weird Jordan Love interception bug. Minus that, this is a complete football team that's really good.
Well, the whole NFC North is good, which brings us to the Lions and the Vikings. Detroit outlasting Minnesota 31-29 in the game of the weekend. Jared Goff, who's an MVP candidate, threw for 280 and a couple of touchdowns. Jahmyr Gibbs ran for 116. He scored 2 times on the ground. Amon-Ra St. Brown got off to a slow start this year. He was fantastic. 8 catches for 112 yards and a touchdown. Sam Darnold threw another pick, but did otherwise, I thought, have a really good game. 22 of 27 for 259 and a score. Aaron Jones ran for 93 and a touchdown. Justin Jefferson, Jetta, 7 catches, 81 yards, and a score in the loss. 31-29. Awesome game. Lions are 5-1. So are the Vikings. Packers are 5-2. Bears are 4-3.
4-2. Had a bye week.
Everybody in the NFC North is really, really good.
Detroit is excellent. They're the best team in the NFL, except they don't really have a great pass rush right now. They really miss Hayden Hutchinson. Nobody's fault. I mean, he's hurt, but you could see it. Yeah, you could see it reared its ugly head. Minnesota was game. They were down by two scores there into the fourth quarter. Had a fumble return for a touchdown to kind of change things. Lost on a last-second field goal. That was the game of the day.
Colts beat the Dolphins 16-10. No Tua still, although he is coming back. Said yesterday he will not be wearing a Guardian cap. Personal choice. Someone asked him, hey, what do you say to fans that are worried about you getting another concussion? He says, I really appreciate it, but I love this game to the death of me. He will be playing again. But they lost, and they have lost since he was no longer quarterbacking them. They're 2-4. In the game, by the way, Jalen Waddle, 1 catch for 11 yards, and Tyreek Hill, 1 catch for 8 yards. What are we doing here, Harry? The Colts get a win despite Anthony Richardson, 10 of 24 passing. I've seen enough. I am slamming the gavel. He ain't it. He makes plays with his feet, ran for 56 yards. He can make the occasional awesome play. He's got an unbelievable arm. He is just not a starting quarterback for me. The Colts are 4-3, thanks largely to Joe Flacco.
Yeah, he's certainly not right now. Talking about Richardson, whether he will ever be, I have no idea. But we usually don't have enough patience to find out.
I don't have the time.
Yeah, that's a project. That's a team that's pretty good.
10 of 24, bro.
Yeah, that's a project, and we shouldn't be surprised at a project this year. So I don't know what you do if you're the Colts. They'll probably just play him and flounder. But for the Dolphins, they're 2-4. No one in that division, save Buffalo, is any good. Miami's in second place despite being kind of behind the 8 ball. So they feel like maybe they got a chance when Tua comes back if he's able to stay healthy.
Eagles 28, Giants 3. This was a just complete destruction of New York by Philadelphia. And it was all on the ground. They really didn't have to do anything through the air. I think Jalen Hurts finished with 115 yards passing. But Saquon Barkley was on the verge of his career high. There's video that's gone around of Nick Sirianni coming over and sitting down next to him on the bench. And I don't, it was a couple of yards. He basically said, we can get it for you right here if you want your career high against your old mates here in New York. He said, no, let's let the young guys get in there and play. And that's what they did. Kenneth Gainwell, 56 yards. Will Shipley got 8 carries at the end of the game. But how about 17 for 176 with a 55-yard run back in New York for Saquon Barkley?
Yeah, he had a couple explosives. By the way, Saquon Barkley, a little bit less Tom Petty than I'd have been. I said, let me just go get that real quick. You want to boo me? Boo this.
Every time you're ready to throw dirt on the Rams, Sean McVay finds a way to get across the finish line in first. They got a 154-yard no touchdown performance for Matt Stafford and found a way to win 20-15. Now, the Raiders are bad at 2-5. Yes. Kyron Williams ran for 76 and scored 2 times on the ground. Tyler Johnson, team high, 57 yards receiving, had a 37-yard catch. But it was a pretty bad outing for the Raiders. They played Aiden O'Connell, who got hurt. Minshew comes in, goes 15 of 34, throws 3 interceptions.
I'm going to list the bright spots for the Raiders. Brock Bowers, that's the end of the list. I love watching him play football. I wish he was here. I bet a lot of teams wish he was there.
Chiefs, 49ers in San Francisco, Kansas City, a 28-18 winner. They didn't score until the second quarter. Patrick Mahomes, 2 picks, no touchdowns. On the season, he's got 6 touchdowns and 8 interceptions and went into this week somehow. They're
6-0.
I mean, crazy. He was the number 1 player in MVP odds going into the weekend. Figure that out. I can't. Kareem Hunt got 22 attempts, scored 2 times. He's already become a bell cow.
Yeah.
He was not on the team 3 weeks ago. Their leading receiver, by the way, was Noah Gray and Samaje Perine.
Travis Kelce, a banner 4 for 17. I don't know how Kansas City's doing this. This is the Jesse Pinkman. He can't keep getting away with this gift, talking about Walter White, but here they are, undefeated. Their defense is awesome. San Francisco, obviously, is walking wounded. They lost Brandon Ayuk for the year, probably. ACL, MCL injuries. They couldn't really throw the football particularly well, but Kansas City's defense had a lot to do with that. Really, really impressive. Finding way to win type performance. That's what champions do.
3 picks from Brock Purdy, and the Niners are super banged up. Everybody's hurt. Now, I saw yesterday, they lose Brandon Ayuk for the season. You mentioned some of the injuries, but Deebo Samuel to the hospital with pneumonia, also known as pneumonia.
Pneumonia.
That's scary.
Yeah.
bad situation for them. That was your Sunday look back around the NFL. Jay's in Manassas. I want to squeeze him in really quickly. What's up, Jay? How are you?
Hey, how's it going, man?
Good. By the way, we're coming
hear me
out to
all right?
Manassas. I don't know if you know that or not. We're
Oh,
broadcasting
man,
live on Friday from Manassas. It's our second field trip. Friday from 2 to 6:30. We're going to be off Sudley Road at a place called Uptown Alley in Manassas.
Oh, Manassas Mall. Yeah, I'll be there.
Good.
Good
We'll see
spot,
you there.
good spot. I just wanted to say I love the show. Been faithful G&D listener for years.
Thank you.
But
everything works great. But I heard him refer to himself as the number one caller, Chris from Hyattsville. As soon as I hear you say that, I could be in the car at 66 East. I want to roll out and roll into 66 West into oncoming traffic.
Oh, no.
Y'all got to stop taking his calls. Every argument, he wants to go back to baseball from 80 years ago. I don't know if it's his Weasley voice or the fact that he'll be like, oh, and they're talking about football. Hey, Grant, do you know at the Polo Grounds, Babe Ruth popped his collar? Like, no one cares. Stop taking Chris from Hyattsville's calls. Love the show. Thank you. I'll hang up.
How about the shrapnel? Now, I guess if you come on the show and you say you're the best caller, you were open yourselves up for some criticism.
that we're not endorsing or co-signing anything.
Yeah, I didn't
That-
agree with the word he said.
We don't normally do that where we have like caller wars, like using us as a proxy. I don't know how to feel about that.
Well, he did stick a flag in the ground
Yeah.
and say, I'm the best caller into the program. So he opened himself up to a little bit of heat, I would say. But I did not see that coming.
I did not.
How about that? Our double play
Man.
every day at 3:45 is next. Plus, top of the hour, a little over 15 minutes from right now, someone's going to win tickets to go see Disturbed. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Tickets to Disturbed being given away right ahead of the Blitz at 4. Austin Eckler, our IT cadre, weekly conversation with him at 5. All coming your way on the Fan. Remember, we're only with you until 5:45 tonight. So enjoy it while you got it. It's precious commodity today. Caps hockey at 6. They're in Philly taking on the Flyers this evening. And then they're home tomorrow for the second half of a home and home back-to-back games in 2 days against the same team, which I love for the record. Hockey especially, at each other's throats, physical, banging around, crashing into each other. The home and home day by day for a Metro division rival where it's just jumping on a train. I think we should do that more.
I'm not opposed to it by any stretch. So I think I'll go that far. It doesn't necessarily move me one way or the other. Like, I don't know if I like what, like if I had two games on the same playing field, right? I'm going, which one do I like better? Playing X team or then another team, or playing the same team back to back? I think it's pretty even with me. Like, to me, I get up for, if it's a rivalry game, I care about that.
The rivalry part is why, though, because there's a hatred already.
Yeah.
You're annoyed by certain players. And then when you play them twice in 2 nights, that series feel of how many times I'm going to let this guy hit me and get away with it.
Yeah, you did this the other night, and I know what you did. I'm hunting. I get that.
I think fights go up. Some of the physicality goes up. It's just a better brand of what I enjoy. Let's get to our double play, though. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Each and every day on Grant and Danny, the double play comes your way at this time.
Bit of a sad one here, GP. Said goodbye to a classmate, a guy I've known since kindergarten, over the weekend. A bunch of folks were in town for it. Kind of just really, really hard to talk about, difficult stuff for him, things that he was going through over the course of his life. We had known for those of us that were, buddies with him, but not like incredibly close. You sort of hear from somebody for a while, hey, he's struggling, or hey, he's not doing great. And it turns out we really didn't know the depths of it as to how really hard it was at times for him. Somebody that was probably the funniest guy you'd ever meet, who was always the quickest on his feet in terms of with a joke or like the right thing to say, just in general for us, everybody has an experience with him. So many funny, hilarious, amazing, awesome memories. Like, he was the kid that would say, I'll try that, or I'll do that, but obviously gone way too soon. Just a really, really hard thing. So the only PSA here, the only takeaway is it's really, really hard to know what somebody may be going through, unless you are there, unless you are asking, unless you are doing everything you possibly can. And when they're gone, you just go, I can't believe I didn't see her. I can't believe I didn't notice her. I can't believe I didn't do more. It's that natural feeling after they've kind of gone away. So just a reminder to take a breath and be kind to folks. You do not know what they're going through. When we would see him, it was always a smile and it was always kind of fun, and you never really would know the depths of the struggle. So that is my PSA to everybody. But good to see a lot of friends that I haven't seen in some time. Wish it was under better circumstances, obviously. But yeah, that was over the weekend, man. That was a tough one.
That stinks. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
I don't know the details, but I will also say, just kind of reading between the lines there, the other thing is, it's never a bad time to check in on anyone either.
That's what it is. Yeah.
It's so hard. It takes work to keep up with friends as you get older.
Yep.
As you have a family. When you're single and kind of doing your own thing, it's a lot easier. But when you're married and you have kids and they have lives and you're running around doing things and you got multiple jobs, most people trying to piece together just slices of pie at this point, it really is like, it takes legitimate work. It takes time and effort, but to check in on buddies and friends and people you haven't heard from. And, even in that way, a text could go a long way. Not that someone who's having a really tough time is going to bear it all in the response, but at least you can, try to link up and get back in touch with people.
A little bit of light. Yeah.
But yeah, never a bad time to just put that effort in, and with family members, tell them you love them. And, I think it's one of those things we forget day to day.
Absolutely.
Double play driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. The Blitz is next. Disturbed tickets could be yours. Austin Eckler is on the show at 5, and we'll get into whether or not the Commanders can beat the Bears if Jaden Daniels doesn't play at 4:25. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thanks much for making the show part of your day. Always means a lot to have you with us. We're taking you up to 5:45 on G&D. A lot of Commanders news trickling out, but one big juicy meatball as the breaking news of the day. So let's get that right now. The Commanders, according to Nikki Jabvala of the Washington Post, are releasing defensive end Jamon Davis. She puts this out in a tweet that also lists that the team has cut safety Sheldrick Redwine from the practice squad and has signed a couple players to the practice squad. Sounds like perhaps a roster announcement has come out from the club. But Nikki Jabvala, the first we've seen here, announcing that Jamon Davis, defensive end, former first-round pick, is being released by the Commanders. We'll get you more details as they come. All of our breaking news on the Fan brought to you by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Get 3 free days of BetQL access by downloading the BetQL app or visiting BetQL.com. But that is a significant development. I mean, Jamon Davis, if you look at how much he's played of late, has certainly not been a factor at the defensive end position. Danny hasn't been on the field very much at all. But to hear that he's being cut as a former first-round pick in the Rivera era who went in the top 20 after 5 games with this Dan Quinn regime is pretty massive.
Yeah, the team is tweeted out as part of their set of roster moves. So there you go.
So that must be because I saw Nikki's tweet, and I'm going, if you're reporting this, you would source it or you would put it by itself. She's got it just with like 3 or 4 different roster moves. So the team made the announcement and nobody broke it, I guess.
That's what it looks like because it just says, we've made the following roster moves.
Yeah.
Ben Nickel and Michael Strachan and Sheldrick Redwine and Jamon Davis is cut. Wow, there's a bit. Oh, what was that one? So anyway, but to that. So this is a pretty big deal. And here's why. It's not just a guy that's not playing is released by team. Think about what they did when they moved on from Jahan Dotson. Okay. And this is not to impugn Jahan Dotson or run down his character or anything like that, but it basically is at a position that we're not real strong, as evidenced by the fact that we went out and got somebody that was cut at the 11th hour by another team who's now probably our second best receiver, talking about Washington. This is not a position of strength. Now, it turns out it hasn't been needed. They're not desperate for receiver help. They're doing just fine. I was wrong about that. But anyway, the fact that they were willing to let Dotson go kind of showed you we're not real concerned about missing out on him. Go to the defensive end spot. No Dorrance Armstrong, or at least for some time. They're thinner on the defensive line. An opportunity was going to be there for Jamon Davis to be part of a rotation opposite Dante Fowler, at least maybe for the short term. There's not a whole lot of defensive end depth right now in Washington. It's Javonte John Baptiste working his way back from injury.
He's
Armstrong as well. Yeah, so there were playing opportunities.
Hurt. Yeah.
There are playing opportunities for him, and they're not concerned about that.
Well, here's your defensive end room. Cleveland Farrell starts. Dante Fowler was fantastic last week, is the key guy opposite him. And then it's F.A. Obata, who plays inside, outside, and Jamon Davis, who they just cut. They think so little about how much Jamon Davis can help him that at their low point of depth on the entire season, they are cutting him. Number one, this is a massive referendum once again on Rivera and the Marty Party. That Ron Rivera operation and Marty, the law firm that was the gift that kept on giving, what an absolutely horrific, terrible drafting operation they were. They swung and missed in the biggest at bats in the early part of the draft over and over and over again. And it's shocking that the team stunk when they got their first round picks wrong over and over and over again. And their big free agents that they would spend money on didn't pan out. Of course, you're not going to be any good. That's the past. This group, we hoped, would be able to get something out of Jamon Davis. Maybe he's only 25. He's got speed. He's physical. Maybe they can make him better than the last group did. They immediately changed his position. They looked at him and they said,
nope,
you can't play off-ball linebacker for us. And maybe somewhere else he could. Maybe he'll go somewhere and he'll get back to playing on the second level as an off-ball linebacker. But with this group, They said, we got Frankie Louvu, who's better than you. We got Bobby Wagner, who's better than you. They thought Michael Davis, who they brought in to be just a special team or extra linebacker, is going to be better than you. Jordan McGee, our mid-round rookie, will be better than you. We don't need you in the linebacker room, thank you. Go to the defensive end room. That's what he did. And then at defensive end, he made the roster, and I give him credit. He had a pretty good preseason.
Yep.
He needed to have a few flash moments, and Danny, he did. So I fully give him props for the transition, former first-round pick. That can be embarrassing. There could be shame there. I think he did everything he was supposed to, and he seems like a model citizen. He seems like, in the building, he is a guy that is coachable, that is pleasant, that people want to be around. He's been in some trouble at different points, driving fast and getting speeding tickets and, doing some reckless, silly things behind the wheel.
Yep.
But for the most part, in the building, by all accounts, this is like a really, really good, sharp young man. And who knows? Maybe they feel like nobody will pick him up and they'll get him back to the practice squad. He just seems like the kind of guy I think someone should take a flyer on. He's 6'3", 235. A lot of teams probably had round 2, round 3 grades on him. And maybe you think with a change of scenery, playing linebacker again, maybe it could work out. And I'll root for him, but what a terrible pick that was.
Well, certainly. And I think that goes without saying at this point. So this, I hesitate to speculate wildly. This timing is pretty stunning. It tells me that this isn't, or it leads me to guess and wonder. I guess let me do it this way to try to be fair. And it makes me wonder, is there something else going on? Right? Because we were talking about this. There's no depth. They don't have bodies to play these positions.
Well, either that, which I'm not jumping to that lily pad with you, or they just have seen enough to know he can't help us. Because
right, but
you're not cutting him at a moment of need at that position if you think he can help you.
Clearly, and that's why I'm kind of going. He can't play 10 plays a game at this point. Again, I'm not questioning them. They have earned the right to not have me bother them with my minor concerns. I learned my lesson post Jahan Dotson here. But I guess what I'm saying is, I wonder if there's some sort of, hey, we need you to do X, Y, Z. That didn't happen. I'm not saying like some sort of off-field impropriety. I mean, I have no idea. But with all the injuries, with everything that's happening, it's not like they just have a bunch of dudes ready and waiting at this point, and a bunch of kids coming up from the practice squad that are itching to get you double-digit sacks. They don't have very much there. It tells you, to your point, at a minimum, this guy simply cannot do it. And we did everything we possibly could to try to figure it out, and we're not going to waste our time anymore. We would rather have more Jalen Holmes in the lineup. We'd rather have more, I don't know, I'm trying to think of someone who's on the practice squad who could help him. Andre Jones, we'd rather have him active than Davis at this point, who can run. I mean, it's fascinating. Again, they've earned the benefit of the doubt as far as I'm concerned with moves like that, and you're 100% right. It's another terrible reminder and indictment on how poor this previous regime was that these guys are digging out of the hole of. But man, oh man, that's pretty stunning.
We are blowing out the Beltway Blitz that was planned here. We'll open up the phones for your reaction. This is an opportunity for you to react now live, only medium where you could do that, to the breaking news, which is fairly significant, I would say, even though I can't call it stunning, because he truly was one of the last guys on the roster. He's one of the last guys in. He was one of the last guys to get activated on games where he was. He was occasionally below that line of that threshold of being deactivated. Jamon Davis being released by the Commanders. That is according to the team directly. He has been cut. Another indictment on the Rivera era drafts, obviously. His final run here in Washington will go down as having been a part of 5 of the 7 games. Some of that work on special teams. 13 total tackles and 1 tackle for loss. That, by the way, came, I believe, in the first half against Tampa in week 1. If you remember, he made back-to-back plays that I thought were pretty good against the run. But that should have been the writing on the wall. In week 1, he was one of the first guys on the field at defensive end, if we remember. Think about that. Now, Dante Fowler maybe wasn't 100% healthy yet, coming back with some issues, but he got on the field. He was their speed rusher, and he made a couple nice plays against the run. And each week after that, I think week 2, the next week, he was deactive. And we all said, wait, they deactivated him? He's inactive this week after he made a couple plays last week? That told you right then and there. They obviously didn't see the performance like a lot of people did on the outside looking in. But he can't get on the field. He can't play at a time where they've got a bunch of injured defensive ends. What else is there to say?
Not much beyond that. But I don't know. It is pretty stunning when you think about that. Again, if I would understand if Armstrong healthy, rolling. John Baptiste healthy, rolling. Fowler has the game he has this past week. You welcome back Obata, who can play multiple spots for you and probably do a couple different things. If you had bodies, I would go, yeah, that's a numbers game, and you lose, dude. You were the 9th guy on that sort of edge group, and that's not including when we line up Luvu out there to blitz or somebody else to kind of do what you do a lot better. But right now, when they're as thin as you could possibly be, it just tells you how little they think at this point. And this is one of those, we are not concerned what happens, right? Knowing we've got a lot to play and there's not a great option that we can just turn to, they remain unconcerned, which tells you a lot.
Not to mention that their 7th round pick this year, Javonte Jean-Baptiste, had climbed ahead of him on the depth chart.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that in and of itself was telling. And that's why I say I don't think anyone should be shocked by this, because he was at the very, very back of the end rotation. It was one of the things you had to look at every week before the game. Let's pull up the inactives. Is Forbes there? Is Davis there? By the way, Emmanuel Forbes headed in the other direction, perhaps. He played in 4 snaps 2 weeks ago. Then he was inactive last week. He played this week, and he had the interception.
Almost 2/3 of snaps.
Otherwise was not noticeable, right? But he played a lot at cornerback, which, without any injury, I mean, there's been no major change to the personnel, means that either they like the matchup or they like something they saw in practice or they felt like there was some breakthrough. He went from not playing at all to playing more than 50% of the snaps. Whereas Jamon Davis has been going in the other direction, and that's with all the injuries. Like, I thought this week, in fact, if you go back and pull the audio from last week, when they had the injury to Dorrance Armstrong, who was going to miss, was ruled out on Friday, and Baptiste was put on IR, we both kind of said, okay, it's going to be a lot of Fowler on passing downs. It's going to be plenty of F.A. Obata on running downs, but Jamon Davis is going to get one last crack at this thing.
He was my answer to who steps up, if you recall. We did that last week in the absence of Allen and Armstrong and company, meaning he's going to have a chance to play because there's nobody in front of him. Well, I guess now there's no team in front of him. I mean, that's the end. That is wild.
Where are you on discussing the old Rivera draft history? Because I think there's 2 camps whenever I do that. One is, who cares, move on, it's in the past.
Oh, no.
I just can't get there yet. I need everyone to remember, number one, because they screamed at me about how we should all just trust Ron constantly. The same people. Now, this time, hopefully they're right, that are in love with Dan and everything that's going on now. Before that, they were all in love with Ron for the first year, and they were in love with everyone that had been brought in. And, so this one's better, I think. This situation's better, but the next guy they'll love too. You could hire Darius or me as defensive coordinator, and they'll tell you why we're going to be awesome as long as we wear the right colors.
Grant's like, we're going to arrive violently. We're going to dictate to offenses. They're going to feel us.
I don't play that game. I'm a critical thinker. I can't just get in line and clap like a seal. But I will tell you that when I look at that draft history in 10 years, it'll still piss me off. Because it's just there's a difference between an inexact science and not being very good at it, and very obviously having no clue. They had no clue in that building. And we had to sit here and watch it for 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of us knew it every step of the way.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that was, I want time back. I want energy and effort and money and some of the voice that I lost that I'll never get back into this microphone.
Mm-hmm.
What a stupid operation this was for so long.
No question.
With no proven general managing chops in the building and just being told that the poop was fertilizer, just being told that the wet stuff was rain. Oh,
yep.
So frustrating.
Yeah. And I think it's for me partly because I hold grudges and I don't forgive very well, but a big part of it for me about wanting to revisit it is when I said so at the time, oh, did I catch some Eric flack?
You care way more about the personal part of it.
Right. When I get whenever I'm correct and I get screamed at and I don't get my apologies, like everybody who ever said anything, when I was like, this is the incorrect pick, which it was, I was correct then. And then the next day I was walking around just correct. All the days from that day till this, just strutting around like McMahon in the circle of right. I'm wrong all the time, but when I am, I say so. You were all wrong. Everybody who raised their voice at me, put a finger up or did a crying emoji or whatever the hell you were doing, I want that. And so that's why I revisit it.
I totally get that.
That's why I
And
do that.
I've worked with you long enough. I know
And
that
you know
that's
that,
how
yeah,
you
we know
roll.
each other, yeah.
And I will say this is not even a knock on you because you do it both ways. You also love to do here's the thing I got wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody cares about that. To me, like no one cares about your fantasy team. Like your obsession with your scorecard, so to speak, on your calls. I respect that you are willing to say when you get it right or wrong. To me, that's fine. Now to the more important thing, the football team. Like that's where I'm at.
Yeah.
And it's just, God, it's so maddening.
Yes, it is.
That's the bill of goods you were sold for some time.
Yep.
And that run in the first round.
Yeah, I need
so embarrassing.
I need the professionals who are paid to do that. I need them to know before I do. You see what I'm saying? Just whatever it is. They get millions to do the job effectively. When I can go over here, not making millions, by the way, that was wrong. And then 2 years later, a year later, 6 months later, however much later, turns out that I was right. That can never happen. That's reprehensible.
The final draft of that era. Emmanuel Forbes at 16 overall.
Wrong.
He's getting back on the field now over the street free agents that they bring in. That's a good sign.
Yeah.
Quan Martin is actually a player who they drafted in the second round. I'm going to give them a win there. Stromberg in the third round. Braden Daniels in the fourth round. KJ Henry in the fifth round. Chris Rodriguez and Andre Jones in the late rounds. None of those guys may ever do anything meaningful for this football team. The year before that, Dotson in the first round, no longer on the roster. I mean, that's really where you start the convo, by the way. The first round picks of Forbes, Dotson, Jamon Davis, and then Chase Young, which was disastrous. Now, Young, we can look back at and say they should have gone quarterback, but that pick in and of itself, I give them a little more grace on because everybody thought he was the real deal. Every draft analyst, every team in America would have taken that guy at number 2 if they had a quarterback. The problem was Washington didn't have a quarterback. And that's why the pick was bad. But otherwise, you just look at some of the decisions they made. Oh, I could work myself into a frenzy if we start doing that. But the news of the day is that Jamon Davis, who the team drafted 19th overall, was released today. And in a symbolic gesture, I think a apropos kind of course it happened this way. They did it in a tweet. Like no one even broke the story. Think about that. No one was tipped off by an agent. No national reporter cared enough about it. Just like some dude on the back of the roster who's no longer on the team. They sent a tweet from their account saying, "We've cut Sheldrick Redwine and Jamon Davis."
You know, just two players.
That's what they thought of Jamon Davis.
Yeah.
Sheldrick Redwine got cut. Who are the guy they signed to the practice squad that I've never heard of and probably will never hear of? You know, we signed Jeremiah Tittle to the practice squad. And by the way, we cut Jamon Davis. Wait, go back to the second one. What did you just say? Yeah, I don't know if you heard. We cut Sheldrick Redwine. We signed Jeremiah Tittle to the practice squad. We cut Jamon Davis. And then we signed Danny Huey to the practice squad.
Wait, huh?
What'd you say about Jamon Davis?
There's a big one in there. My buddy used to do that
They're just trying to fit it right in the middle.
My buddy would do that with trade offers. He would name like 3 scrubs. He'd be like, "You just give me, I don't know, just give me like Mahomes, and I'll just give you." And I go, "Wait, what? You can't just."
A bit I would do with my wife. Like, what are your plans on Saturday? Yeah, I want to. We could go to the store in the morning. We'll get the garage cleaned out. I want to go to the Caps game at 7, and then we'll make sure that we clean out the refrigerator. She's like, "Did you say you're going to the Caps game on Saturday?"
What? What's that? What did you say?
Wow. All right, let's see what the people think. We'll get your reactions next. Breaking news on the Fan today. Jamon Davis cut by the Commanders. It's a new day. They're better, and they continue to clean house. 5-2, and they don't need the old players that can't help them from the last regime. And Davis is the latest one to hit the chopping block. This is the Fan. Austin Eckler is on the show at 5 o'clock today. That is a half hour away. Welcome back to Grant and Danny, live on the Fan from our Half Street Studios in D.C. Jamon Davis was released by Washington this afternoon. They made some other moves. They were all in the same tweet. They buried the Jamon Davis news right in the middle of, it's like the Friday dump.
But the all-time Friday news dump.
the mid-tweet dump where you say, Sheldrick Redwine will not be with us anymore. Neither will Jamon Davis. By the way, here are the two guys that were signing to the practice squad.
Like when the NFL announced the Dan Snyder suspension, probation, but he's of his own free will thing, like July 3rd at like 6 p.m., right before the 4th holiday. Masterful stuff. This is on that level.
I was watching Ron Rivera breaking down the NFL on NFL Network today.
Weird, huh?
Can't wait to hear his thoughts on the big move tomorrow on Good Morning Football. Miss old Ron.
Yeah.
Been a little while since he
Been a
dropped
minute,
this hot track. This was playing in the clubs all over D.C. Take your shirt
Well,
off.
you guys really want to go there, don't you?
Swing it around your head. We want to go. We're going to go back to the
Guys,
first round pick. Everybody. Yeah.
Guys.
You know where I want to go, Ron?
Guys.
I want to talk about that first round draft history.
Guys. Well, you guys really want to go there, don't you?
We do.
Guys.
Why do you think this didn't work out? Do you think it was that he didn't know where his feet were? Do you think it was he couldn't draw a map because he hadn't been there before?
Mm.
Do you think it was
He checked out the wrong copy, not the 2.0 version, the 1.0 version of the analytics of football.
Okay.
He read the wrong analytics of football. Somebody handed him a bad data sheet in Indianapolis that time when he decided that Carson Wentz was his guy. That's not his fault. That's not his fault. You handed him the wrong analytics.
Don't even bring that up, okay?
Now, was that when the guy had already had surgery? And then JP asked about the surgery, if he might need surgery?
That is not a word.
That's the time to be very specific.
Okay.
When Curtis Samuel, who had already been operated on, was being discussed by the local media in a press conference.
Uh-huh.
They said, what if he ends up needing surgery?
Again.
And Ron acts like you said, it was like the word you can't say on Pee-wee's Playhouse.
Do not even mention that.
That's so funny. I forgot he said.
He yelled at
said
JP
it like,
Finley, man.
Do not even mention
Like, don't
that
even
word.
say it. Oh, because I
Do
don't
not
make it happen.
start something that's not there.
Surgery? Well, it's not there because it's already happened.
Then let's say why he isn't playing.
Jamon Davis got cut.
Cut. Just released.
First round pick. Has already changed positions. Incredible.
So I'm just trying to do some math here and figure some stuff out.
Let me say this really fast.
Please do.
He will play again this year for somebody. He is fast. He has some NFL traits. If he was a 6th round pick, there would be no animus. I think people would look at him and go, I want to see more of that guy. He's interesting. He is loathed by the fan base and is a major storyline because he was the 19th
He's a first
overall
rounder,
pick. But I do think he can help a football team. There's no reason that guy can't play special teams for somebody.
What's I was going to say?
And work his way onto the field as a linebacker.
Two things. One, what should be happening for him is you've been humbled. Whatever. Here we are. What are you going to do? He should be the greatest special teams player ever in his mind. Like, go do that and dominate that role and claw your way back somewhere. Like, make that your career story because his skill set is perfect for that. The other thing I was going to add is Jordan McGee's IR return window closes within the next couple of days, I think.
This week.
I think this is where the math comes back. So I would assume, I don't want to say assume, that may be the precursor to that move is McGee returning.
Let's go to the phone. See what you guys think about the big news. Jamon Davis has been cut by the Commanders. Let's go to Justin in Centerville. Hello, Justin.
Howdy.
What's up, buddy?
Yeah, I think Jamon Davis is an athletic guy, and I think that's why he was a first-round pick for Ron Rivera. It felt like every pick they made during that tenure was guys who have athletic traits, and I do think that there are going to be front offices that are enticed by those traits. I just don't see him ever becoming that, starting middle linebacker for any team in the NFL. I just don't think he has that football instinct sometimes. I watched him a lot his rookie year, and it just felt like a lot of times he just wasn't in the right position.
He was just hesitant. He was also playing his second best linebacker position. I think he got a lot better when they moved him off the ball. They moved him to the weak side. But I agree with the caller. It was very obvious to me right away he was biting off more than he could chew as a green dot. It just didn't work. That was not going to work. I think if he gets signed, it's going to be by someone to play like weak side linebacker or something. Maybe it's a scheme like this where you use 2 linebackers and you need someone who can run. I don't think anyone's going to scoop him as a defensive end. So my guess is if the tape was good or they felt good about him as a defensive end, he would still be here. Probably has to play linebacker down the depth chart and be a special teams type player at this point. There's a chance nobody bites on him, by the way, and he just comes back to the practice squad. I mean, that would be the ultimate tell. I don't think that'll happen. I got to imagine one of 31 teams will say, this guy's worth kicking the tires on. But can you imagine if he gets through waivers and then they just put him on their practice squad?
That would be something. But the whole league saying no, too? Oof.
Let's go to Dre and Manassas on G&D. What's up, Andre?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Are we going to see you on Friday, by the way? We're coming out to Manassas. Uptown Alley, 2 to 6:30 live show. Our Friday field trip on Sudley Road.
Yeah, I mean, I'll try and make it out. I just heard about it, but, Uptown Alley is kind of cool. There's a nice little racetrack right next to it, so it should be fun.
All right, cool. Great.
You go to like graduate school and they got case studies on Blockbuster failing and Enron and Kodak, and I think one of these days you'll see a case study on how it got so bad with Ron Rivera because it's pretty bad. And don't forget the speeding tickets for Jamon Davis. I guess I was fooled. I mean I knew he wasn't great, but it all started for me when he didn't realize the team wasn't going to make the playoffs or they couldn't make the playoffs anymore. I think that was your question, Grant. And you wonder how is it this bad? How did he even? This is actually pretty sad, actually, in terms of how bad he did. And I don't know whether or not he deserves it. I guess he does deserve it, but it's actually pretty sad when you think about it in terms of how everything just missed. But that the good news is that's behind us. And, we can
here's what I would say
and...
to that, Drake, because I think it's a good point. It's a good phone call. Thanks, brother. Do I feel bad? Yes, I'm an empathetic person. Okay, I'm as an empath, I guess. Yeah, I do feel bad. I don't want to see anybody fail. And I think Ron Rivera is actually a nice person. So, of course, I feel bad. The part I don't feel bad about, though, is he took a job, got paid a lot of money, where he had never done something before, ever, and said, yeah, I could do that. I know I could do that. Not a crime. I think a lot of us would do that, by the way. But then he surrounded himself with people who were also doing things they were not that qualified to do. Doing just people that he knows, people that are friends, people that agree with him, people that he sees eye to eye with. If you're going to do that, go hire an unbelievably talented assistant GM who can help get you through the rigors. Go hire a great talent evaluator who's done it somewhere else, who's an assistant. He hired the guy that gave him his first job, who'd only done this in Carolina with no hardware to show for it in Marty Herney. He hired Martin Mayhew, whose only other previous GM job was for the Lions when they went 0 for the season, who was not getting a GM job anywhere else. Like, why are you doing that? And I don't mean to pick on those guys, but that's where I'm annoyed. That's where every time I looked at it, I said, what are we doing here? A front office should have a GM who can scout talent like they do now in Peters. You know what Peters did, who's actually really good and doesn't need as much help? He went and got Lance Newmark, who was one of the hottest assistant GMs in the league. He went and got Brandon Sosna, who's a savant guru, who's one of the youngest superstar up-and-comer future GMs in the NFL. They have 4 guys in their front office right now that would have been better qualified than any person in their previous front office. That's why I don't feel quite as bad. Give yourself a chance. Know what you don't know. Surround yourself with good people, not people that you want to hang out with and have a pizza with.
Yeah, I don't. You're better at that than I am, having empathy in situations like that. I have none. If you don't like the responsibility that comes with taking on everything, don't take it on, right? When you can't bother to go to the Senior Bowl, when your drafts have sucked because you're playing golf, because you need a vacation, you don't get to do both jobs. I'm sorry. Like, that's loser stuff. when the FBI raids your guy and you're out getting your car washed, whatever the hell it was, there was nothing you could have done at the facility? There wasn't a single bit of tape you could have been grinding over? There wasn't a single prospect you could have looked at any point in time and been in your office when the FBI came to arrest your guy and cuff and stuff his ass out of Ashburn? You're getting your car detailed because it's slower for coaches on Friday. You're also in charge as the GM. You wanted all the responsibility and you couldn't bother to do it, and then got defiant and yelled at people when JP's like, hey, what's going on with Curtis Samuel? Don't even bring that up, okay? What? That he already had surgery? You couldn't communicate very well? 1 week, we expect him any day now. We really do, with the more so than anything else with Chase Young. 10 weeks later, his ass still hadn't played. What were we doing? It was amateur hour. So no, I've got zero, even less than zero sympathy. In fact, I've got contempt. So sorry to bring it back up. I know we're doing way better now. Yeah. It's a 5-2 time. We don't need Jamon Davis at all. I'm good. I promise you I'm good. But Dre, you're a sweet man. Grant's a better person than me. I got no, it's no empathy. My blood boils.
Okay, but at
when
the
I
end
think
of the
about
day, it's football.
It's
the guy
fine.
wasn't a good football executive.
It's fine.
There's worse things.
Yes, sir.
There's worse things.
Mm-hmm.
I won't get into that. But no, I don't dislike Ron Rivera.
Seems like he was nice to us at the Super Bowl. Very nice guy.
He was not good at his job. And every time you tried to say that, you got yelled at for it. It gets a little old, okay? When your gig is to call balls and strikes and you're correctly calling balls and strikes.
Ball. This was not even close. Could someone get someone warming up in the bullpen? Ball.
In Ron we trust.
Ball 8. Ball
was
12.
The T-shirt that people were wearing. You were wearing the T-shirt. I'm not you, Darius.
Why'd you point it? You saw that?
Well,
hey, YouTube, you guys saw that.
Darius was in front of me. I'm not saying he was wearing it.
Pointed right at him.
Jamon Davis released. The Commanders are 5-2, by the way.
5-2.
Can we hear it from my guy, Adam Peters? Can we celebrate? Do we have our Adam Peters sounder ready to go? I did make an Adam Peters sounder with Darius, by the way. So whenever, remember the Ben Johnson alert?
Do I remember the Ben Johnson alert?
Whenever I start talking about how much I have a man crush on Adam Peters, we've actually got a new sounder for the show that we're going to be playing, which I'm really happy about. It's the opposite of the Guys song with Ron Rivera.
Yep.
Or that where we any kind of Rivera like, but really I do.
More so than anything else.
I'm sure we can. Okay. This is more of a celebratory feel good Adam Peters moment.
Adam Peters, general manager of the Washington Commanders. Watch him as he goes.
Problems are all gone. I got a new guy making draft picks.
Did that feature a little Josh Harris in there?
That's Josh Harris with I made a bunch of echoes for some reason. But yeah, Josh Harris saying, I just thought it'd be funny because the way he says he's like Adam Peters.
The first general manager of the Washington Stupid Names.
There goes my hero. Adam Peters, general manager of the Washington Commanders. Watch him as he goes.
It's okay, everybody. Adam Peters is here.
He's here.
Your long national nightmare is over. We don't cut first-round picks 2 years later anymore. First-round picks aren't deactivated in week 2 of their sophomore season. They're not getting benched and playing 4 snaps anymore. They're going to be out there leading the league in EPA per play. That's what they're going to be doing.
Grant and Danny.
They're going to be thank you, Adam.
Hey, Adam.
He knows.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Adam, who's your favorite radio show?
Well, I think first and foremost, Danny, you're a first rounder in my books.
That's not what I asked you, but I do appreciate
That's nice of him to say,
Danny's
nonetheless.
a first-round
Thank
pick.
you.
What I want to know is who's your favorite radio show?
Grant and Danny.
Bam.
I agree with that.
Well, this is number one right here, sitting with you guys, and then everything else is kind of a big drop off after that.
You butter us up.
Now, I didn't believe him there, if I'm being honest.
I did.
You did? This is his number one thing is us.
Well, I've had people tell me all the moves he makes, he thinks first, what would Grant and Danny want me to do? And then
Grant and Danny? WWGADD.
We don't need to worry about the Marty Party. Although Martin Mayhew was really good at his job now. I don't know if I've told you that. Something happened this offseason. He is super smart. He sees it differently.
Huh.
He is awesome at evaluating
Remember
players.
every time he agreed with Coach?
Yeah.
I
rode an elevator up in the stadium with him a couple weeks ago. It was not awkward at all.
A lot of talk?
It was quiet.
Did you play the quiet game?
Hey, neighbor, how you doing, Mr. Mayhew?
How's it going?
Just wanted to say I thought that Davis pick was good, and they're all a bunch of idiots, sir. But anyway, the Marty Party, don't worry about them. Rivera, don't worry about them. We got Adam, handsome, sharp chin, salt and pepper haired Peters.
There goes my hero. Adam Peters, general manager of the Washington Commanders. Watch him as he goes.
Jamon Davis has been cut. You're listening to The Fan. At the top of the hour, Austin Eckler joins the show. Looking forward to catching up with Eckler each and every week. He joins us Tuesdays on Grant and Danny. We're also giving away tickets. Disturbed is at Capital One Arena. Eckler actually likes Disturbed. That's why we play the Disturbed song when he comes on the show every week. Those tickets are going to be available right at the top of the hour for somebody to win. So make sure you're listening to Grant and Danny on the Fan. The breaking news is that Jamon Davis was released today by the Commanders. The timing's just odd. They're dealing with a ton of injuries at his position at defensive end. And today's the day with Dorrance Armstrong coming back from injury, hopefully. You've got Baptiste, who's been out. He's on injured reserve. It's just a strange time to see them cut a defensive end. Everyone wants to draw the link to Jordan McGee coming back from the IR and being placed on the 53-man roster, and you need a roster spot. But he's a linebacker, which Jamon Davis is not necessarily anymore. But clearly they need a spot, and Davis was the last guy they were willing to keep around. Let's go to Kevin in Arlington on the Fan. What's up, Kev?
Hey, guys. So I want to quote our old buddy Pete Haley. So about a week or days after the 2022 draft, he penned an article about the draft which had received some external criticism. I'll never forget this. I think I'm kind of more on Danny's side of this. Here's what Pete wrote. With some passionate remarks in a post-draft press conference on Saturday, Washington GM Martin Mayhew made clear he consumed the backlash to the Commander's strategy. Quote, people are making projections about where they expect players to go, the executive said. They're not in these buildings. They're not around these teams. We understand our needs and what we need as a football team much better than people on the outside looking in. If only it were true, boys. My only frustration, if only it were true. But my frustration is Martin's still on the payroll. Ron's not on the payroll. Dan not on the team anymore. You can go to commanders.com and you can find Martin's profile. Now, I don't want to pile on Martin Mayhew, but honest to God, if this is a new, transparent organization, shouldn't a reporter go out there and say, Martin, what do you think happened? Why do you think it didn't?
Well, in fairness, let me just answer that one for you, Kevin. It's a great call.
Thank you,
always, buddy. Thank you. There's no access to Mayhew, which is not to say he runs or hides from people, but you're not allowed to just go up and interview anybody you want. Like, as an example, love to talk to Cliff Kingsbury. Kingsbury talks once a week at the podium to the media. That's it. There's no one-on-ones. There's no added. When you're a coach or above, you can't just go up and interview Adam Peters. You got to have permission granted from the PR staff. So the next time Martin Mayhew talks will be the first, when he's not sitting right next to Ron Rivera at a press conference, kind of agreeing with Ron Rivera.
The coach said it best.
When they did that a few times. But again, this isn't a beat up on Martin Mayhew session, but just to kind of answer your question. No, I mean, if you're a reporter that covers the team, that's not access that you get. You don't get to talk to the random advisor who's listed on the website. No one really knows exactly what he's doing. Although he's got a relationship with Peters. They know each other from San Fran. I would not be surprised if he's around beyond just the remainder of his contract. But again, it's a way lesser role. I'm not even really sure exactly what he does. I think he's just someone to bounce some things off of, who's been around the league dating back to his time playing here with the championship Redskins. Let's go to Justin in Fredericksburg. What's up, Justin?
Hey, brother. Thanks for taking my call. Hey, I applaud Ron Rivera. If it wasn't for him, we couldn't bottom out. Once we bottomed out, we figured out where to go and where we're going to head. I'm looking forward to this week's game. I love the way how hard they played against the Ravens. And, if we had a running game, we would have won that, and we would have kept the streak alive. But
to your point,
Thank you, dude.
8 straight losses to end last year. Seahawks, Giants, Cowboys, Dolphins, Rams, Jets, 49ers, Cowboys, where you don't pick second. You and I were saying, no, you're not trying to lose, but fans were so angry at us and thinking this idea that losses are better than wins, and all the people that were yelling at us that are now wearing Jaden Daniels jerseys. You don't get Jaden Daniels or Caleb Williams or Drake May or whoever it was going to be that they were going to take if you don't pick in the top 1, 2, or 3.
If it was up to me, you'd have to root for Jacoby Brissett to win that game back there in December, and you don't get to enjoy right now, but it's not. But yeah, I mean, when you go through the track record, it's certainly obvious, and you just kind of wonder, it took all of the bad things to happen. Who knows if any one of them doesn't happen? Does Snyder still sell? Like if Carson Wentz had worked and they were 9-7 or something like that or whatever, it took all of the bad to get to where we are. You know, it's like that stupid country song, like the broken road. You know what I mean? Like that's what happened. We had to walk through all of this broken glass for 30 some years to get to a point where it's fun again. You know, like if one of them doesn't happen, then we're not here.
Which country song is the Broken Road?
I think it's called Broken Road,
but it's not Country Roads.
No,
West Virginia. I love that song.
That's a good jam.
I mean,
you see them singing that in NFL Europe, one of those games or whatever? Yeah.
They do that now in every London
That's
game.
a good bit.
Everything about that song being sung in a stadium is for me. Austin Eckler, weekly appointment on the show, and we are giving away tickets to go see Disturbed, which is one of his favorite bands, as soon as we return on G&D right here on The Fan. Welcome back. Caller 10 at 800-636-1067. Right now, you're going to win tickets to see Disturbed at Capital One Arena. Your tickets to the Sickness 25th Anniversary Tour are yours as of right now for the show on Monday, March 17th, Capital One Arena. Tickets are on sale. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. We'll be giving away Disturbed tickets all week here on G&D. Your next chance to win is at 4 o'clock tomorrow ahead of the Beltway Blitz. The show is brought to you today and every day by our friends Kondori and Murad, the law firm that'll help you set up a last will and testament, get you a trust squared away for you or your family. Go schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys right now at kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Well, let's get to the phones and welcome onto the show Austin Eckler, who's with us every Tuesday right at 5 o'clock right here on The Fan. Trusted insight from a trusted insider, presented by IT Cadre, where DC sports insiders share their exclusive perspective. No more insightful guest and more trusted insider than Austin Eckler, who is with us. Austin, another home game, another home blowout, another win. You've got to be feeling good.
Oh, feeling good. Made it through that game pretty clean, so body's feeling ready to go for another week, man. Yeah, it was a great team win. It's not easy to win the NFL, and so when you can get one like that, you definitely appreciate it.
Yeah, so let's get into it. So much good happened, obviously, in this game, but Jaden goes down. What's the vibe like kind of in that moment? You guys obviously rallied. The offense was unbelievable. You scored a whole bunch of points, moved the football, but what's said right there and kind of take us through that moment?
Yeah, obviously, with any of our players, it sucks to see anyone go down. And knowing that Jaden's no different, we see him go down and see him finish the drive, and he kind of doesn't look like himself, maybe dealing with some pain or whatever he was dealing with then. And then, the next drive we see Marcus come up. I didn't really know what was going on because I don't go over there and I'm trying to figure it out. That's what we have the doctors for. And so the next time I realized something was wrong was when Marcus was out there in the huddle and someone's like, "Hey, is Marcus out there?" I didn't even know at first. I was like, "I don't think so." And it's like, "Yeah, he's in the huddle." I'm like, "Oh, okay. Well, I guess Marcus is up." And I mean, for us, nothing skips a beat. We have to continue to play, regardless of what's going on. You don't even really have time to be like, "Oh, I wonder what happens." It's like, okay, well, if Marcus is up, let's go, let's roll. I actually had something similar happen with Tyrod Taylor and Justin Herbert. With Justin's rookie year, and in his second game, all of a sudden, first kickoff or first play, Justin's out there. I'm like, what the hell? Why is Justin out here? But it's one of those things where things happen, injuries happen, obviously, but regardless, you got to continue to go out there and play. So that was kind of our mindset.
Yeah, and you guys certainly did that. What are there differences? I'm not just in terms of the player, obviously different players, but in terms of cadence, in terms of maybe some of the little things that we wouldn't think about, is a voice inflection different? Is there any kind of adjustment there where you got to be on your P's and Q's?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a difference, 100%. Everyone kind of has their own style and their own way of running the offense. And even being in the offense. And so Marcus is no different there. He's got his own style. But we've been working with this guy for really all of our quarterbacks for, I don't even know how long now, a few months. So, we didn't really, like I said, skip a beat when we got in there. He went in there, he led everything. He prepares every single week like he's going to be playing because that's the type of pro he is. That's why he's been around for so long. And that's why he's able to, continue to have the production that he did, even though he didn't get any of the first team reps, during the week.
Yeah, I can't imagine how hard that is. Austin Eckler with us here on Grant and Danny. And speak to that a little bit, how hard that can be, because obviously Jaden Daniels should get a lot of reps. He's a rookie. He's a starting quarterback. There's a million things that he's got to work on and continue to improve on every week. How tough is that to basically come in cold? And it took him maybe a couple throws talking about Mariota, but he was dealing thereafter. How difficult is that? Help us understand.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely difficult. So, for those of you that maybe don't know, Jaden takes every single first team rep. Marcus doesn't take any of the first team reps. So what Marcus is taking, he's taking what's called the scout team. And so usually your backup quarterback is the one that runs the scout team, and you're running off of a card, and you try to in your head as players try to associate the card with a play that we have, so you can continue to find some type of work in that from the mental aspect. But from the physical aspect, it's still football, right? So he's still out there running, throwing, he still has to make the throws. So he's still getting his physical work in. And I guess the biggest difference is just kind of being in tune with the game plan and being in the timing with the starters and everything like that you don't really get that practice. But that's part of, being in the NFL and being able to stay in the NFL is being able to adjust on the fly. And I think this is like year 10 for Marcus, maybe even longer. So he's shown that he's been able to do that. So, and we saw it there on Sunday too.
Austin, what's it like for the offense when Carolina's opening drive is rudely interrupted by Dante Fowler taking it the other way for points? Like, what's the sideline doing? What are you guys doing on offense there in that moment when he's taking one to the house?
I'm turning to the guys next to you. I'm like, hey, good offense. And I'm giving high fives.
Right.
Like, good offense. Good job, boys. We scored. Yeah, we didn't have to do it. I don't even remember the last time I was a part of a defensive score. It's been a while. So that was definitely a good way to start the game. Obviously, the best way to start the game for us. And it felt like it kind of felt weird when we got out there on offense because we had already had 7 points, but it was late in the game. It seemed like just because we had points on the board. I don't even think it was really that late. I think it was like 5 minutes into the game, but it just seemed so much later because we had already had a lead. But this was the first time getting on the field.
Yeah, it's a good problem to have, I'm sure. So you're such a pro, and you've been doing this for a long time, and you've been so productive. So here's something I wonder about, right? How, like, I know how a diva would do it, but I'm wondering how Austin Eckler does it, if you do it at all. So my rudimentary brain, just watching the game, you guys, and this isn't a complaint because the offense obviously was awesome. You guys just moved the football and scored at will. But there were a couple plays that I noticed where the ball didn't go to you, where if it had, I feel like there was so much real estate. Maybe an Austin Eckler touchdown, at minimum kind of big gains. There was one throw in particular, went to Ertz on a 3rd and 7, maybe just shy of the sticks. I feel like you were up at the top of sort of the screen as I'm watching, but close to the sideline, all alone. How do you bring that up to somebody? Like, is it one of those gentle, like, oh, hey, by the way, who's open on that play? Me, hi. Or like, how do you do that in a way that's not a pain in the butt? How do you do it in a professional way? Or do you do it at all?
Yeah, when you play running back, you learn pretty quickly that you're not the number 1 or 2 or even 3 read most of the time. And there might be times where they drop you completely wide open and the quarterback's still looking down the field. Because what's the quarterback trying to do? The quarterback's trying to throw the ball down the dang field. He's not trying to check it down. If he's in trouble, maybe he's trying to check it down. But if there's no pressure or anything like that, then, hey, let's continue to work it down the field. And, there's going to be times like that. And so, same with running backs. I mean, you can see, probably an example every game of guys that were wide open and that for whatever reason, because it's, there was pressure or the rhythm, the first read, second read, third read kind of played itself out and you didn't get to the wide open guy. It's not easy to see everything that's going on the field. And that's why, having an elite quarterback, is a rarity nowadays to be able to find someone who can have a rhythm, make it work and, continue to keep the drives alive. And so, look, everyone's not perfect. There's going to be times where, hey, one got away from us. But it's something I've gotten used to as a running back. It's like, man, like, sure, they could have checked it down. But sometimes I've been like, man, he should have checked it down. And he flung it down the field. And we got like a 30-yard gain.
Right.
I'm like, that's why he didn't check it down, So I don't play quarterback. So Marcus has to make those decisions and find out where he wants to be with the ball. And so does Jaden. So, unfortunately, yeah, there's going to be plays out there where it's like, dang, probably could have got a bunch more out of that. But, hey, you never know. And that's why I'm playing running back and not quarterback.
Austin, Ben Sinnott gets his first career touchdown on a catch there. And it leads me to kind of bring up the tight end spot in general. I feel like this is such an unselfish group, and I was really happy for Sinnott to be able to get a nice little bit of candy and some reward. So much blocking, so effective kind of in that way, and maybe not getting a ton of targets in that regard. So that was really cool to see him break through and get that touchdown. But, I mean, talk about that group in particular. I feel like, and again, just watching you guys play is so much fun at this point, but everybody's pitching in, everyone's pulling the rope, but I feel like the tight end spot, those guys are blocking their what's off to really help that trio of running backs you guys are who are just rolling.
Yeah, I shoot. I mean, I think you said it all right there. Like, we have a tight end group that we have a lot of different types of skill sets in that room, whether it's, someone that can catch like Ertz with all of his, records that he's breaking and moving up the record boards and touchdowns and young people like Ben, things like that. We got John Bates over there too, big body blocking guy as well. So there's a lot of guys that can do a lot of different things. And actually with Ben, that was his first target of the year as well. So his first target, his first catch, and his first touchdown came on one play. And I was like, man, he should just, ask to never have the ball thrown to him again, because every time, don't want to mess up the efficiency.
Seriously.
But no, I was happy for him. We got to work on this spike and everything like that. But hey, it's the first time I remember my first touchdown I definitely didn't have a plan. But yeah, definitely glad to have the tight end room that we have. A lot of diversity in there as far as skill sets, and a lot of them that can actually play at a high level too. So it's great.
What did you guys think you'd be able to do against this Carolina team game plan wise, and how did that play out over the course of the game?
Well, I mean, for us, it's not necessarily about, hey, they're going to stop us. We think we're going to score every single time we touch the ball.
Mm-hmm.
So as far as our game plan is, hey, being in the right spot, staying on track, making sure we're staying efficient. We have the no huddle, so we're making sure that we're trying to eliminate penalties, play the best ball that we could play, which comes down to us being in the right spot, being on the same page, great communication, great alignment, great assignment, great technique. There's all these little things that add up. That's why we practice as much as we do, so that it comes together. And you guys are like, man, this is really fun to watch. Looks like they're making it look easy out there. Well, that's what being a pro is about. If you can make it look easy, you're probably doing it really well and at a high level. And so that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to make our offense look seamless, go down, score points, and make it look like, dang, like anyone could go out there and do that, because it's really not that easy. But it is if you put in the work and you're on the same page with everyone, coordinators and players. So for us, it's all about us. Hey, how can we protect the ball, number one? How can we continue to move the change, protect our quarterback, and be efficient? And so that's exactly what we did. That's what we were on Sunday.
And that's what I wanted to get into, Austin. It doesn't feel like lip service, because a lot of times where teams or players or coach or whoever will say, yeah, we're worried about ourselves. Well, there's got to be some mindful eye towards their opponent that week, right? But it feels like you guys really are. If we do our thing, it doesn't matter what is going to be thrown against us, right? Because the way that you guys are executing, the myriad looks of the offense, the misdirection, keeping people flat-footed, all the weapons that you guys have and the way it's being deployed, it almost doesn't matter what they do, because you're going to find there's a counter for everything, it feels like. Go into that a little bit.
That's what offense is about in the NFL. Look, there's not that many defenses you can play. So there's going to be some type of structure. We've probably already played against it this year. So, all right, we understand the structure. Okay, now let's look at the personnel. Do they have any werewolves or guys that are like really standout players that can really, we call them game wreckers, wreck the game? If they are, we're very mindful of that, chipping people on the edge, making sure that we have things that can beat, hey, if we want to isolate, if this person's isolated, maybe we're going away, we're checking away from that first. So there's always counters to what we see as strength on a defense. And so that's how you play the game. And can you execute those? And are they working? Which means in our offense, especially, hey, other people are going to have to make plays all over the field. And if the more you can do that, the harder you're going to be to defend, because you can counter other people's strengths. And that's what offense is about. And that's what defense is about, right? They're trying to do the opposite. They're trying to counter our strengths. But if you have too many strengths, you can't stop anybody. And this is like an offensive league. So there's going to be points that are going to put up, because that's what's exciting for fans. And that's how the league's been set up. And so, we're rolling right now. And we feel like, even with, when Marcus went in there, you asked about that, like, hey, what's the feeling? Like, we have, as we saw, so many people that made an impact in the game, and we've continued to have that over time. It's not just one person, like you see on some teams where it's like there's a few dominant guys, and those are the guys. And I mean, hey, some of those guys have earned that respect, but I feel like we have a very well-rounded offense with definite playmakers all over, and we're kind of exploiting that for ourselves.
You certainly are. And the offense is rolling. It's dominant. It is an absolute blast to watch. Let's get into Chicago a little bit. That's a good club, seems like. They have a young quarterback in their own right. You may have heard about that, but that's a pretty good defense. That's a 4-2 team coming off a bye week here this week. What kind of challenges do they bring?
Yeah, I'm on Tuesday, and we film this on Tuesday, so I have not watched 1 second of their film. So I just know that, hey, Coach Lynn was like, hey, we have a good defense we're going to be, coming up against this week. So we'll give them the respect they deserve, and we'll counter any of their werewolves they have on their team, any of their game wreckers, and we'll continue to, like I said, practice being efficient, being on the same page, communicate, play fast, good technique, good effort, high effort. That's one of the things that we preach all the time. Effort, run into the ball. You never know which is going to be the play that's going to break, or you're going to need to recover a fumble. So coaching things like that, when you preach things like that on a daily basis and coach things like that on a daily basis, it doesn't even matter what the X's and O's are. Like, you're going to have a good team culture that buys into that and actually goes out there. It's going to be really competitive regardless of, the playmakers and the X's and O's. So that's what we have. And then you put all the other stuff on top of it. And that's why we've had success here, is what I believe anyway. So Bears coming in, I know it's going to be a great matchup. I know a lot of people are excited about this because, I think their quarterback's from this area too, right?
Yes.
So has some roots around the area. So it'll be an East Coast showdown,
Austin, my last one for you is this: we had your guy Jeremy McNichols on yesterday, and we asked. Yeah, he was awesome. Such a cool story. It's so cool that he's caught on, had some success. And we asked him like playfully, like, "Hey, we got Austin Eckler on tomorrow. Do you want us to pass on any playful trash talk where it's like, I've got 3 touchdowns and Austin doesn't, or something like that?" And he literally, Austin, he refused to do it. And he's like, "Nope, we root for each other." I was like, "Dude, it's playful. We're just joking around." He wouldn't even do it. And it speaks to what you're just talking about. That like, that not even in like a fun, jovial manner, he's like, "I'm not doing that crap, you pudgy idiot." Like, you know what I mean? Like he wouldn't do it. And I was just blown away by that. It really seems like the stuff that you guys are preaching about, brotherhood, being together, it's actually happening, and it's really, really cool.
Well, let me tell you this, like, especially our running back room, so thankful to have the room that we have. And after every single practice, we come together in a circle. There's 5 of us. We all put our arms around each other's shoulders, like our heads are like leaning forward in the middle, if you can imagine, like a little huddle right there. And we just talk about like, hey, how's the day go? Like, hey, this is what we need to pick up. Someone had an individual maybe dropped a ball or something like that, or hey, maybe you lined up in the wrong spot. Hey, let's make sure we clean that up. We're talking about all these little details and making sure that, hey, don't make the same mistake I did on this one. Remember this. Like, we're coming together to make sure that everyone else is prepared to have success when they step on the field. And that's something I haven't done anywhere else, just because I don't think it's been coached as much as it is here. So it feels more natural here. And it's something that makes coming into work pretty awesome, man. So loving what we got going on here. So, yeah, there's definitely no trash talk in our room. If there is, it's definitely friendly. I'm probably the one that probably talks the most trash, and it's probably about not putting enough weight on the bar, in the weight room, and I'm just messing around or something like that. I don't know. Who knows? But yeah, really good culture, really good vibes. We definitely looking out for each other, and we know that this is a long season. We're gonna need all of us to come out and make plays so that we can make it through and stay at this level that we're at. And man, I'm so excited for it.
Austin, terrific as always, buddy. Have a great week. Good luck this weekend, and we'll talk to you next week, man. Thank you.
All right, sounds good. See ya.
That is Austin Eckler, presented by IT Cadre. IT Cadre is trusted insight helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose.
Austin Eckler on Grant and Danny. Next, if Daniels doesn't play on Sunday, can a Mariota-led Washington still beat Chicago? This is the Fan. Austin Eckler's the best. Thanks to him for joining us. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. If Jaden Daniels does not play Sunday against the Bears, can Washington still beat Chicago? And the answer to that, when you say can they, is an obvious yes. The Bears are probably equal to, around the same
That's a pretty good team
as Washington. But will they, I think, is a different question. How differently will you feel about the game with or without Daniels? Knowing they're coming off of a game, I know it was Carolina, but when he got hurt and Mariota came in, they just kind of kept chugging along as if nothing had changed.
Yeah, the Chicago team is leveling up from that, certainly. That's a nice little, in the middle of your SEC season, scheduling Alabama State or Troy or somebody a little bit lesser, right? So Chicago's pretty good. They could absolutely do that. It would require some of that similar precision, requires not turning it over, kind of the same recipe, but you're just going to see less of the highlights, less of the oh my God plays, right? There's a little bit more matriculation, a little bit more Mariota underneath, Mariota, more design run. I don't think you get that haymaker, deep, beautiful ball to Terry McLaurin or a shot down the field to De'Ami Brown with consistency with Mariota. That's not really what his strength has been as a passer.
Certainly had it all game long against the Panthers, but you're right. That was the worst pass defense in the league. Just to give people some perspective on Chicago, right? So they played Carolina this past week. Carolina's 31st defensively in yards per play. The Bears are 5th. Carolina's 23rd against the run. The Bears are 20th, kind of similar. But against the pass, the Panthers are 31st and the Bears are 3rd. You're talking about one of the 2 worst teams in the NFL at defending the pass versus now one of the 3 best. In interception rate, forcing you into mistakes, disguising coverages, jumping routes, picking you off. The Bears are 24th out of 32 teams. Excuse me, the Panthers are 24th out of 32 teams, and the Bears are 5th. In sack percentage, getting to the quarterback, forcing you to make quick decisions, getting the ball out of your hand before you're comfortable, actually getting you on the ground. How about Carolina 31st, Chicago 7th? This is a night and day matchup. Leveling up, you called it. I love that. You are going up a weight class here. And this is why I really hope Daniels can go and he's okay, because I actually think this will be the most telling matchup for this offense that we have seen all season long. The best defense that Washington's played to this point this season would be Cincinnati, ranking 10th. But that was not when they played them.
Yeah.
The Bengals had a bunch of injuries.
Bad defense then.
I think they ranked like 28th going into that game. It's funny to say this like it was forever ago, still early in the season, but that was week 3.
Mm-hmm.
It's week 8. So, that was not the same Bengals team. So if you're looking for a team that actually was playing pretty good defense, the Browns right now rank 15th, and that's where they were when Washington played them. This is a top 5 Bears defense. So this would be the first real, true Kingsbury, Daniels, stiff challenge, big-time test, and they might not even get to take the thing.
Yeah, they've only given up 21 points once, or over 20 points once this year, talking about Chicago. Shoved it on the Houston Texans offense. They've beaten everybody all comers. They just did to Carolina a couple weeks ago what Washington just did to Carolina. It was not a contest. They dominated that game. Combined 71 points over their last 2 weeks of games played, coming off a bye week as well, by the way, an extra week to get everybody on the same page and kind of get up to snuff. They scuffled really badly early. Caleb Williams, where they didn't seem like they were putting him in good spots, talking about Chicago. Over the last few weeks, it just seems like the comfort has come. Now that Keenan Allen's got himself back and ready to go, there are more options. They've kind of figured out who they are on offense. They've been humming pretty good, and that defense travels. That is a good group. You look at their turnover column, it's a lot of numbers that are more than 0 and 1. There's a 3 and 2 and 2 and 3 and 2. They have been really, really good on that side of the ball. This is a big challenge.
Yeah, takeaways, if you're just looking at the total on the season, the Chicago Bears are 3rd in the NFL. They're tied with the Pittsburgh Steelers with 13 takeaways.
Yeah, with a bye week.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, good point. That's total for the season. Now, I will say that a couple of the teams up there, like Minnesota, have also had bye weeks. But the point is, they generate takeaways.
Yes, they do.
They're going to pick you off, and they're going to force fumbles. The Commanders have been very lucky. They've fumbled 7 times and only lost 1 so far. That is not sustainable.
No, it is not. It's usually a 50-50 proposition.
But if you remember, Daniels fumbled 3 times against Tampa statistically. That means they've only fumbled 4 times as a team collectively for everybody since week 1. which I think I would take that.
All right, sight unseen. I'll take it right now. Yeah.
A fumble a week over, a 6 week or so sample. But that's why I'm just so interested in this matchup is if it's Daniels and Kingsbury, they won't be tested like this again for a little while. And this is a playoff caliber, frankly, a championship level type defense in the Montez Sweat revenge game. What's going to happen is if Marcus Mariota plays, I can tell you right now how this will play out. They're going to have their worst offensive game, probably either way. I think if Daniels plays or if Mariota plays, just because they're playing a better defense. But let's just say Mariota plays, you know what the narrative's going to be. And while he's not as good as Jaden Daniels, and they will miss Jaden Daniels, so some of that is true, the narrative's going to be, well, if Jaden Daniels played, they would have had this great game. And that's why if Daniels plays and they do, then we can just say, okay, the great offense beat the great defense, and we don't have to worry about when they play great defenses that much because we've already seen and proven now that they can get the better of the matchup. If he doesn't play and Mariota in this offense gets shut down a little bit, then it's just going to feel like if Daniels had played, it might have gone differently. When it's really more of a tell that you leveled up and they found some things. But I just want to get Washington's best shot. That's the real evaluation.
Yeah, and these are, Dan Quinn and company, and rightfully so. And you heard Austin Eckler and our interview with him talk about they worry about themselves and their dialogue and their messaging is really, really good. We get to do stuff like measuring stick games, right? They're just trying to compete and beat the guy in front of them and all that rhetoric, and that's great. They can worry about what they want to. The punchy zilches, like you and I, we can talk about it, right, in terms of measuring stick. You like that, right? This is a really good offense that we know can dominate lesser opponents. Well, this is not a lesser opponent. This is a good opponent that's got some pelts on the wall this year. They have done really good things on that side of the football. Their offense, talking about Chicago's, has been slow to build, didn't get going as fast as Washington's, but it has as well. So what can you do against the group that's good? Again, I would always bring it to baseball. You're a good offensive team. That's awesome. Now you got to face Cy Young caliber Jacob deGrom in a must-win game. He shoves it on everybody. Can he shove it on you too? Now here's your challenge, right? This is a really good evaluation time for again, this offense and their bona fides. It legitimizes what we've already seen. If you do it against the good teams to a degree, like we saw against Baltimore, it wasn't as good as it's been. But if you do what you do to the bad teams to the good teams, now you graduate from, yeah, that's nice to, damn, they're legit.
Here's why they can still beat the Bears without Daniels, if it comes to it. Chicago's offense, while trending up and much better over the last few weeks, is just not that good. It's a bottom 5 offense in the NFL still. They are second to last in running the football. They've had a good game recently, but that is far from their calling card. They're bottom 8 in throwing the football. They turn the football over with interceptions. They give up 1 million sacks. Caleb Williams holds on to the ball, and he does the worst thing you can possibly do, which is like scramble into and run into sacks. He holds onto the ball. He does the whirling dervish. Let me spin around. Let me run left. Let me run right. Now I've gone 10 yards behind the original line of scrimmage, and now I reverse field. I'm another 7 yards back, and I just lost 19 on a sack. Like, he'll do one of those crazy, weird things that never makes any sense. So they can be behind the sticks more often via your pass rush than I think most of Washington's opponents, which I like a lot. Jay Gruden came on the show yesterday. Thinks he needs it to be a low-scoring game. I don't like Washington's defense to be the team to keep teams to low-scoring games when you're not playing Deshaun Watson or the Panthers, who are one of the worst teams in the league. But I will say that the Bears' offense is not good. They're playing a lot better. They certainly looked the part the last few weeks. They're coming off a bye. I'm sure they'll have a good plan. I'm not completely sold on Shane Waldron, their offensive coordinator, but this is a beatable offense. Even in the 3 wins here where they've scored 24, 36, and 35 points, it's been one of those things where the Rams, Panthers, and Jaguars get heavy assists on that. So I actually think Washington can hold them to around 20 points, force a couple of field goals, force a couple takeaways, and then you can win a 23-20 kind of game.
See, I'm a little bit higher on their offense now than you are, but not by much, probably like maybe half of a letter grade. To me, it's the last thing you said is the turnovers. He's going to give you a chance. Caleb Williams does dazzling, oh my God, I can't believe I just saw that type stuff. He also does, oh my God, I can't believe I just saw that type stuff. You know what I mean? Like throwing it back across the field off of his off foot, underhanded, whatever. He's going to give you a chance in all likelihood, right? If you keep the pressure on.
It's time for a Caps power play as we get ready for Caps hockey. Capitals have won 3 in a row. They're in Philly tonight to try to make it 4 in a row. Tom Wilson, 4 games to start the season consecutively strung together now with a goal. He's got 5 goals in these 4 games. He'll try to make it 5 for 5 with goal number 6 tonight. Alex Ovechkin scored on Saturday night in New Jersey. His first goal of the season. He'll try to make it back-to-back road games to kick off the season with a goal. If the Caps can win tonight, they'll have 8 points out of a possible first 10 on the year. Can't ask for a whole lot more than that.
You'd certainly take that. Philadelphia comes in struggling under John Tortorella, which you just hate to see. You hate the idea that those guys aren't happy. But they are 1-3-1 to start the year. Part of this hockey feeding frenzy opening week here where they're staggering the game schedules, and that's why the early start's coming. This should be a fun one.
Yeah, the Frozen Frenzy it's called tonight on ESPN. All right, tomorrow we've got Commanders Survivor on the show. We're also going to blitz the East at 5 o'clock. Thomas Dimitrov, the former general manager of the Falcons, will join us at 6. Want to see what he would do if he was running Washington ahead of the trade deadline. So we'll talk to him about that at 6 o'clock tomorrow. Remember, we're coming to Manassas on Friday for our Football Friday field trip. Our series continues at Uptown Alley in Manassas. We'll be out there from 2 to 6:30. Thanks for listening. A very rare early Caps game. Pregame starts next.
Thank you for coming.